Chapter 401. Be an island owner with a net profit of 700 million yuan a year. Is this just a case of opening 400 stores? To what extent this store can grow in the future, this alone has left enough room for imagination. Since it can derive such a large benefit, it is not surprising to be targeted. If Xiao Feng doesn't want to lose his control over the production of celebrity chefs in the future, he must take precautions at this stage and not give those people a chance to take advantage of the loopholes. By the way, have you chosen the new site? Xiao Feng asked Kejia to arrive, and Kejia shook his head. Before that, the two of them were looking for new factory sites everywhere in the Binqing area. At present, there are 400 stores open. This cooking package factory can still handle it. However, if the second or third phase of the National Merchants and Franchise Conference is opened in the future, once the franchise exceeds 1,000, the production capacity of this cooking package factory, it's definitely not enough. Last time Xiao Feng came back from another world, he and Kata went everywhere in Binqing to find a suitable place for the new factory, but he didn't find any ideal place. Because of the particularity of the source of beef, it has restricted the location of the new factory from being able to leave Binqing. It has to rely on the seaport to find a more reasonable explanation for the source of beef. And Binqing is currently suitable for large-scale factories in just a few areas. But after being tested by the new development zone in the north last time, Xiao Feng really didn't dare to look for places randomly, because he was not careful. Fell into the pit. Although the search for a suitable factory site is not urgent, it must be prepared. Before Xiao Feng went to another world, he instructed Kata to continue to pay close attention to the local market. At this time, Xiao Feng asked casually, but Kata laughed, and then took out a map. Seeing her like this, she should have a certain eyebrow. Unexpectedly, what Katia pointed to Xiao Feng was on the sea near Binqing. Have you seen these small islands? Well, isn't this the site of Bat? Xiao Feng is a little confused. Binqing has 7 districts, 2 cities, and 1 county. This Bat is the most inconspicuous county. It is located in the waters north of Binqing. It is mainly composed of more than a dozen islands. Small. There are several big ones with a long history and relatively mature development, and some small and medium-sized islands have been developed by local fishermen and become fishermen's pleasures. There are also a few islands that are relatively remote from the mainland and have a high development cost. They have not been developed yet, and they are abandoned there. Seeing the islands that Katia pointed out, Xiao Feng's heart jumped. Could it be that Katia meant to put the future production base on the island? During this period, I have been paying attention to the land policy of Binqing. In the urban area, there is basically no supply of industrial land. There is already a small amount of land, so if you want to open a factory, you can only go to the new development zone to the north, trying to find a way with the other 2 cities. But considering our previous experience and the particularity of our factory, I think it's not a way to put it in those places, so I thought of these islands. Sure enough, Katia wanted to put the future factories on those islands. Xiao Feng felt that this was quite appropriate. Those islands were far away from the mainland, so that they could guarantee that no one would come and do things to the maximum. Ensure food safety. And the most important thing is that Katia must also consider the special source of the beef that he brought into consideration, and it must be very suitable to put it on the island. She definitely thinks that her beef was smuggled over. Even if the factory is now built in the port area and shipped from Russia on a regular basis, it can provide a cover for the beef, but it is not as good as putting it on an island contracted by herself. More able to conceal the source of beef. When the time comes, the beef sent from Russia will be sent directly to the island, then processed directly from the island, and then transported to branches across the country. Wouldn't it save costs even more? We can not only set up factories on the island, but we can also farm, raise cattle, sheep, and chickens on the island, far away from the mainland, and away from all kinds of epidemics. This will be safer. Hearing what Katia said, Xiao Feng agreed. Why did the Portuguese colonize most of the earth with a few million people? Just because they controlled a series of island chains, and then threw cattle and sheep and other animals on those deserted islands that were unmanned. In the absence of natural enemies and far away from the influence of mainland diseases and plagues, those cattle and sheep groups would be on the island. There is an explosive growth trend, and those islands are natural prisons, and cattle and sheep can't get out even if they want to run. And their fleet travels all over the world, and every time they need to be recharged, they will go to those small islands to catch cattle and sheep to replenish food, so that they can complete the feat of flying the fleet around the world. Later, the Dutch and the Spaniards learned this trick and carried it forward. Even further back, the Spaniards even directly annexed Portugal in order to be able to control the global routes and these island chains. Later, in order to seek independence, the Portuguese transferred many island chains to the British when they sought the support of the Dutch and the British. This was also the main reason why the British Navy was able to dominate the world. There are countless such island cattle and sheep prisons on the Atlantic coast of North America and the Pacific coast of South America, especially on the Pacific coast of South America. Because of the natural climate, they are very suitable for the growth of cattle and sheep. Many countries on the Pacific coast of South America even now enjoying the shade of the Portuguese and Spanish in those days. The Chileans received the most islands of this kind. Therefore, Xiao Feng is very supportive of Katya's idea. Kajia, your idea is really genius. But I still have a question. That is, if we go to contract such an island, the cost will be too high. Besides, is Bat willing to contract the island to us now? Although he thinks Katja's idea is very creative, Xiao Feng has some scruples about the cost of developing the island. The islands Katya pointed out were not so far away from Benthan. They all had to be more than 100 nautical miles away. Even fishermen are reluctant to live on such an island. The reason is very simple. It is far from the mainland, there is no electricity, and there is not enough fresh water. Living on the island in this age is a very painful thing. If you want to contract such an island, you will have to spend a lot of money to build power generation equipment, and also to spend a lot of money to connect optical fibers and purify fresh water. Considering the future ship traffic, you have to build a wharf, which can be very costly. If it's gone, it can't be done by 1 or 2 billion. It may take several hundred million or even more than a billion. Thinking of this kind of investment, Xiao Feng has a headache. Besides, the local government is willing to let private contractors for such islands. Don't you contract it now. You spend a lot of money on it. After a while, they want to take back the island again, which is troublesome. Katya laughed after hearing Xiao Feng's words, and his eyes smiled more like foxes. Of course I have considered the things you are worried about. In fact, Bat government is still having a headache for these islands. Recently, I have been attracting investment and wanting people to contract those islands. Katya told Xiao Feng what she knew, and Xiao Feng was relieved. It turned out that as early as the previous term of the Binqing leader, the leader at that time wanted to combine the local geographical advantages of Binqing and start more chemical projects in the Binqing area. At that time, considering the shortage of land supply in the local urban area of Binqing, coupled with the problems of safety and pollution, I was thinking about putting those chemical projects on the island. At that time, the leader led a team to inspect some islands near Binqing, and finally found that the islands under the jurisdiction of Bat that are far from the city are the most suitable. At that time, he discussed with the leaders of Bat and took the lead in establishing it. The main thing is to renovate the few islands where no people live, and make 3 connections and 1 leveling, and even lay optical cables from the Binqing side. The cable went over, and a reservoir was built on one of the big islands to solve the problem of fresh water supply. The land has also been leveled. I didn't think that after the leader retired, the successor leader was not interested in the chemical project plan, so the islands were left there all the time. At that time, when the basic projects were carried out, part of the money was paid out by the city, and part of the money was paid out by Bat. Now the city leaders do not pay attention to the development of these islands, and Bat can only catch the blind here. They are more anxious than the city. After all, They spent a lot of money on infrastructure construction before, waiting for others to start production, and then pay back. Now the money has been spent, but the chemical company that originally planned to invest in the factory has not come. How can they not worry? Now it is the world's people who are looking for merchants who are willing to invest on island.mentalnovel.com, and the policies given are also very favorable. If they are willing to contract the island, they are even willing to explain to you in accordance with the latest property law. Take the route of woodland contracting, which means that you can contract for up to 70 years. After listening to Katu's explanation, Xiao Feng was completely moved. You must know that in the past, you contracted land in China. According to relevant land management methods, you can contract for up to 30 years. Earlier, the state had an island management method, which stipulated that uninhabited desert islands, and governments at or above the county level had the right to decide on their own right to use the island. At that time, many people in the south contracted uninhabited desert islands. At that time, the local government gave the contract period of 70 years. Later, the state introduced a new land management method, which stipulated that the maximum contract period of land was only 30 years. This conflicted with the previous island management method. For these southern island owners, they also fought many lawsuits with the local government. In the end, someone made a rim shot and extended the contracting period of the island to 70 years by means of woodland contracting. If that can be contrived this time, Xiao Feng is really willing to take over an island and become an island owner. Chapter 402 Hospital Location. Well, I have been paying attention to their policies recently. I plan to find an opportunity to contact their main person in charge after a while to discuss the specific situation before making a decision. Katia said. Xiao Feng nodded, trusting Katia unconditionally. Well, very good. This matter will be left to you. Personally, I am very optimistic about the Daemon Island, which covers an area of 15 square kilometers. It is surrounded by mountains to the north, blocking the cold current from the north, and the flatland to the south can be about 10 square kilometers, which is very suitable for us to build a factory area and a breeding area. The staff dormitory area can be opened as planned. Moreover, BAT has also focused on the development of this island before, and a reservoir has been built at the foot of the mountain. The area is large. The river on the mountain is directly introduced into the reservoir. There is still a lot of rainfall on the island, and there is never a shortage of fresh water. The most important thing is that they have built 2 piers on the island before. We basically don't need to do much civil work. Just go up and build a factory. Katu introduced Xiao Feng to the islands he was optimistic about. Xiao Feng felt a little ashamed. As a native of Benthan, he also knows several famous islands in But that are rich in seafood and suitable for vacation. What is this? It was the first time he heard about it in Timon Island. But listening to what Katia said, this shows that the preliminary preparations for this island have been completed, and it is really suitable for building a factory, both in terms of terrain and environment. It is very good. How's the electricity situation? When building factories on the islands, the biggest problem is power supply. Xiao Feng pays more attention to this problem. Electricity is not a problem. As far as I know, when developing infrastructure here earlier, submarine cables were laid from the mainland, and power can be supplied directly from the mainland. If not, we can still do it. On the hilltop of this island, set up a few big windmills to engage in wind power generation. Anyway, there is never a shortage of wind on this island, especially on the top of the hill. I have calculated that as long as 3 windmills are installed, 1/3 of our factory can be solved. The power supply of the whole factory can be solved by installing 10 racks. Katu is not only proficient in finance, accounting, computer software design, and mathematics, she is also an expert, which is the main reason why Xiao Feng values her so much. Well, that's okay. If we really take down the island, then we can build a few windmills by ourselves. Anyway, it won't cost much. There are also several diesel generators for emergency use. Anyway, with the fierce fire oil provided by another world, Xiao Feng was not afraid of burning oil at all. He really tried to use the high-yield oil from another world. He had used a Hummer to test that fierce oil before. He made some diesel fuel for the Hummer and gave it to Charles Mann, and asked him if he could blend it with fierce oil, similar to this kind of fuel. Originally did not report much hope. After all, Charles Mann didn't even know what gasoline and diesel were, but he didn't know how this guy figured out the characteristics of diesel, and then he really used that kind of kerosene and didn't know how to blend it. What other fuels are really equipped with fuels similar to diesel? Later, when he fought in the Hula Gorge, the fuel used in the diesel Hummer was all made by Charles Mann with fierce fire oil. The thermal efficiency is really no worse than the diesel in this world. If it were not for the world, gasoline and diesel were all monopolized by the state, and he did not want to attract the attention of relevant departments. Xiao Feng had wondered whether he should be an oil smuggler. If the island is contracted at that time, if there is a problem with the power supply on the mainland, then the standby diesel generator will start, and burning oil will not be a problem at all. After talking with Katia for a while, Xiao Feng left the factory only after the Mendao matter, but before leaving farewell, he urged Katia to grasp the quality of this cooking bag. No one should be allowed to manipulate quality. Katia also knows that he was targeted by capital, especially when Xiao Feng told him that after a thief had appeared at the flagship store, Katia he also sat upright. In this case, things must be taken seriously. Their cooking bag is going to be sent to all parts of the country. If someone really sabotages it during production and adds ingredients to it, it must be a major incident. Don't worry, I know how to do it. I will see Shang Zhenai tightly here, and I won't give those people a chance. Well, you do things, I don't worry. After coming out of the factory, it was already night outside. It was a day after running. Xiao Feng was also tired and drove straight to the Oak Manor winery in the north. Recently, his family was being renovated and rebuilt. He didn't plan to buy another house in the city. He has been living in the winery. Anyway, there is a big hotel here, all of which is his own store. If he doesn't live, he will lose money. Moreover, staying in a hotel is currently the best choice for him as a single dog. Someone cooks, someone does the laundry, and cleans the room. It is better than living alone at home and taking care of everything by himself. And the next day, he planned to go to the nearby farm to have a look. After taking over the last time, he would hand it over to He Fangzhou as his scientific research base. I originally wanted to use it as an incubator for alien seeds, but now we can't worry. Let's see if He Fangzhou's character can be trusted. If he can, he will get those alien worlds. Seed. Give him to study. This time he left for more than a month, and he didn't know what happened to the original ranch after He Fangzhou took over. After seeing the place last time, he said that he would build a laboratory and staff dormitory. I don't know if work has started yet. If I have time tomorrow morning, I can just go over and have a look. But the next day, Xiao Feng received a call from Guan Zhenhai. Mr. Xiao, I heard that you are back from another place. Hey, you guy, you are well informed. Hey, that is, Mr. Xiao, are you free this morning? This Guan Zhenhai didn't go around in circles, and went straight into it. Xiao Feng was taken aback. What's the matter with you? That's it, Mr. Xiao. Didn't you ask me to find a place to open a hospital? I have recently put the personnel and equipment on the same level, but the location of this hospital has caused me to worry about it. Let me find a place. I think it's quite suitable. Isn't this just right for you to come back? I want to invite you to come over and help check it. This guy talked around, and Xiao Feng knew that there must be something tricky inside. Since Guan Zhenhai, he didn't dare to make up his mind alone. Xiao Feng thought for a while. Well, he'll have a meal later, and he'll go over. Come on, see you where? Well, it's on the side of Marina Square, 10 o'clock in the morning. Would it be convenient for you? Xiao Feng looked at his watch. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. After eating breakfast at 9 o'clock, and then drove back to the city, just staggering the morning rush hour to work. There was no traffic jam on the road. Xiao Feng went straight to Bnai Square under the speed limit, and when he got there, it was exactly 10 o'clock. As soon as I found a place to stop the car, I saw Guan Zhenhai push the door from a car not far away and get out of the car. Xiao Feng also got off the car. The two exchanged a few words, and then Guan Zhenhai led him to the front of a building. "Mr. Xiao, what do you think of this building?" Hiss. Xiao Feng was shocked when he saw this building, not because it was dead, but because it was so famous. This building is not a single building, but a twin tower structure formed by the other building next to it. The two buildings are as high as the Bnai Square, the most famous landmark scenic spot in the city. The building is 60 stories high. The two buildings add up to a total of 100 stories. It is very beautiful. In this area, there are beautiful buildings that can be called the number one. But this building is also very evil. Since it was built, no one has been willing to live in, and no one is willing to take over. It has been empty here for almost 10 years. At the earliest time, this building was proposed by the previous leadership team. At that time, it wanted to build the financial center of Bincheng here, so many luxurious office buildings were built along the Bnai Square. But I don't know why. Many units and companies have settled in other office buildings, but there are not many people in the two financial center buildings, which were high expectations by the leadership team at the time. Even if someone settled in these two buildings, it didn't take long for the company to be either poorly managed or bankrupt. Anyway, it didn't take long to move out, so the reputation of these two buildings was bad, and no one wanted to rent a house. Novel. So these two buildings have been vacant for a long time. Now Guan Zhenhai wants to open the hospital here. Xiao Feng is really surprised. This guy is really bold enough. This is not an office building, an exhibition center, or a hotel, a high-end residential area. You guys want to be here. Is there a scald hospital here? Hey, Mr. Xiao, I think this place is really suitable. You can see that this place is located in the famous check-in area in Bnai City. The flow of people is very large, and there is no shortage of people throughout the year. Moreover, there are office buildings nearby, and the high-end residential area is also very conducive for us to advertise here and gain fame. Think about it, if we run private hospitals, if we want patients to trust them, we have to show our strength. And the location of your hospital is a very effective way to demonstrate strength. Don't tell me, this point that Guan Zhenhai is still talking about is aimed at private hospitals that want patients to trust. Then you have to show your strength. To put it bluntly, you have to let patients know that your hospital is rich, not to cheat money from him. Just like ordinary people who see that someone drives a luxury car, they will subconsciously think that this person is rich. When a patient sees your hospital opened in such a tall place, they will definitely think that your hospital is rich, and the hospital is rich. That means having strength. Chapter 403. Just buy it and forget it. Xiao Feng had indeed urged Guan Zhenhai to choose a better address for this hospital, but he did not expect that Guan Zhenhai actually chose the address in the best tourist check-in classic in Bincheng. Moreover, in his impression, this area is a cluster of tall financial and foreign trade enterprises. Will it be allowed to open a hospital in this place? Guan Zhenhai obviously recognized Xiao Feng's concerns, and said to him with a smile, "Mr. Xiao, I've asked someone to ask about it before. There are no hard and fast requirements for the operating companies in this place. And these two, the Twin Towers, have been a headache for the leaders of the Shanshong district for many years. The location is so good, but it has not been profitable. They have long wanted to dispose of this building." It turned out that the two Twin Towers were built in the early years of the previous municipal leadership, but they were mainly funded by the Shanshong district. Now they are under the name of the Shanshong District Development and Management Committee. They cannot be rented or sold. It will cost a lot of money to maintain it every year, but it makes the responsible leader sad. So at this time they don't care what your background is, as long as you are willing to start a business here, they are willing to rent the building to you. Listening to Guan Zhenhai's explanation, Xiao Feng was relieved. And what Guan Zhenhai said next made him feel very reasonable. Mr. Xiao, I have been in contact with He Xiaojun for some time recently, and have been following their drug development. Before that, after the Hefang's team joined, their speed in the development of burns and scald drugs immediately accelerated. Not long ago, I heard that several new drugs have been developed and are currently being tested. They will be launched on the market soon. And according to He Xiaojun's feedback, the effects of the drugs are particularly good. Oh, is there anything else? Xiao Feng was very happy when he heard Guan Zhenhai say this. He had just returned from another world and had not had time to visit He Xiaojun. After learning that He Xiaojun and the others had made breakthroughs in drug development, he was of course very happy. Yes, I dare not say that the effect of our special medicine is the world's leading, but I guess it should be a national leader, and there should be no problem. So I wondered that we must make good use of this medicine. This hospital, it's the first one we opened, and it's different from the men's and women's hospitals of a certain department. We are a professional burn hospital, so this first shot must be fired and the sign must be polished. That's why I chose this one. Place. You see, this place is a famous tourist attraction in Benthan, with a large flow of people and tourists from all over the country. If we become famous here, then the reputation of our hospital will definitely follow those tourists, spread to all parts of the country. When Guan Zhenhai said this, Xiao Feng couldn't help being stunned. Wasn't this the way he chose to open a fast food restaurant in Banhai Square? At that time, in order to make celebrity chefs into a well-known online celebrity shop in the country, he also chose to open a branch in Banhai Square, in order to let tourists from all over the country eat their meals and help him spread his influence. If this hospital also has a reputation in the future, then those tourists will certainly help spread the impact, and then patients from all over the country will definitely come here if they are qualified. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng felt that Guan Zhenhai's idea was really great. Opening the hospital here can indeed play a role in advertising. Well, this idea is really good, so how many floors do you plan to rent? The one on the right is rented for 1 to 7 floors, with a single floor area of more than 400 square meters, totaling 3,200 square meters. I have asked someone about the rent, and the management committee has always had a headache on the lease of this building. The problem is, the price they offer is very low. If we are willing to rent, we can give them 30 yuan per square meter per month. The property is free of charge, and the basement garage is free to use, but the only requirement is to sign a long-term contract, at least 3 years. When Xiao Feng heard this price, he couldn't help being stunned. To be honest, the rent is really not expensive. The average rental price of benching office buildings is 60 yuan per square meter per month, which is after all the new and old office buildings in different areas are added together. Average value. If it is near the Marina Square, coupled with the location, construction quality, and environment of the Twin Towers, it will definitely exceed 100 yuan per square meter per month. But the management committee only costs 30 yuan, which can be said to be very conscientious. It can be seen that the leaders of the management committee have indeed been tossed by this building before. Rent cannot be sold, and the previous tenants here have closed down one after another, resulting in a very bad reputation of the building, so these 2 buildings have become a heart disease of the district leaders. Now their only expectation is that this building should be rented out quickly, without seeking to make money, as long as they can earn back the cost of daily maintenance. It is considered qualified. 3,200 square meters, 30 yuan per square meter, a month's rent is 96,000 yuan, can rent such a large area, in such a lot. Xiao Feng is simply satisfied and can't be satisfied anymore. As long as our hospital is opened and escorted by the special burn and scald medicine, it will be able to pay back in less than a year. Hey, Mr. Xiao, look forward to it when the time comes. In another 2 years, I can use the profit by 2 buildings. Guan Zhenhai said that he was arrogant and dry, and he didn't know whether he was bragging or he was really confident. But Xiao Feng's heart moved when he heard it. Yeah, why keep thinking about renting it out? Or just buy these 2 buildings. There are hundreds of millions on the bank account made by famous chefs. Adding to the purchase of beef and the secret ingredient, the assets transferred overseas also amount to hundreds of millions, adding up to almost 1 billion. And the gold and silver jewels that I brought back from another world have been thrown in the space. These financial reports are also kept. Even if you don't want to take them out for cash, you can find a place to mortgage them and exchange them for loans. Several billion RMB can still be handled easily. If you change someone else, you might worry about buying these 2 buildings, but you don't have to worry about what you will do after you buy them. There are more and more industries under his own name, and the manufacturing of celebrity chefs is getting bigger and bigger. It is not a way to keep squeezing the flagship store in Xingang district. If you set up a group company in the future, you must find a suitable office location. The 9th laboratory is also a rented house in the high-tech zone. If they buy this building, they can move here to work. Even scientific researchers help to have a good working environment, right? Working in this building, downstairs is the most famous big square inches high. After lunch every day, you can go downstairs to visit the scenic spots. Imagine that the attractiveness of such an office environment to talents can still be guaranteed, right? Moreover, the 9th laboratory and the Burns and Scald Hospital are a little closer, so that it is more convenient to conduct scientific research and exchange information. In addition, cosmetics companies and healthcare products companies will be established at that time, and they can all work in this building at that time. In addition, after celebrity chefs become a catering group in the future, they can also move to these 2 buildings to work. The centralization of all the core departments of the industry will also greatly facilitate Xiao Feng's office and management. The more Xiao Feng thought about it, the more it made sense, so he turned his head and said to Guan Zhenhai, "Well, I think your previous ideas are very good. It is indeed more cost-effective to buy these 2 buildings than to rent them. If your hospital has a fire, you need to increase the use of floors in the future, and then negotiate with others. People might raise rents, and they may also make various unreasonable demands. So it is better to just buy these 2 buildings and forget it." Guan Zhenhai thought that there was a problem with his ears. He looked at Xiao Feng blankly, while Xiao Feng smiled and nodded at him. "Yes, I mean just buy these 2 buildings. It's better than rent, it's a good deal." "Mr. Xiao, are you kidding me?" Guan Zhenhai has already started to stammer. Even if the reputation of these 2 buildings is not good, they are still located in the most prosperous part of Benching. Even if Benching is now declining, these 2 buildings are worth billions. Xiao Feng actually said that he wanted to buy the building, and he bought 2 buildings. Guan Zhenhai really didn't know how to describe his feelings. In the past, he knew about Xiao Feng through He Xiaojun, and he knew that he was the owner of the infamous celebrity chef, with a net worth of several hundred million. Guan Zhenhai didn't know how many bosses with such a wealth he had seen. Almost every boss in the private hospitals he had served had such wealth. But now it seems that he underestimated Xiao Feng's net worth, and seriously underestimated it. Dare to say casually about buying 2 buildings. MTLnovel.com Are these small bosses with a net worth of only a few hundred million dare to say? What's more, Xiao Feng's expression is still so relaxed. It seems that it is as simple as buying 2 toys. I'm kidding? I don't have time to joke with you. It's so old. Since you know someone from the management committee, please ask them if you want to sell these 2 buildings, and what is their asking price. Not bothering the 2 masters for nothing, Xiao Feng directly handed over the inquiry work to Guan Zhenhai, and Guan Zhenhai nodded vigorously at this time as if he had been beaten up. "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I'll leave this to you. I must ask you clearly, and fight for the lowest price with them. With such a boss, should I still be afraid that there will be no future in the future? People can come up with billions of dollars every minute, and follow a boss like this. In the future, there will be some scum in the fingers of others, and it will be enough for him to eat. In front of this kind of big right and wrong, Guan Zhenhai was very clear, and immediately showed loyalty to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded, "Do it hard, and notify me as soon as the result arrives." Chapter 404 Steady and steady. After dismissing Guan Zhenhai, Xiao Feng returned to the car and sat down, looked at the two twin towers, and lit a cigarette for himself. If you buy these two buildings and set up the headquarters of the group here in the future, it is indeed very suitable. It is located in the core area of Benthan, with enough style and beautiful environment. It can show strength and increase the attractiveness to employees. Moreover, the prices of these two buildings should not be high at this time. Thinking about it this way, buying these two buildings is indeed a good deal. Moreover, after being bought the building, business may not start, but for Xiao Feng, it is not a problem at all. The future 9th Laboratory Cosmetics Company, Healthcare Product Company, Burn Hospital, and famous chef manufacturing, anyone, it's the business of Raijin Dujin. Anyway, with such high-quality companies, he is really not afraid of not making money in the future. After sitting for a while, he started the car and went straight to the 9th laboratory in the high-tech zone. This company is now becoming more and more important in his heart, even surpassing famous chef manufacturing. A large part of the money earned from celebrity chef manufacturing has been invested in this company. He attaches great importance to the current scientific research progress of this company. When he arrived at the 9th laboratory, it was lunchtime at noon. As soon as the car parked in the parking lot in front of the company building, he saw countless scientific researchers walking out of the building. Unlike the last time he came, I can clearly feel that the number of employees has increased a lot this time, and most of them are young people. I can feel those young people coming out of the building laughing and playing. Their working atmosphere is good, and the pressure is not too great. After a while, he happened to see He Xiaojun walking out of the building. At this time, he was walking outside while talking with two other people. Xiao Feng quickly honked the car horn. He Xiaojun saw that it was his car and immediately walked over with a smile. "Yeah, what brings you here, Mr. Xiao?" "I just came back from a business trip. I just came to see you. I also just arrived. Have lunch. Let's go together." "Hey, the relationship is better. You have to kill your boss today," He Xiaojun said to Xiao Feng with a smile, and at the same time called the two middle-aged men who had just spoken to him, and everyone got into Xiao Feng's car together. Xiao Feng also knew these two people. They were both He Xiaojun's seniors and important members of He Fang's team. He had met him the last time he came with He Fang's Yang Xin, a medium figure with a round face and glasses, and another short bald guy named Gao Fengjiang. They are all scientific research elites with real materials. Now in the 9th laboratory, one is responsible for the scientific research of health products, people. The other is the person in charge of burns and scald medicine and cosmetic materials. "Do you usually eat in the park? Why don't you build a canteen in our building?" Xiao Feng drove the three people out of the park while asking them three ways. "I originally wanted to have a canteen in our building, but the area of the building is limited, and the building is full of laboratories. There are certain requirements for air quality, and once the canteen is set up, the person in charge of the catering will move in. Due to the overcrowded situation, due to safety considerations, I decided to give the employees meals to make up for it. For meals, there will be a cafeteria in the park," He Xiaojun explained to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded, feeling reasonable. "Since I was inviting the three high-level leaders in the 9th laboratory to have dinner, this place certainly can't be sloppy." Xiao Feng drove outside the park and found a decent mid-level restaurant, and invited the three to have a meal. Of course, it is also to narrow the distance between Yang Xin and Jiang Gofeng. Although these two people are also from scientific research, they are not weak in terms of human relationships and sophistication. They know how to please the boss, so it's okay to talk to them. Not tired. After getting acquainted with each other, Xiao Feng of course asked about the progress of their research and development. On the cosmetics side, We have basically completed it. We have created a skincare kit that includes moisturizer, liquid mask, and anti-wrinkle cream, whitening cream, etc. Before that, we also hired a product design team to help us design products online. They will have a report soon. At that time, we will enrich our product line based on their market research. He Xiaojun took the lead to report to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with his work. The 9th laboratory has only been established for more than 2 months. This guy has already worked out results. And of course he is very happy. Tell me a good introduction to your products. How competitive are they? Xiao Feng asked He Xiaojun with a smile. And He Xiaojun smiled. Of course he was very familiar with the things he developed by himself. Mr. Xiao, this is the case. We are a new force entering the cosmetics field for the first time, so my initial idea is to build the reputation of our products, strengthen our advantages and highlight our advantages in anti-aging and anti-wrinkle. Our technical advantages are highlighted in front of us. So recently, our main research direction has been on liquid facial masks and anti-wrinkle creams. As you know, we have killer features such as Calfor Factor and Collagen Liquid. So after these 2 products are made, it can be said that the advantages are very obvious, especially when compared with products of the same type. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard that. He Xiaojun's thinking was right. And he agreed. We have compared with almost all mainstream creams and anti-wrinkle products currently on the market. The effect of our ordinary products can be said to be twice as good as theirs, which means they can reach 2%. Hundreds of efficacy. As for high-end products, it is 5 times more effective than the current top similar products on the market. And there are no side effects. When He Xiaojun spoke, he was full of confidence and his voice was loud. Xiao Feng was also very happy when he heard it. What a good boy. He really went out to study for him. When he and He Xiaojun talked about the cosmetics they were going to launch before, they had talked about their product positioning. Because almost all high-end areas of the cosmetics industry are dominated by well-known cosmetics companies in Europe, America, Japan and other countries. The domestic cosmetics industry is currently almost blank. There are also a few domestic brands that are still supporting them, but they are facing the pressure of competition is not small. Therefore, if you want to break a bloodbath between these foreign high-end brands, the first shot must be launched, and consumers must be deeply impressed, so that consumers will remember their brands once. So if you want to achieve such an effect, the most convincing way is to let their products speak with actual effects. Think about their liquid masks. Even the ordinary level of absorption rate can reach twice the absorption rate of other high-level products. Their most advanced liquid mask, the absorption efficiency can reach 5 times that of other companies. What would it be like effect? Consumers will naturally vote with their feet. Once you have established a reputation among consumers and won the word of mouth, it will be natural to become bigger and stronger. When it comes time to launch a full range of products, consumers will naturally be willing to pay for their products. In today where competition in all walks of life is so fierce, if you want to gain a foothold in the market, you must speak with products, and the strength of your products will be reflected in the competitiveness of your product, that is, product strength. As for this, Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun are very confident. This is just the first generation product we plan to launch. Once it has gained a reputation, after a period of time, we will consider launching the second generation product. What He Xiaojun said, Xiao Feng certainly understands. This is the routine of upgrading those electronic products. When the first generation gets bored, we will come up with the second generation at a higher asking price, but there will also be consumers who are willing to pay. After all, women who are willing to spend money to reduce wrinkles on their faces, but not too many. Keeping youth forever is an enduring topic for any woman. For a Chinese company that has just entered a new field, He Xiaojun's choice is steady and steady. Xiao Feng is very pleased with this. To open up a new field, the most taboo is to use internet thinking to make a fool of yourself. The consequence of this is that the steps are too big and it is easy to get involved. In recent years, China has indeed been rich, so many famous guys jumped out, told stories with PPT, raised funds, started companies, entered various new fields, and then thought with the internet. It is a bludgeon, a posture that others do, and I do too, rampage. But such a guy will often end up with nothing in the end. The most famous among them is the teacher Liao.mtlnovel.com. By telling stories, raising funds, and then learning how to make mobile phones. The mobile phone was made, but he didn't have any core technology. It was just an assembly machine, and he opened an assembly plant. This kind of storyline might have been fooled more than 10 years ago, but now everyone is in it. In the era of real swords and guns, he would end up doing it to death. How is the result? His company is completely over every 3 years. On the other hand, those down-to-earth and high-tech companies, such as Warwick, and even Opel, and Mighty, are now booming. In Xiao Feng's mind, the position of this 9th laboratory is very high, and it is a technology-based enterprise that truly masters technology. Therefore, his development idea for this enterprise is to never be greedy for everything, and the road is definitely one step away. Take it one step at a time. And now He Xiaojun's thoughts coincided with him. After He Xiaojun's introduction, Xiao Feng smiled and turned his head to look at Yang Xin and Jiang Gofeng. How about you? Have you got any results recently? Chapter 405 New Research Direction. Yang Xin and Jiang Gofeng are both seniors of He Xiaojun when he was studying in Beijing. They are much older than He Xiaojun. They have been following He Fangzhu before doing research in the field of genes. To be honest, letting the two of them come over to study healthcare products and scald medicine is really overkill. With their abilities, it is not a problem to find a home at random. But the bad is the worst. The teacher they were following before was He Fangzhu. Something happened to He Fangzhu's research, and even the scientific research team with them was also implicated. Almost everyone was blacklisted in the scientific research community. As a result, the university would not be able to stay, and it would not be so easy to find a job abroad. So the two talents accepted He Xiaojun's invitation and came to Benching. Of course, I was reluctant when I came. After all, Benching is a second-tier city at the end of a crane. Whether it is a scientific research environment or various resources, it is definitely not as good as a first-tier city. Unexpectedly, after they came, they discovered that this choice is really not bad, especially when they learned that He Xiaojun was able to provide a calphoactive factor that they had never known before, and a high-purity small molecule plateau. After the protein liquid, the two became even more excited. They are engaged in scientific research or medical treatment. They are too aware of the importance of these two things, which can be said to be the most precious materials in the eyes of countless scientists engaged in medical scientific research. Just like steel and concrete, don't look at these two things inconspicuously, but because of these two things, people can build skyscrapers. Especially after He Xiaojun still showed his muscles in front of them from time to time, the two of them were also honest. Without the arrogance before coming, they began to really calm down and engage in scientific research in a down-to-earth manner, because both of them know that with these two things, they have pointed out the direction of scientific research for you. It is very easy to produce results. As long as the results can be exchanged for money, the boss will continue to increase their efforts and let you when they are engaged in scientific research. That's when they can really play freely. So before that, what they have to do is to follow the boss instructions, get results as soon as possible, and leave a good impression on the boss. If not, if this good thing from the 9th laboratory is known to others, the positions of the two of them can be replaced by others in a matter of minutes. Well, boss, we already have a certain eye on this healthcare product. Our Yurong liquid is really amazing. Calphoactive factor can ensure that collagen molecules are absorbed in large quantities and completely eliminate the synthesis part in the body. This is definitely a boon for those who love beauty. In terms of health products, I plan to develop two products, one for men and the other for women. The content of collagen is naturally different, Because women lose collagen faster than men are fast, so women's products contain more collagen molecules, while in men's products, I will specifically add some other trace elements, which have very good health effects on men's bodies. Yang Xin is responsible for the research and development of health products. It has been more than a month since he started working. When the work was handed over, the head of the laboratory, He Xiaojun, had already pointed out his research direction in the recent period. And he also completed the preliminary research and development according to He Xiaojun's requirements. In fact, this job is not that difficult. It is similar to He Xiaojun's work by reducing the concentration of Oolong I and adding other basic materials that can be used. Make it into a capsule. The main thing is to find a balance point that can maintain the calphoactive factor and collagen molecules in the capsule to maintain stable performance. For Yang Xin, this is a trivial matter. What's more, he is equipped with dozens of small young scientific research dogs. With these assistants and the strong support of the boss, it is much easier to start the experiment up. In almost a week or so, he had completed the scientific research and set the direction, and then handed it over to his students to study for him. This scientific research project was very simple. Within a month or so, the team he led had already launched several finished products. At present, there are many nutritional medicines for men and women on the market. They only need to learn other people's formulas from other nutritional medicines, and then add the diluted Oolong liquid to find the best balance. Click it. This kind of work, for his team, 1 month is enough. So at this time Xiao Feng asked. He answered very confidently. Xiao Feng is also very satisfied with Yang Xin's work progress. So now, what stage have you entered? Well, the clinical trial has already started, but to be honest, Mr. Xiao, I don't think there is any need for clinical trials for an excellent product like Oolong I. Just sell it out. Let you tell me, now this product we launched, I eat it myself. And even I let my wife eat it. It's not an exaggeration. The effect is really good. This anti-aging effect is really great. After all, collagen accounts for the weight of the human body. 30% of this is really important to the human body. Supplementing some daily can really effectively delay aging. Recently, I feel that my mental state is particularly good, and my physical state can clearly feel younger. Yang Xin said half-truth to Xiao Feng. But one thing he said is correct. Taking collagen in a large amount does have a very obvious effect on human body's anti-aging. Moreover, this thing is not a medicine, it is a healthcare product, and there is really no need to carry out clinical trials so strictly. Xiao Feng nodded, and then said to Yang Xin, well, then you can apply for a healthcare product batch number. Let's try to launch this product on the market as soon as possible. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. I understand this. I have a lot of classmates who are specifically responsible for this matter, so I leave it to me. Yang Xin smiled and assured Xiao Feng that Xiao Feng was very happy when he heard that this guy actually knew someone on the approval side. After all, China is a society of human relations. It is definitely easier to have acquaintances than no acquaintances. By the way, Mr. Xiao, I actually had a new idea during the time I was studying this Oolong I. Just when Xiao Feng was about to turn his head to ask Jiang Gofeng how his research was doing, Yang Xin suddenly interrupted him, and then said with a bit of temptation, "Oh, what do you think?" Xiao Feng wasn't angry, so he asked him with a smile. Yang Xin looked at Xiao Feng and summoned the courage to say, Xiao always does this. I used to do medical research. In the medical field, you know there is a kind of human albumin, right? Well, of course I have heard of this. Although Xiao Feng doesn't know much about medicine, he has heard of this kind of advanced nutritional medicine. It is said that it is a high-grade nutritional medicine isolated from human blood. The price is very expensive. Generally, patients with serious illnesses will inject this kind of medicine. Continue life. This kind of thing is the most important component in human plasma, and it is mainly responsible for maintaining the osmotic pressure of the human body. It is responsible for the transportation of nutrients and toxins in the blood, which is actually to transport nutrients and toxins to their organs. The body of severely ill patients' weakness requires additional supplements of this kind of nutritional medicine to maintain the functioning of the body. Yang Xin gave Xiaofeng some basic knowledge about this albumin, and Xiaofeng nodded frequently. To be honest, he used to have a colleague's family who was hospitalized. Before he died, he was given this medicine to renew his life. The price was very expensive. Just injecting this medicine in one day would cost thousands of people. The family members of the patient know that even if they fight, they will not be able to keep the patient in the end. But at that moment, even if the patient can stay in the world for an extra minute, they are willing to spend the money. Although in the end they will often lose money and people, but in the end they can get a certain amount of solace. But this medicine is really too expensive. The price of this medicine is very expensive. At present, the price of domestically produced 10 grams and 50 milliliters products is between 400 and 600, and many critically ill patients have to inject more than one a day. And after learning about Calpha, after the active factors and the properties of small molecule collagen, I wondered whether I could use these two substances to synthesize albumin, or products with similar properties to albumin. Don't tell me, this Yang Xin is really very thoughtful. After Xiaofeng listened, he didn't express his opinion, because he didn't understand this aspect very well, so he turned his head and glanced at He Xiaojun. He Xiaojun also fell into silence at this time. Mentalnovel.com for a long time. He looked up at Xiaofeng and nodded. Mr. Xiao, this research direction can be pursued. This albumin is indeed very tight, and the market prospects are very good. Okay, you can try. As the chief steward of the 9th laboratory, Xiaofeng was very convinced by He Xiaojun's words. After hearing He Xiaojun's affirmation, he turned his head and said to Yang Xin, when you finish your work first, you can allocate some of your energy to study this product. But the premise is to ensure the competitiveness of our products in the field of health products. The meaning of Xiaofeng's words is very clear. You must first gain a foothold in the healthcare product market before you let Yang Xin go to play other things. Yang Xin nodded vigorously immediately, indicating that he had received it. As for Jiang Gofeng, Xiaofeng also asked a few words. Jiang Gofeng is much more honest than Yang Xin, and this Yurong-I was first used as a burn and scald medicine. Therefore, his side is actually the department with the smallest workload, as long as the Yurong liquid is diluted with other anti-inflammatory drugs in the world according to the ratio, and it can be matched. As for the effect, I don't need to think too much. As for why we need to study the new formula, the main purpose is to confuse other competitors, so that they can't figure out what special substance is in this unique burn and scald ointment. At work. Chapter 406. A sensation in the world? Of course, the director Jiang Gofeng, the main work direction at present is not in burn and scald medicine, but to assist He Xiaojun to complete the research and development of cosmetic fillers. At present, in the field of medical cosmetic surgery, the most contacted are nose pads or bone removal and other types of surgery. Especially in recent years, as the Chinese people's aesthetics have become more and more European, people's requirements for various film and television stars are particularly high, and in order to meet the aesthetic needs of the public, film and television stars have become more and more daring to use their swords in their faces. If the bridge of the nose is low, go to pad the nose, and cut the bone on the side of the face. This is normal. But after all, the shape of this face was given by parents, and it is also engraved in everyone's DNA. Even if you cut the bone, the skin and muscles on your face will still be remembered according to the DNA of the cell nucleus to grow. So after the bone is cut, there may not be any effect in the short term, but after a long time, it is inevitable that the skin will be loose, collapse and other symptoms. At this time, many celebrities will choose to use hyaluronic acid as a filler to support the skin, but hyaluronic acid is not good if it is used too much. It will not only make the face stiff, but even cause leukemia. So Xiaofeng had discussed with He Xiaojun before whether he could use this collagen to study a new type of cosmetic filler, the one that can be injected directly under the skin. The main function of collagen in the human body is to maintain and support various traffic pipe networks. In many key parts of the human body, collagen is the main element that forms a net-like support together with elastic fibers. To put it plainly, elastic fibers are steel bars, and collagen is the adhesive. And if these two substances are used to form a new cosmetic filler, it can definitely cause a revolution in the modern medical cosmetics industry. Compared with cosmetic fillers such as hyaluronic acid and silica gel, this collagen and elastic fiber filler is absolutely natural, pollution-free, and the best cosmetic filler that will not cause rejection by the human body. More importantly, the application range of this new type of filler will be very wide. Unlike hyaluronic acid, which can only be used on the face, this filler can even be used for breast augmentation and hip augmentation. Such things will definitely be very popular in Europe and America, and they will be more natural and safer. More importantly, once this new filler is developed, it is a step forward, that is, artificial muscles. This is also the main reason why Xiao Feng has always asked He Xiaojun to pay attention to this aspect. The future prospects of this kind of thing are too broad. Of course, He Xiaojun is definitely not able to handle this alone, so he chose Jiang Gofeng, who has not much work on hand, to help him. Unlike Yang Xin, who has many new ideas in his mind, Jiang Gofeng is relatively more honest. After asking about the research and development of burns and scalds, Xiao Feng asked about the research and development of this new filling. Well, because of the treasure of Yurong Ai, we can extract a large number of collagen molecules, so we are still looking for suitable elastic fiber materials. Elastic fibers are mainly composed of elastin. After listening to Jiang Gofeng's introduction, Xiao Feng realized that anti-wrinkle not only requires collagen but also a large amount of elastin. Only when elastin and collagen are synthesized together can the skin's elasticity be maintained. In cosmetic fillings, a large amount of elastin is also needed to maintain the corresponding elasticity. There are also certain elastin products on the market, but this product is very troublesome to synthesize, so the cost is very high. Currently Jiang Gofeng and He Xiaojun are also studying new products to see if they can find ways to reduce costs. Xiao Feng is not in a hurry. Anyway, this beauty filler is just a scientific research direction of his 9th laboratory. As long as the main cosmetics, health products, and burns and scald ointments are developed. As for this kind of cosmetic filler, wait a minute. Anyway, there are products like the original preparation of elastin on the market anyway. The big deal is to buy it back and synthesize a new product with their collagen. It doesn't matter if the price is a little higher. Anyway, people who can afford this new product in the future should not be short of money. Those customers who choose plastic surgery, since they choose to pay for the beauty, they are not bad at all. I talked with the 3 supervisors for a while about the future development of the 9th laboratory, which ended the meal. Then Xiao Feng drove the 3 supervisors back to the laboratory building, after which he drove straight to the ranch. After the ranch took over, he had already contacted him to build a house on the ranch, which was originally planned as a house for employees and managers. But after arranging He Fangzi there, it was not appropriate to just build a simple house, so he asked someone to contact He Fangzi so that he could arrange and build a laboratory according to He Fangzi's ideas. When he arrived at this ranch, the laboratory was almost completed, and this speed really surprised him. He Fangzi, who was greeted, laughed and explained, because it is just a simple office and laboratory, not a high-rise building, and I have an urgent need for this laboratory. So I chose this framed, modular houses. It turned out that He Fangzi asked his friends to help design these laboratories, using the most advanced modular mechanism. To put it bluntly, it is to use steel structure, color steel plate, and some fillers. The building block modules that have been made long ago can be transported and installed directly. Generally suitable, low-rise buildings that are not too tall are mainly used in office places such as offices and laboratories. They are popular in many areas abroad, because this modular house is very easy to relocate and is suitable for high mobility research. As far as the unit is concerned, it is very popular with them. But the winter in benching can be very cold. How do you solve the heating problem? Although Xiao Feng is not opposed to this kind of house design, he also has his own worries. We have also considered it, adding an insulation layer outside, floor heating indoors, and a boiler room outside. Of course He Fangzi thought of this too. Xiao Feng heard that his arrangements were in place, so he didn't ask more. How is the recruitment of your staff now? Haha, it's basically in place. It was sent to me by He Xiaojun. They are young people. They are more motivated and practical, but they need to be trained for some time. Recently, I have assigned them a lot of homework. They are all making up for it. After a while, I will give them a test, and those who pass will stay as my assistant. He Fang's reputation in the medical science world is now completely stinking. If he asks him to find someone himself, he will definitely not find one. But it is different under the name of the Ninth Laboratory. Although the Ninth Laboratory has not produced any results yet, some time ago, in benching and even some key universities across the country, the Ninth Laboratory has recruited people and offered generous salaries, and even set up a family allowance. Let the Ninth Laboratory have a certain reputation in medical schools nationwide. He Xiaojun's manpower for He Fangzi is of course all elite soldiers, but they are all students who have just graduated from school. These students don't know much about He Fangzi's main scientific research directions in the future. Of course, He Fangzi will assign them tasks. They become familiar with the future scientific research field as soon as possible and then conduct assessments. As for how to select talents, Xiao Feng doesn't care. As long as He Fangzi can select the right people, he is more concerned about how He Fangzi's scientific research is going on. After all, he spent a lot of money on him. Of course I hope the sooner the results come out, the better. He Fangzi had already told him that his future scientific research will focus on regenerative medicine, especially the artificial heart. Of course he wants to see how he is progressing. After simply asking He Fangzi a few words, He Fangzi smiled and showed him a video. This is the first artificial heart created by Israeli scientists using 3D printing technology not long ago. From the perspective of the body, this heart is almost a complete human heart, entirely made of human cells. He Fangzi played the video to Xiao Feng while explaining to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng saw that the artificial heart was printed in a bottle of unknown liquid. The 3D printer continuously ejected cells like white lines, and then an artificial heart was stacked one after another. The process looks very magical. Their idea www.mentalnovel.com is almost exactly the same as mine, but the biggest problem with this artificial heart is that it can't beat normally and pump blood. Then isn't this just a waste heart? Yes, it cannot pump blood. That is a useless heart. And the reason for this is because they cannot synthesize extremely pure collagen, cannot combine with elastin to form fascia, ligaments. Without these things, you only have muscles, but your heart can't beat. And hearing this, Xiao Feng basically understood why He Fangzi was smiling from start to finish. It turned out that he had the key to overcome this scientific problem. For other scientists, how to get high-purity small molecule collagen is already a big problem, not to mention the problem of ensuring the vitality of this collagen molecule when exposed to the air. And Urong-I with Calfu active factor protection method is the natural nemesis to solve this problem. Mr. Xiao, you believe me, the longest 3 years, the shortest 1 year, I can give you results. When the time comes to ensure that you will be an instant success and make a sensation in the world. Chapter 407 Reputation at present. For humans all over the world, the number one disease threatening human survival is heart disease. Every year, more than 16 million people in the world die from heart disease. Medical experts all over the world have also introduced various medical methods to treat heart disease through research on heart disease. Pacemakers, various stents, bypass surgery, heart replacement surgery, and even artificial heart, etc. All kinds of new technologies, new medical methods are emerging in an endless stream. However, these methods still have shortcomings of one kind or another, and cannot effectively cure heart disease. For current doctors, in fact, the most effective way to cure heart disease is heart transplantation to replace the patient with a new heart. But this requires someone to be willing to donate the heart, and it must also match the patient to avoid rejection of the human body after the heart transplant. Therefore, the post-maintenance of heart exchange surgery is also very troublesome, and the cost is also very high. At present, the medical field has basically solved the problem of transplant rejection through research on stem cell cultivation methods, but the most critical problem is the pulsating pumping function of the artificial heart, which has not yet been overcome. To put it bluntly, the heart can be artificial, but the ligaments and connective tissue that can make the heart muscle move cannot be made. The most important components of this ligament and connective tissue are collagen and elastin, especially collagen, which is currently the most difficult to produce. It is different from elastin, a hard protein, a soft water-soluble protein, and a protein that will die once exposed to the air for more than 15 minutes. How can it be used correctly? This kind of protein is a difficult problem facing the entire medical profession at present. And this problem, for Yifang Zhu, who has mastered the special effect of urine liquid, it is not a problem at all now. At present, what he has to do is to use 3D printing technology to print out the artificial heart in accordance with the method of Israeli scientists. In the process of printing, collagen and elastin are added to print out the ligaments that can drive the heart muscle organization. By the time this step is completed, even if the real artificial heart is completed, there is no rejection reaction. A brand new heart, how many people can it save each year? The most important thing is that once the artificial heart is completed, can the artificial liver, artificial lung, and other artificial organs be far away? So what Yifang Zhu said, once it succeeds, the result will be a sensation in the world. It is definitely not bragging, and it may even have an effect, which is even more powerful than a sensation in the world. It's just that Xiao Feng is not like being that pushy person. Although it is good to make a sensation in the world, he is not ready to be Jobs. He is still the big boss behind the scenes, which is more in his mind. Haha, it's good if you have confidence. I don't need to be popular. The 9th laboratory can make a sensation in the world. I am very satisfied with the effect that can be achieved. Although he was anxious and didn't want to be famous, Xiao Feng didn't mind. Let the 9th laboratory be famous. Anyway, the 9th laboratory is a high-tech enterprise he intends to build. Of course, the technology like this must be placed in the 9th laboratory, under the name. In his opinion, the future 9th laboratory is a large-scale integrated enterprise that can compete with Pfizer. Of course, he will not rule out that in the future, he will separate this heart printing technology to establish another company. After all, once this technology is successful, there will be many aspects involved, and it is inevitable that someone will want to reach out. At that time, whether or not to give up part of the benefits needs to be carefully considered. In this world, eating alone is often ugly. Sometimes cooperation and win-win. If there is money, everyone earns. This is the kingly way. After visiting Yifang Zhu's ranch, Xiao Feng had an understanding of the construction progress here. And after he also understood the direction and progress of Yifang Zhu's future scientific research, he left. Back to the winery, and after returning to the winery, it happened to be dark outside. The first thing was to go to the wine cellar. This winery still maintains the tradition of winemaking, and the craftsmanship has not changed much. As for why the winery can produce such excellent wines exported to Europe and the United States, the staff of the winery do not know. The only thing they know is that the boss often stays alone in the wine cellar on a regular basis. It is for this reason that their wine tastes very different from ordinary wine, and this belongs to the owner's exclusive secret. The masters who know how to make wine in the winery have speculated that either the owner used any special techniques and procedures in the fermentation of this wine in kumquat, or it was added to the wine. What special wine leads to the variation of the wine during the fermentation process will produce a different taste from traditional red wine and kumquat wine. But this is just their guess. No one will prove it personally. After all, this is the secret of the boss alone. And these masters who have been playing wine for many years do not have their own unique skills. For example, in French wineries, the red wine produced every year will have different tastes, but they will say that the grapes produced every year are different, and our craftsmanship is public. If you really believe it, then you are a fool. The world-famous wineries will definitely have some unique skills when making wine, and these unique skills will definitely not be announced to the public. As for the boss of Xiaofeng, he has some unique brewing skills in his hands. It is too normal, and such unique skills will definitely not be passed on, and if they are passed on, they will be passed on to their own descendants. Therefore, everyone will not ask too much. Recently, with the Dynasty series of drinks, the high-end market has gradually opened up in Europe and the United States, and it has already become famous in the world. The winery here will receive some phone calls every day to ask if this wine is produced here. For this matter, Han Zhengou also specifically asked Xiaofeng for inquiries. Han Zhengou was the general manager who left Xiaofeng to help him manage the winery when Xiaofeng accepted the winery. I have to say that this person is of very good quality. Although Xiaofeng will not appear in the winery most of the time, this person is still the winery is well managed. Now the winery's hotel is open to the outside world, and hot springs, skiing and other tourism and vacation projects have been added in the valley. For more than a year, Han Zhengou has managed the winery very well. Only relying on hotel and tourism revenue can basically maintain the normal operation of the winery. As for the brewing of red wine and fruit wine, Xiaofeng personally came to take care of it. However, the procedure hasn't changed much. Basically, the steps are the same, and the people are the same people, but everyone doesn't understand why the same process produces such a big difference in taste from before. Everyone speculated that it was Xiaofeng's reason, because after the wine was made in the initial stage and stored in the wine cellar to start fermentation, Xiaofeng forbids anyone to enter the wine cellar. Except for him, even monitoring is not allowed. So Han Zhengou guessed that Xiaofeng must have used special methods to make the drinks so special. Now some domestic red wine distributors are answering calls, tentatively asking whether this wine is produced here, and he doesn't know how to answer, so he approached Xiaofeng to discuss it. The answer given by Xiaofeng was to tell the dealers that this wine was produced by them, but the current output is insufficient and only exported abroad. In addition, he is required to register the Dynasty series trademark and strengthen the treatment of anti-counterfeiting signs. As for domestic distributors, we currently do not accept cooperation or anyone to visit. The reason for this is because Xiaofeng feels that this Dynasty series of drinks are not well known abroad, and the market needs to be cultivated. This will take at least 2 to 3 years. As long as it lasts for 2 to 3 years, the Dynasty series of drinks have passed the test of time and have completely established a foothold in the high-end foreign markets. According to the urine characteristics of Chinese people, especially the urine characteristics of many Muiyang people in the upper class, I would definitely be willing to take the initiative to introduce this wine to China. Who is willing to take the initiative to clear the way for him, then many things will come naturally. Moreover, he originally made this foreign wine, mainly for the high-end market, and he did not intend to open it to the civilian market. This is his marketing plan for the future Dynasty series in the domestic market and positioning. But at this night, he went straight to the wine cellar, naturally in order to put the wine brought from the outside world back into the wine barrels. After having the experience last time, now he no longer needs to worry about the output of foreign wines. The wines, kumquat wine and even cider made in the world can be directly obtained from the foreign world and handed to Majestic. Then let him in these wines if the special wine from the alien world www.mentalnovel.com is undergoing secondary fermentation, and the wine after such transformation will have a different flavor, and the wine produced in the alien world can even be said to be different. Comparable. Before Xiao Feng went to another world this time, he had already emptied all the wine barrels here, and brought all the wine to Mudge, and then brought back a lot of foreign wines from Mudge. Of course, this time put the wine back into the barrel. Anyway, the people at the winery have accepted the fact that Xiao Feng has unique winemaking skills. He can improve the wine quality of the winery to a certain level, so Xiao Feng will gradually loosen the control of this wine. For example, Han Zhengou now asks Xiao Feng to open this dynasty series of wines to the winery's hotel, and then he has the conditions to build a more high-end specialty winery. With this high-end wine gimmick of the dynasty series, he can completely renovate and upgrade the hotel, or rebuild a more advanced resort hotel to generate profit. Xiao Feng also agreed with his idea very much, but still told him, wait a minute, wait for the reputation of the dynasty series. After it gets bigger, carry out such operations. Chapter 408 Damon Island. The next morning, Xiao Feng was awakened by the phone ringing before he got up. Hey, you villain, you don't want to find me when you return home. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard the other side's complaint, and Xiao Feng immediately became energetic. It was Zuzuki who called. The two hadn't seen each other for some time. After the last time the caviar supply was completed, the girl stayed and participated in the investment promotion meeting made by famous chefs. After the conference, Zuzuki returned to Greentown with her uncle. His uncle and their family paid a lot of money and joined 10 branches in the Greentown area. Of course, Xiao Feng also gave a certain discount, and after the signing of the franchise was completed, they rushed back to find the store, decorate, and prepare to operate. After all, the 10 branches are all opened, looking for houses, decorating, finding people for training, purchasing goods, etc., all of which are not small projects. It is not a matter of relying on their parents alone. Zuzuki is also one of the main heirs of their family in the future, so she is also responsible for this matter. Although she still wants to stay in Binching and continue to be with Xiao Feng, she can only endure pain of separation and follow her uncle back to her hometown to help. Since then, the two have often kept in touch with each other on the phone, so the heat between the two has not diminished. Sorry, beauty, I only came back yesterday, and I have to run around this time. You know I have a lot of things to be busy here. Bear with me. All the beautiful women called to ask questions. Of course, Xiao Feng had to explain well, but Zuzuki was not really angry. Some time ago, most of her thoughts and energy were spent on opening a shop at home, and she was also busy. Broken, until recently, it was finally free. When I finish these few days, how about I go and find you? Thinking about the relaxing time with girls, Xiao Feng really missed girls a little. Besides, now he is also a big business, and the company is on the right track. Of course, he needs to relax appropriately and find time for a vacation. HMPH, I'll spare you. But you don't use it anymore. This lady has already arrived in Benching. Huh? You came to Benching? When did you arrive? Why didn't you notify me? Hearing that Zuzuki had arrived in Benching, Xiao Feng immediately sat up, and of course he was very happy that the girl could come. I just got off the plane and have arrived at my uncle's house. The Greentown site has been so hot in the last few days. I just came here to escape the heat. Zuzuki also studied in Benching University. Of course, he understands the climate of Benching. Every summer, it is much more comfortable here than in the south. In Greentown, you have to hide in the air-conditioned room all day long, but in Benching, you don't even need to turn on the air conditioner all day. It's too hot and the fan is enough. Even sleep at night and cover the quilt. Every summer, she would come to Benching to escape the heat. And this year, because she met Xiao Feng, she certainly had more reasons to come to Benching to escape the summer heat, and the parents who met Xiao Feng of course would not object to her coming. Okay, I'll come to find you now. The goddesses are here. If you don't take the initiative, you will be stupid. Not to mention that Xiao Feng and Zuzuki have already broken through half of the relationship between men and women. After washing, Xiao Feng didn't even eat breakfast, so he drove directly to Suzuki's uncle's house. Uncle Suzuki has been stationed in Greentown recently, mainly responsible for the operation of the 10 famous chef manufacturing franchise stores. According to Suzuki's statement, these 10 stores are one of a kind, with good taste, sufficient quantity, and affordable prices. How can such a fast food restaurant not be popular? Coupled with a series of advertisements made by celebrity chefs, as well as previous online celebrity shops, first, this shop has become an out-and-out domestic Chinese fast food leader. Many people know the advertising effect, coupled with the fermentation and superposition of the word-of-mouth effect, has made this store quite well known across the country. So when this store opens, there is no need to be afraid that no one will come. Recently, Suzuki's parents, and uncles and aunts have all focused on the management of this celebrity chef manufacturing franchise store. Greentown is a new first-tier city, the base of famous domestic internet companies, and there are many tourists, so the consumption power of the whole city is very strong. And this kind of Chinese fast food is very appetizing for everyone. The decoration is clean and tidy, high grade, good taste, and the food is diversified enough. The most important thing is that the price is not expensive, so as long as the store is opened, the rest can be counted at home. Suzuki's parents, who have been seeking the transformation of new industries in recent years, are also relieved after opening these branches. These 10 stores can be described as Nijindujan. Even if you want to share the accounts with Uncle Suzuki's family, you can make a lot of money every year. At least 10 million yuan is a must. If you open a few more stores, you will definitely earn more. Considering the special relationship between Suzuki and Xiao Feng, her parents certainly hope that Suzuki and Xiao Feng can go further. Hey! That store is really hot. It is overcrowded every day, especially in the scenic area and the branches in the Science and Technology Park. It is full every day, and even has to extend its business hours at night. My parents and uncles are watching profit every day. My parents are also considering whether to transfer the fish soup from sturgeon farming. After all, the investment is large and the results are slow. In recent years, the competition has increased. It's getting more intense. It's still reliable to open such a store. I heard from them that there are hundreds of thousands of net profits every day. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. They were both young men and women. They had to drive when they saw each other. After a fierce drive, Suzuki lay in Xiao Feng's arms and began to tell him about her parents' current situation. The hot situation in Greentown. Xiao Feng nodded frequently when he heard this. The chef made him in the first tier nationwide and opened a total of 18 restaurants in the new first-tier cities, and the only one he didn't set foot in was Greentown, just to leave the market to Suzuki and his family. Now it seemed that their family business was pretty good, so he was relieved. As for the popularity of celebrity chef manufacturing, this is very normal to him. Kobayashi is now patrolling the business of celebrity chef manufacturing across the country. They will not only look at the situation of their own 18 directly operated stores, including franchised stores across the country, they will also conduct inspections. According to Kobayashi's reaction, it can be said that the situation of customers surging in the door, like Suzuki said, is everywhere, and it can happen in many big cities. Celebrity chef manufacturing is now popular all over the country, and the acceptance among consumers is very high. By the way, how long do you plan to stay this time? Xiao Feng asked Suzuki with a smile, and Suzuki also looked up at him. I don't know yet. Let's take a good look at your performance. Haha, no problem. By the way, I think I still have physical strength, so let's do the equation again. Looking for death, Bardas. In the next few days, Xiao Feng's life was naturally very comfortable. Every day, he took Suzuki around, and all the famous attractions in Binching. Although the two of them have visited these attractions countless times before, but this time with a loved one, the meaning of turning it around is quite different. Xiao Feng, who was bored with all the major attractions that day, suddenly had a whim, rented a yacht in Xingang district, and planned to go to the sea for a round of fun. There is a wharf in Xingang district. There are many kinds of yachts and sailboats parked in the wharf, some of which belong to tourism companies and some belong to individuals. Xiao Feng went directly to a travel company and directly chartered a 45-yard high-end luxury yacht, which costs nearly 10,000 yuan a day. But this little money is not a big deal to Xiao Feng now. The yacht company assigned them a captain, and then Xiao Feng bought some food and fishing tools, and set off. It was the midsummer, the sea was scorching, and the ultraviolet rays were very strong, but they still couldn't stop the two people's enthusiasm for playing in the water. First, under the introduction of the captain, they went to several famous islands, diving, and playing around. Then, under the leadership of the captain, he drove the boat to the famous sea fishing area near Benching to catch the fish. The result was really good. Zuzuki was lucky and really caught a big grouper. At noon, the old captain personally cooked, and used this grouper to cook a sumptuous lunch for them. In the afternoon, the captain drove the boat back, and in a short while, he reached the boundary of Bat. Suddenly, Xiao Feng's heart moved and shouted to the captain, "Master, can you go and wait for Mendao to turn around?" Xiao Feng, as the chief customer, is kind and generous. The captain likes him very much, and he naturally obeyed the boss' words. howlu.novel.com. You guys sit down. After speaking, he slammed the steering wheel, turned the bow, and the yacht swiftly drove towards the direction of Waiting Island. It's a pity for Mendao. In the past 2 years, Bat has invested a lot. The land has been leveled, the reservoir has been built, and even the cables have been brought over from the mainland. Unfortunately, the investment plan was abandoned. Now the island has been swaying here, and usually some fishing boats going out to sea come back to avoid the wind and rain. Otherwise it will be difficult to see people all year round. The captain was very familiar with the waters in this area, and soon carried Xiao Feng and others to the vicinity of Maiman Island. The wharf that was built on this island for investment promotion played a role. The captain put the ship at the wharf, and Xiao Feng took Zuzu with him. She went ashore. But I didn't go far. I just walked around the pier a few times, then took out the binoculars, looked in the distance, and learned about the situation on the island. The development at the time was indeed in place. It can be seen that the land has been leveled from the outside of the wharf to the foot of the mountain to the north. You can even see the paving road during the vertical and horizontal period, and even the foot of the mountain in the distance. An abandoned tin house. The conditions on this island are very good, and Xiao Feng is more satisfied as he sees it. Chapter 409. First official appearance. The area of the island is not big, and it is not small. If you just open a food package processing factory, the area of the island should be more than enough. Several storage warehouses are under construction to store finished products and raw materials, and there are also enough places. The rest of the area is to build some staff dormitory areas. After all, this is a deserted island where employees can go to work on the island, but the living environment must be built in place. Xiao Feng is not one of those black-hearted bosses. He has also worked, and he knows how difficult it is to work for someone. Moreover, as an entrepreneur now, he must take on certain social responsibilities, and now many domestic bosses are inviting scolding. Moreover, once something happens to these bosses, the people will often cheer and applaud. Why? It is because these bosses only know what to ask for, but don't know what to return, and they don't have the slightest idea of taking on social responsibility and giving back to the society. I would rather spend tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands on a meal with others, rather than give employees a few hundred yuan salary increase. This is the extreme lack of a sense of social responsibility. Of course, some bosses cannot be ruled out. It is very difficult for companies to operate, and it is also very difficult for employees to pay social security. Except for such companies, they cannot be difficult for others. But Xiao Feng has seen more before, that is, the kind of unscrupulous boss who is unkind. And now that he is the boss himself, he certainly doesn't want to get close to those people. especially now that celebrity chefs are in very good operating conditions and profit is very objective. Calling employees to work on this small island is to prevent employees from being tempted by the outside world to do anything to harm the company. Second, to cover the source of their own beef. Third, to facilitate shipments. And fourth, you can also use land from other places on the island to build pastures and raise your own. However, if employees leave their homes and houses to work on the island, they must take it seriously, not to mention raising their wages, but also doing logistical work such as eating, drinking, and housing. He plans to build several dormitory buildings for employees, open large single rooms for employees, and get larger houses for those with family members, so that they can take the family to the island for vacation. In addition, ample entertainment facilities should also be provided. Cinemas, football courts, basketball courts, swimming pools, and libraries are all in place. Anyway, employees must be willing to take the initiative to work on the island. Let the employees spontaneously be willing to treat the enterprise as their own home, so that they can be regarded as a qualified entrepreneur. After probably seeing the situation of the island, Xiao Feng and Zuzuki returned to the boat. Zuzuki felt very strange that Xiao Feng suddenly decided to visit the island midway. However, after seeing the situation of the islands clearly, I probably have a judgment in my heart. Jiangsu and Zhejiang have been developed early, and there are not a few cases of contracting islands. Even the first person to contract a desert island in China is the boss of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. On Qiandao Lake, there are many people contracting islands to develop, so Zuzuki can say that it is not uncommon for Zuzuki to contract islands. What? Do you want to contract this island? Yes, I want to contract this island. As a production base for celebrity chefs, you know that the main products of our celebrity chefs are beef rice and beef noodles. Among them, beef is the bulk of the raw materials we imported from abroad. We are now the food bag base in Xinjiang district. Every time beef enters and exits the port is very troublesome. Moreover, the food bag we produce must be shipped from Binching to all parts of the country, and the cost is very high if it is transported by land. The most cost-effective way to go by sea is, so I want to put the cooking bag factory on this island. And on this island, we can better isolate all kinds of pollution, and even vegetables, we can cultivate ourselves. Xiao Feng, of course, has planned. This island is engaged in factories and farming. As for vegetables, hey, I bought them from the nearby islands. Anyway, there are several small islands nearby. The islands are all fishermen. Have to cultivate some land on their own and be self-sufficient. Buying vegetables from those fishermen can on the one hand establish a good relationship with the local government, and on the other hand, it can also help the local fishermen obtain some benefits. And Zuzuki agrees with Xiao Feng's idea very much. It's true, putting the production base on the island will definitely be safer and more convenient for transportation. My dad and others know a lot of food processing bosses. Usually when they eat and chat together, they often talk about food safety. The most troublesome thing is food safety. Now the environment is seriously polluted. The air and water are very polluted, and various infectious diseases will occur regularly, like bird flu in previous years. At that time, our food processing bosses, especially those related to poultry, lost misery. If you put the processing base on the island, it will be easy to isolate those disasters. Xiao Feng nodded, I think so too. Oh, when I came out for a day, I was diving and swimming in the sea again, and I was tanned. While chatting, Zuzuki looked at the discolored arms and complained. The girl was originally white, and she also loved beauty. She usually pays great attention to maintenance and whitening, but now on her arm, starting from the elbow, there are completely two different colors. Above the elbow, the color is lighter because it is covered by clothing, but below the elbow, because there is no clothing to cover, it has been exposed to the sun for a long time, and it has become more red color at this time. Zuzuki, who has experienced many island trips, of course knows that she must have been sunburned, although she used to go to university in Benching, She has also been in benching for many years, and she often goes to the seaside of benching, but it is the first time to go to the sea from benching. It is inevitable that she is not prepared enough, and she carries the sunscreen. The grades are relatively low, so I got sunburned. In fact, this kind of sunburn is not a big deal. It will explode a layer of skin, and it will hurt for a few days. But what scares the girls the most is that after this layer of skin grows back, the skin here will turn black. As a beauty-loving woman, 2 colors for one arm are quite unacceptable for them. Although Suzuki still knows that after going back this time, as long as avoiding sun exposure and adding more VC, the color of the skin will gradually recover, but it takes at least 1 summer. And when I think of this summer, I can't wear half sleeves. She felt very sad, and Xiao Feng was so cute seeing her look like this, and couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect to get 2 fan punches directly by Suzuki. Everyone is heartbroken and you are still laughing. What are you afraid of? When I go back, I will find something good for you to put on, so that your skin will return to its original appearance, even better than the original. With the help of cosmetics and medicines produced by the 9th laboratory, Xiao Feng is really not afraid of sunburns and darkening of his skin. Really? Suzuki was skeptical of Xiao Feng's statement. But Xiao Feng nodded confidently. Just wait and see. When he returned to the winery in the evening, Xiao Feng took out the scald cream he got from the 9th laboratory. Just then Suzuki's arm began to ache fiercely. He took out the scald ointment and gently smeared a layer on Suzuki's arm. Suzuki, who originally felt hot and uncomfortable on his arm, immediately stopped speaking. A layer of white ointment was applied on the 2 forearms, and I don't know what it was, but there was a strong smell of milk. Then the arm no longer hurt. The hot sensation disappeared immediately, and it was replaced by a chill, cool feeling. This feeling is really very comfortable, and at this time Suzuki believed in Xiao Feng. He really didn't brag. The miraculous ointment he said to him along the way turned out to be true. When Xiao Feng finished touching it, she snatched the bottle of ointment. Let me see. What brand of cosmetics is it so amazing? Xiao Feng was dumbfounded by this girl. It's not cosmetics. This is scald cream. Huh? There is such a powerful scald cream? Cut, you women of long hair and short knowledge. I told you that this scald cream is only the 1st grade, because your injury is not serious. It's not bragging. My scald cream, or the kind of skin loss all burns and scalds can be saved for you. Really so amazing? Of course, it's really a pity it's not cosmetics. I feel that this ointment is cool and comfortable when applied to my arm. Here, I'll try this suit for you. Xiao Feng told Suzuki to push over a cosmetic set produced by the 9th laboratory, which contained liquid masks, eye creams, facial creams, skin care lotions, etc. This was also the first official appearance of the 9th laboratory's cosmetic set. At this time, Xiao Feng also widened his eyes, paying attention to Suzuki's every move. He wanted to see the first reaction of domestic high-end customers after seeing this product. Earlier, Xiaojun also adopted Xiao Feng's suggestion. Metalnovel.com. A batch of small, exquisite blue and white clay pots were specially customized from the porcelain capital to use as cosmetic jars. After all, such high-end cosmetics, the packaging must not go wrong. It is to make people leave an indelible impression of this product after seeing it at first glance. Therefore, Xiaojun can say that the production of this batch of blue and white cans is not hesitating. If these small blue and white pots are not used for these cosmetics, this small pot alone is a very good top craft. And Suzuki's reaction also made Xiao Feng very satisfied. Seeing such a beautiful box of cosmetics, her eyes went wide and her face was full of surprise. Even her breathing slowed down. Suzuki has always been in a good family environment since she was a child, so she has been exposed to cosmetics earlier than her peers. In addition, she also worked as a graphic model for clothing for a period of time, so she also has her own set of experience in cosmetics. Usually skincare and makeup are never soft, and there are a lot of tens of thousands of cosmetics at home. But today, The set of cosmetics in front of her opened her eyes. She has never seen such a beautiful blue and white pot set. Chapter 410 Real Island Owner. The mahogany box is covered with yellow satin, and the small blue and white cans are arranged inside. The Chinese flavor is full, and it looks even more luxurious. Very special for the royal family in the past. Just by looking at the box packaging, you can feel that this set of cosmetics is very high-end. The outer packaging alone is already on the same level as the foreign cosmetics on the market. Women are born with no resistance to such a packaged product. Suzuki only glanced at it, and her eyes kept blinking. Xiao Feng has also been paying attention to Suzuki's reaction. Before that, he and He Xiaojun said that a planning team was specially invited to design the outer packaging of the 9th laboratory cosmetics. After all, more than half of the current high-end products are bought outside package. Although everyone knows that this is excessive marketing, but there is no way consumers like you to do it. Now is the age of looking at faces, even looking at people, let alone buying things. The same are apples grown from a tree. An apple with a little scar on it and a little smaller in size can only fall into the hands of street vendors, selling for 3 yuan and 5 jin. But apples that are big, beautiful in color, and have no scars will be carefully packaged by Erdao dealers, and then sent to the supermarket shelves for 7 or 8 yuan, or even 10 yuan a catty. So in this era, you want to make your products popular with consumers. What if you don't pack it properly? What's more, they give this cosmetics a high-end positioning. When the design team took out the outer packaging of this blue and white porcelain bottle and designed it with the mahogany gift box, Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun took a fancy to this outer packaging at a glance. After all, they are high-end cosmetics produced in China. If you want consumers to remember the attributes of their Chinese origin, they must work packaging. The mahogany boxes and blue and white porcelain bottles are the most outward manifestations of the Chinese style. But Xiao Feng does not know whether consumers will accept this design concept. In his opinion, Suzuki is definitely the kind of consumer who is knowledgeable about cosmetics. If this outer packaging can pass her, then it will definitely be accepted by most other consumers. And now seeing Suzuki look like this, Xiao Feng was also relieved. The outer packaging is always done. Ah, it's so beautiful, Brother Feng. What brand of cosmetics are you? The 9th laboratory? That country? Why haven't you heard of it? Suzuki finally eased from the shock, and her mouth was even more like a cascade of pearls, crackling and talking. She was completely in love with this set of cosmetics in her hand. Xiao Feng could only explain to her with a smile, this is the latest product of a company I invested in. Don't look at me with such a look. Rest assured, this product is definitely a good thing, compared with those big European and American brands. Not to mention, I will tell you about this cosmetic, but it has its own unique skills. Xiao Feng probably explained to Suzuki, and Suzuki let go of her suspicions. Anyway, since she was a young girl in business, she has learned a truth. You get what you pay for. Although this sentence may not be 100% accurate, it is still not wrong when it is used to describe 90% of the products on the market. This set of cosmetics, just looking at the outer packaging box, and the small bottle, it is estimated that it will cost hundreds of yuan. Unless the manufacturer has a brain problem, it will pack such a strong package with no real material product. So she is very looking forward to the effect of this product. I don't know if it's Katya's fast enough work efficiency, or the fact that Bat is too anxious. The celebrity chef made the news about waiting for the Door Island, and it didn't take 2 days. The top leader of Bat took the person in charge of investment promotion to the door of the famous chef, and Zhu Jing was caught off guard by the other party's sudden visit. Moreover, she had only heard Xiao Feng mention this matter, and she didn't know exactly how to do it. So she hurriedly contacted Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng quickly notified Kata, and the two went to the celebrity chef manufacturing together. The top leader of Bat is surnamed Zhao, and the person in charge of investment promotion is Jiang. They are both young and powerful in their early 40s. They all seem to be very capable. At first glance, They are people who have ideas about their career, especially Mr. Zhao, because of the power of the of harmony. The title cannot be used. The ants can only be as virtual as possible. Everyone should be considerate. Seeing Xiao Feng and Kata, he was very polite. Shake their hands and greet them. Director Zhang, who is in charge of investment promotion, had taken pictures with Kajia before. It was from him that Kajia learned some information about the island of Toi Aiman. So Director Zhang is very familiar with Kata. However, it was the first time that Xiao Feng and the others met. Both of them were very curious about Xiao Feng. Recently, Xiao Feng has become famous in the business circle of benching. He founded a famous chef at a young age. It is fast food, but now it has become a well-known fast food company in China. It is said that the first investment promotion conference was a big success, and the franchise fee alone received 1 billion yuan. Such an enterprise may not be in the eyes of many big leaders, but for BAT, it is an out-and-out giant. After all, their county belongs to the Binching area. An area with the worst economic data has a small population and its main income is from fisheries and offshore aquaculture. After the two sides met and exchanged greetings and introduced each other, then Mr. Zhao quickly entered the topic. Mr. Xiao, Miss Kata, we have recently heard that your celebrity chef manufacturing intends to invest in a new production base. I wonder if it is true? Yes, our celebrity chef manufacturing is currently developing well, and we will hold the second investment invitation conference in the coming year. This time we intend to open up 800 to 1,000 franchise places nationwide. Once the investment conference is successful, then it is imperative to expand production capacity. So we have been looking for suitable plots recently and are preparing to build a new production base. Xiao Feng has nothing to hide from the government officials. Besides, the development momentum of celebrity chef manufacturing is so good now. It is also necessary to brighten up the muscles and let the other party know that they are a company with unlimited potential. In this way, in the next negotiation, the other party will be more polite to them, and it will also help them to take advantage of the negotiation. Sure enough, as soon as he uttered these words, Mr. Zhao and Director Zhang on the opposite side immediately became more polite. Oh, that's it. It really is a new company in Binching. Mr. Xiao is really young and promising. All kinds of flattery came one after another. Xiao Feng took it lightly, and didn't take it too seriously. Some time ago, Miss Kata consulted me about the contracting of Duman Island. I don't know what Mr. Xiao has been thinking about recently, regarding the situation on Duman Island. I think you have also investigated clearly. There is our county. In the past few years, a total of more than 30 million has been invested to plan and manage small islands. The current conditions are very suitable for industrial development. Mr. Zhao smiled until the end, and of course the next big show was handed over to Director Zhang. Director Zhang didn't go around in circles. He went straight into it. Not only did it introduce the situation of the island, but also helped to think of the various advantages and disadvantages of the island if it becomes a production base for celebrity chefs. We also know that your company's beef is imported from abroad. We are willing to help simplify your company's import and export procedures. We have a customs branch in North At. In the future, your company's imported goods only need to go to we can directly enter the country through customs declaration in North At. And our county can also help you contact the shipping unit. If your product wants to leave the port, we can contact the freighter directly for you. And we can also contact the shipping company, opened a direct shipping route from Binching to Maiman Island. I have to say that this director helped them take many things into consideration. Xiao Feng is also very satisfied with his attitude, and I can see that they are very sincere. Anyway, judging from the director's attitude, the attitude of the Bathai County government to their investment can be said to be a green light all the way, so there is no reason for Xiao Feng and the others to be tensed. Well, Mr. Zhao, Director Zhang, Thank you very much for your attention to our company. We are indeed willing to invest in Mendao. We are very satisfied with the conditions there. The attitude of Director Jiang just now also showed us that the sincerity of the county government is that we are willing to invest in Daman Island. But I would like to ask, if we contract on Menman Island, how do we charge the fees? This is the key to today's meeting. Mr. Zhao and Director Jiang also sat up straight at this time. Director Jiang looked at Mr. Zhao and nodded when he saw Mr. Zhao. Then he cleared his throat. Until novel.com. This is Mr. Xiao. Island contracting has been promoted in our country for more than 20 years. At present, a total of 26 islands in the country have been contracted by private individuals. But they are mainly concentrated in the south. In our northern region, you are only the third one. According to our early investment and later evaluation, our county has set the contract price of this island at 500 million, 50 years. 50 years is also the longest time limit for the contracting of islands by the state, 500 million, which is equivalent to 10 million per year. For such a large island, considering that people have done all the preliminary work, this price can be said to be really not expensive. Xiao Feng didn't bargain with them either. Anyway, now he really doesn't have the money. Okay, that's it. Mr. Zhao and Director Jiang were shocked. They obviously didn't expect Xiao Feng to be so happy, but they quickly got over. Mr. Zhao grabbed Xiao Feng's hand and shook it vigorously. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Polite. Xiao Feng's heart is also happy. Starting today, he will become a real island owner. Chapter 411 Alien Marine Industry Development. Before Mr. Zhao and Director Jiang came, no one had thought that the negotiation would go so smoothly, and it took less than an hour to negotiate together, and the other party actually nodded and agreed to contract the island. Although the annual asking price of 10 million yuan is not high, considering the location of the island and the environment on the island, the asking price is actually not low. The biggest problem for ordinary people in contracting islands is that the investment is too large. For such a large island, you have to invest and build a factory on it. Just the project team on the island and the transportation of materials are a lot of money. Moreover, all kinds of living materials on the island have to be transported from the mainland. In order to find people to work on the island, the investor may have to raise wages, and in order to ensure the life and entertainment of the employees on the island, the investor has to increase investment and construction of islands, such as laying optical cables, or inviting telecommunications companies to build base stations, etc. So don't look at the contracting costs of this island is not high, but investors have to invest a lot of money on this island. What's more, their island, unlike the southern islands, has excellent natural scenery that can be developed and utilized, and it can make money back by traveling alone. This is just a small island suitable for industrial development. If the company does not manage well, then this island can drag the company down. So this is also the main reason why no one wants to invest on the island even though the initial infrastructure has been perfected. Even those chemical companies with deep pockets are more willing to invest and develop on the islands closer to Benthan, and are unwilling to invest in this island a little further away. This is also the disadvantage of this island. Director Jiang talked about the advantages for a long time before, but he didn't talk about this, but the boss made by other famous chefs actually accepted it. How can Mr. Zhao and Director Jiang not be overjoyed? When the matter was negotiated, the two parties exchanged a few simple greetings, and then Xiao Feng left each other for a meal. The two parties made an appointment to formulate the contract. After signing the contract, they said goodbye to each other. When the matter was settled, Zijing learned that Xiao Feng had set up an island. When the island owner wanted to build a production base there, she was also shocked. Although celebrity chefs now have the ability to make money comparable to money printing machines, boss, you shouldn't spend so much. There is no suitable place to build a factory in Benching, but there are always some in the next few cities, right? Our celebrity chefs make such a big name now. If you are willing to invest in a factory in the next city, people will always welcome it, right? All kinds of preferential policies are not for you. Why do you have to invest and build a factory on a deserted island? How much did you invest? Xiao Feng also explained to Zhu Jing with a smile, saying that by doing so, he could avoid various diseases and epidemics, and better control the safety and quality of products. But Zhu Jing still said that he didn't understand. It's true that we strictly control product quality and safety. Can we add various mandatory security inspection procedures? But then there is no need to really go to an isolated island, right? In the end, Xiao Feng could only smile and say to Zhu Jing, "Do you think that our food processing plant will only produce cooking bags made by famous chefs in the future? Let me tell you, we will enter the condiment industry in the future. We have to develop all kinds of soy sauce, cooking wine, and condiments. Do you not know the environment on the land? Now that the pollution is too serious, it will affect the quality of our products." This is also a question that Xiao Feng has been thinking about in recent days. Since he wants to take the island, he must maximize the use of the island's functions. There are more than a dozen square kilometers of islands. Just building a food package factory and cattle farms is a bit too wasteful. The seasoning factory should also consider it. The air and water on the island are indeed very suitable for making seasonings. The air and water pollution in the mainland is indeed serious. The most important thing is that on this island, it is easier for him to monitor the use of mushroom powder, and he does not have to lose it to the outside market. Zhu Jing was still a little unconvinced with Xiao Feng's explanation. If you want to see a condiment factory, you can build it on land. There are indeed air and water pollution problems, but they are not so serious, right? At this time, Xiao Feng continued, "Moreover, the beef patties currently produced in our factory, which are very beef balls, have already been sold in the south. In the future, I also hope to enter the marine industry. In the future, we will register an ocean fishing company and conduct overseas operations. We will carry out deep processing of the fishing operations and the returned seafood at this base. In addition, in the menus made by our famous chefs, some fish and seafood products will be added to the menu in the future." When Xiao Feng said this, Zhu Jing finally stopped objecting. There are many local fishermen, various fishery companies, offshore aquaculture companies, and even ocean fishing companies as well. As for offshore fishing, it's said that the market seems to be pretty good. The state has subsidies for ships and diesel, and the fish can be sold locally. If it is a precious fish, it can be frozen and shipped back to the country for sale. Anyway, I heard the development potential of this industry is pretty good. The most important thing is that unlike other ocean fishing companies, their celebrity chefs will be a comprehensive catering group in the future. Fish from other companies can only be sold when they are shipped back. After their fish is shipped back, they can be sold not only through fast food restaurants made by famous chefs, but also processed into fish balls, crab sticks, and other byproducts. So in terms of sales channels, they have this natural advantage. After understanding this, Zhu Jing naturally stopped opposing it, and Xiao Feng was also relieved and finally convinced his generals. And about this entry into the marine industry, this was also what he thought of when he came back after visiting the island 2 days ago with Zuzuki and playing a lap. He was in another world and had already secured his rule over the Penivera Peninsula. After he had knocked down the Gourd Gorge land before, it became his former base. Once there is a confrontation with the orcs, the main focus will be on the Gourd Gorge, and the Penivera Peninsula behind the city will become his rear. The Twin Towers city built on the tip of the island will become an important production base. He had previously told Ying Ran to take care of the training of sailors during this time and strive to get out of the sea as soon as possible. Even if these Yingzi people didn't dare to go to the far sea, it was enough to just slosh in the near sea. He has observed that sea area, it can be said to be rich and scary. As long as all kinds of seaweed on the beach can be collected, it can be exchanged for money. Look at the current world. Seaweed powder is used in various fields, including green foods for humans, health products, cosmetics for humans, animal feeds, and various cat and dog foods for cats and dogs. The application of this thing is so extensive. This is a big way to make money. Those seaweed will not be mentioned, but the seaweed. After you think it is made into snacks, at what price? For a few hundred grams, you can buy dozens or hundreds of yuan. The profit inside can be imagined. As for the sea area, the shellfish produced by the seaside, let alone, in terms of size, each is several times larger than the cousin on the earth, and the taste is extremely sweet. But that kind of shellfish, he doesn't plan to get it back into this world, it's too easy to be exposed. However, crabs can be considered. The Alaskan king crabs in this world are very expensive because of the high risk of salvaging, and the annual fishing season is also very short. But crabs like the Alaskan king crabs seem to be younger brother level pediatrics in the sea of that world, so they are available offshore, and they are very large in number and easy to fish, and they are not eye-catching when they come over. In addition, those lobsters are very similar to the king crabs. Due to various restrictions or seasonal reasons on the earth, those prawns are expensive to fish. But in other worlds, there are simply too many prawns. I don't know how to describe it. There are also a variety of marine fish. Xiao Feng has used binoculars to see many times in Shuangda City. The schools of fish that appear in that sea area are amazing, and they often come out of the sea. The size of those marine fishes, and the number of fish, his saliva is almost falling. Just grab some, and get it back will make him full of money. In the modern world, especially the waters near China, almost all have been fished. If you want to make money, you can only go fishing in the open ocean and high seas, and this kind of ocean fishing is actually not easy to make money. Although the state will subsidize shipbuilding money and diesel money, fishing at sea depends on the sky, and it is not easy to make money. But establishing a deep-sea fishery company, www.mentalnovel.com, can also provide Xiao Feng with a perfect cover, which can bring all kinds of fish and seafood from other worlds into the world blatantly. The only thing to worry about is the crew on the ship. Xiao Feng has been thinking about this for the past few days. Although the entire plan is currently flawed, the overall plan is still promising. But these are still in a hurry. The first thing they need to do now is to first take down the Waiting Door Island, then build a factory building, recruit all the staff, and complete the construction of the production base for the cooking bag. The road has to be walked step by step, and the meal has to be eaten bit by bit. This time the contract for this island will cost 500 million yuan. And almost 1 or 2 billion yuan will be invested to build a factory to recruit people. These investments alone can almost squeeze out the recent accumulation of celebrity chefs. Therefore, Sino Ocean Company has to wait for this plan, but investing in this island now is also preparing for future development. Katu also agrees with Xiao Feng's ideas very much, and even she is willing to provide more help to Xiao Feng. She had never thought before that Xiao Feng planned to engage in ocean fishing. Today, after listening to his thoughts, her mind suddenly an idea popped out. Chapter 412 Surprise. Zijing was busy going down. Xiao Feng and Kata didn't plan to leave right away. On Katja's suggestion, they found a cafe outside and sat down. Do you really plan to enter the marine industry? Katya smiled and asked Xiao Feng that the relationship between the two was very delicate. At the end of the day, when Xiao Feng hadn't made a fortune, Katya was just a fleeing person. Xiao Feng even saved Katya's life and took her in. Later, Kata followed in Xiao Feng's footsteps and accompanied him to start a business. She is also the person who knows Xiao Feng the most secrets. The relationship between the two has always been ambiguous. Although they did not pierce the last layer of window paper, they were very clear about each other's positioning. Katya is currently Xiao Feng's most trusted person and his steward, while Katya regards Xiao Feng as his future support. So if Xiao Feng had any thoughts, there was nothing to hide from Kata. That's right, the reason why I invested in the Taman Island this time is indeed because I have the idea of entering the marine industry. But this is not easy. Oh, you didn't tell me before that you want to enter the marine industry. Now that you have said that, What are your concerns? Xiao Feng glanced at Katia, and knew that she was sincerely doing her own good, so he smiled and said to Katia, "You also know that although our country has a long coastline, the overfishing of fishermen over the years has made our offshore areas unprofitable, and the fish have basically disappeared. The only thing that can make money in the marine industry is I go fishing in the ocean. I am from Binching, and some of my classmates used to do this at home, so I know very well whether I dare to make money from fishing in the ocean." Katia just listened to Xiao Feng quietly. She wanted to know what Xiao Feng's concerns were. For offshore fishing, the Chinese government has many preferential policies that support it. For example, if you build a new fishing boat, the state will give you subsidies for shipbuilding. If you go fishing in the ocean, the state will give you subsidies. But once you enter this industry, you really can only go fishing on the high seas. On the high seas, competition is fierce, and there are various regulations on the annual fishing season. So fishing on the high seas is actually really difficult to make money. If Xiao Feng didn't say this, Katia really didn't know. And which one is really making money? It is the fishing companies that have good relations with other countries. Which countries can obtain fishing licenses? The United States in North America, Canada, and Australia in the South, etc. These countries are my countries. Maritime control is very strict, and foreigners will not easily be allowed to fish on their side, and the same is true in Europe. These things Xiao Feng learned from his former classmates, otherwise he would know so many things about ocean fishing. Where is the real space for operation? It is South America and Africa. Countries like Argentina, Chile, Angola, Namibia, and Gabon. They all have very famous large fishing grounds near their coastlines. As long as you can get these, you can earn money only with the country's offshore fishing permit. But the key is that you know which countries are. If you don't know the local marine fishery officials, you will never get a fishing permit from another country. The coasts of South America and Africa do have large fishing grounds with a lot of fishery resources, which are well known all over the world. Every year, many domestic ocean-going fishing companies organize fleets to go to those large fishing grounds to fish. In the high seas, almost all fishing companies from all over the world will come to compete for fishing. Therefore, the fish in some fishing grounds on the high seas are now smart enough to swim along the ocean currents to the offshore areas. And the offshore areas belong to the territorial waters of these countries. Countries like Argentina and Chile also have their own fishery companies. When the fishing season comes every year, their fishery companies don't need to go out to the high seas at all. As long as they fish in the territorial waters of their own countries, it is enough to make them full. Moreover, their domestic market is also limited, and they can't eat these fish at all. So every year they export a large amount of seafood. But even so, the fishing grounds in their territorial waters still have a large amount of surplus fishery resources that cannot be caught. As for countries like Angola and Namibia, they don't have large fisheries companies at all, and they don't even go offshore fishing. Anyway, the output on land alone is enough for their citizens to eat and drink. But they don't fish themselves, but they don't let others fish. After all, this is a resource belonging to their country. So from the past few years, these South American and African countries will open some offshore fishing licenses every year, and give foreign fishery companies a stipulation on the amount and sea area they catch, allowing them to fish in their own waters. Of course, this license is not so easy to get it. Firstly, the price is very expensive. Secondly, if you don't know anyone, you really can't get it. If you don't have a permit, and you go to other people's seas to fish, then it's a theft. If you get caught, it's a big deal. In the past few years, a fishing boat in a certain area of the country went to someone else's Argentine waters to secretly fish, and it was discovered that they were directly bombarded by warships. Isn't it just a riot? At first, I was arguing that the Argentines were barbaric, but later on, why didn't you just know your own virtues? Do you know you are at a loss? So this ocean fishing is really not something anyone can do. No money, it's okay. If you rush into this industry, it's really a loss. Of course, Xiao Feng, who has the support of foreign fishery resources, does not need to worry about not being able to catch fish. The only thing he has to worry about is how to get those foreign fish into the country through regular channels. The sailors and captains on the fishing boats know how much fish they catch on their boats. You can't just stuff the fish caught from other worlds into the warehouse, and then tell them that they're calling them, right? Once you get it done, these sailors tell you that as soon as the boat gets ashore, you will be pulled into slices. So what Xiao Feng has the most headache now is this problem, and after Katia listened to the doorways he had said about ocean fishing, he suddenly said to him with a smile, "Are you having a headache? This issue of ocean fishing permits." Xiao Feng couldn't talk to Katia about the regularization of alien seafood that he had a headache, so he could only find this excuse to prevaricate, and when Katia asked, he could only nodded. "Yes it is." "Haha, why didn't you say this earlier? I can help you." "Oh, how can you help?" Xiao Feng's question mark filled his head, and Katia laughed. "You forgot, where did our family come from?" Xiao Feng had a sudden stop. Katia's family is a big family in the far east of Russia. Although it has suffered a blow from its old opponents in the past few years, it has slowed down in recent years and has restarted in the far east of Russia. A firm foothold, but what does this have to do with ocean fishing? Katia smiled and took out his phone, searched out a map, showed him. Xiao Feng understood. "You mean the Sea of Okhotsk?" "Yes, it's here." The Sea of Okhotsk, the area between the Russian Far East and the Kamchatka Peninsula, plus the Kuril Islands north of Hokkaido, Japan, has been completely occupied by Russia after World War II. In this way, this Sea of Okhotsk has almost become an inland sea of Russia. Xiao Feng has heard of the abundance of this sea area a long time ago. Because there are some volcanoes in the sea that will erupt regularly, the ocean currents under this sea area are warm. It is this continuous alternation of hot and cold ocean currents that makes this. There are a lot of microorganisms growing in this sea area. This has also created an abundance of fishery resources in this sea area, which was previously a famous fishing ground in the Far East. The most frequently seen in this sea area are fishing boats from Russia, Japan, and North and South Korea. But most of the fishing grounds here are controlled by the Russians. Coupled with the fierce and domineering performance of Maoxung, Japan and South and North Korea do not dare to overfish here, so the rich fishery resources here can be described as unimaginable. Earlier, Xiao Feng's classmates had thought of fishing here, but Maoxung was too unruly, so he gave up. However, Xiao Feng's classmates told him how rich the fishery resources are here. It is said that before the beginning of winter, a large number of fish return in August and September. In a random area of the fishery, you can go down with a net and catch the fish you catch, and you can basically fill your cabin. You don't need a second net at all, and you can sail home. Metalnovel.com. This shows the abundance of fishery resources here. But Xiao Feng had never considered here before. Because of Maoxung's fierceness and unruly habits, even the Japanese who are used to playing rogues would not dare to provoke them easily, not to mention Xiao Feng's thin arms and thin legs. And now Katia took the initiative to mention it with Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng almost didn't jump up happily. How could he forgot about it? Katia and Peter, are they not the siblings of Russia? This is really a surprise. Isn't Vladivostok the largest port city near that sea area, and the largest fishing port? Others may not be able to figure out the fishing permit, but it is not a problem for us. Peter can help you figure it out. Rest assured that if we can't figure it out, we can also set up a local fishing company. We can just go fishing in the Sea of Okhotsk. Miss Katia is very confident, and Xiao Feng also thinks it is the same. Teddy bears are always fierce and unreasonable to foreigners, but they take good care of the people of the country. Foreigners are not allowed to go fishing in that fishing ground. But the natives, hey, that's 2 characters, whatever. Chapter 413. Take the initiative to visit with the channels provided by Katia. This ocean fishing has a working area, and there is no need to worry about harvesting. Taking into account the rich resources of the fishing grounds in the Okhotsk Sea, It may even be possible to ensure that its ocean fishing company is profitable without using foreign fish. However, Xiao Feng still needs to consider how to normalize the fish resources from the outside world. However, the current priority is to rent out the island and then start construction of the production base. Anyway, he is not short of this amount of money. This is the priority. At the same time that the factory is established, the pasture will also be established. At that time, some small calves will be imported from abroad to raise. As for the feed, there is no need to worry about it. The last time Xiao Feng went to another world, he had specifically ordered Liu Dizi not to go out hunting when the warehouse was full, but to harvest forage first and make the forage into green fodder. Alfalfa from the outside world is very rich in nutritional value and is very suitable for animals such as cattle, horses and sheep. Xiao Feng also handed over the production method of green feed to Mudge, and Mudge even made some localized improvements based on the natural environment in another world. This is also the main reason why they domesticated large livestock such as cattle, horses and sheep in the cold winter without a large number of attritions. Now the fodder on the other side has piled up into a mountain, and it is more than enough for the local cattle, sheep and horses to eat. Once the ranch on the modern world side is built, Xiao Feng will definitely get some fodder from there. The domestic production of these alfalfa feeds is not high, and the quality is not high. A large number of them are imported from abroad every year, and the price is not cheap, which invisibly greatly increases the cost of domestic breeding companies. For Xiao Feng, these are cost-free things, so even if he farms in the modern world, the cost is much lower than other companies. The rest of the work will naturally be entrusted to Katia. Of course, for the contracting of the island, a dedicated team of lawyers must be invited to draw up the contract. All these will be handed over to Katia. Xiao Feng returned to the winery. Suzuki was not by his side these days. Instead, she took the time to go back to her hometown. It is said that because one of her cousins got married, she went back to be a bridesmaid for someone else. Although she also wanted Xiao Feng to accompany her. But Xiao Feng happened to be busy with something and couldn't leave, so she had to go back by herself. I just rushed back that day. When Xiao Feng returned to the winery, Suzuki was already in the suite, and when he saw him coming back, he immediately rushed into his arms. "Where did you go this day? Why did you come back?" "Haha, I went to talk about contracting the island. Didn't we see an island that day?" Xiao Feng didn't tell Suzuki about it, so he told her about it again, and Suzuki just listened to it. After all, the two of them hadn't made any further progress, so she was not very good at interfering with Xiao Feng's management of the company. After discussing business matters for a while, Suzuki suddenly changed the topic. "Brother Feng, what is the name of your cosmetics company? Where are these cosmetics made?" "Oh, what's the matter?" "The company's name is Ninth Lab. Didn't I tell you?" "The company is located in Benching. I invested some time ago, and the product was only recently made." "Oh, don't you know, I went back recently, and my little sisters kept asking me, what kind of cosmetics did I use recently? They all said that my skin has improved." Suzuki talked about her experience in the last few days. After Xiao Feng gave her a set of cosmetics last time, she was experiencing the magical effect of the scald cream. The next day, she couldn't wait to use the cosmetics that day. Just 2 days later, she went back to Greentown to attend her cousin's wedding. Her cousin's home is also in good conditions for doing business, and the surrounding relatives and friends also have a good home environment. A group of girls gathered together, and the topics were nothing more than just a few: men, travel, food, cosmetics, and as a result, talking about Suzuki became the center of attention of those girls. They are all relatives and friends, and they usually meet every other day, so everyone is very familiar with them. Of course, Suzuki and others are also familiar. In the past, Suzuki had a problem, that is, when the summer comes, she will get eczema on her body, and even her face will appear when it is severe. This is another reason why she didn't choose to study locally at the university back then, and she studied in the south. The summer in the south was too hot and humid, which caused her often skin allergies. The other sisters knew about her little problem, but this time she went back and stayed for a few days. Her face and body did not show the usual allergic symptoms. Not only did the skin not turn black due to the strong summer sun, but it also turned white. What's more, the skin turned out to be soft and supple, but it made all her relatives and sisters jealous. Everyone's family environment is similar, and they usually pay great attention to skin care. Various big-name and expensive cosmetics are used a lot, but who would have thought that Suzuki doesn't seem to use any big-name cosmetics, and the skin is better than them. Especially the previous sisters, who had better skin conditions than Suzuki, were even more upset at this time. So after chatting, they talked about cosmetics, and several sisters just asked what cosmetics Suzuki used. And it was precisely because of their reminders that Suzuki realized that she had been back for a few days, and there was really no eczema on her face and body. In addition, everyone repeatedly praised her for her good complexion and pale skin, and she remembered it. The set of cosmetics Xiao Feng used for her. Before using these cosmetics, she herself had obvious feelings, and they were really easy to use. The liquid mask is applied to the face, and you can obviously feel the feeling of absorption, and after each use, you will feel the skin more tight and elastic. There is also that eye cream. She used to be a flat model before. Because of her career, she often had to stay up late, so she always had the problem of dark circles. Before that, she had always used makeup and foundation to cover it. But after using this product's eye cream this time, she unexpectedly discovered that her dark circles have been significantly reduced. This is a problem that can't be cured by many big brand eye creams in the past. This really brought her a lot of surprises. When I was with Xiao Feng before, Xiao Feng was a Madaha, and she didn't mention her changes very much, and she didn't take her seriously. But this time when she came home, she was mentioned by those little sisters so clearly that she felt it's a change in itself. In terms of skin, because she is young and at the best age for a woman, she doesn't have too many wrinkles on her face, and she doesn't lack collagen or the like. So the effect of the cream and the liquid mask is not so obvious, but the effect of the eye cream is absolutely different. It can be said that the effect is immediate, plus the most humid and hot days in Greentown. Her body and face, she didn't have any eczema at all, and she suddenly realized that it must be the effect of the cosmetics. So when the little sisters asked, she didn't hide it, so she took out the cosmetics Xiao Feng had given her and showed them to the sisters. I didn't think that the cosmetics had only been unveiled, and they suppressed her sisters. The high-end, atmospheric and high-grade packaging is rare in the market. Although it is a domestic brand that I have never heard of, just by looking at the outer packaging, you can see the campaigner's intentions. Even more, a few sisters couldn't hold back, so they took some on the spot to try it out. This use shocked the little sisters. What kind of fairy cosmetics is this? This effect is too good. There was a sister who had a lot of butterfly spots on her face after giving birth. After using the cream Suzuki took out, the butterfly spots on her face gradually faded away when everyone was visible. Not all disappeared, but compared to that sister, the effect of using a thick foundation to cover it was much stronger. Another little sister who has always been troubled by crow's feet in the corners of her eyes because of her love of laughter. After using her cream, the crow's feet in the corners of her eyes have also become significantly lighter. This effect has shocked Suzuki's younger sisters. Everyone went crazy immediately. In the end, Suzuki didn't take back that set of cosmetics, and was divided among her sisters on the spot. This situation made Suzuki a little bit annoyed, but also a little proud. What is annoying is that this cosmetic is so precious, and I don't know if Xiao Feng has it. After all, he said before that the sample was given to her and it has not been mass-produced. If there is no stock, wouldn't it be necessary to wait long time? I am proud that the good things that these little sisters are fighting for are made by the company her brother Feng has invested in. There is currently no sale on the market, and only she has channels to get it. From now on, These little sisters of her www.mtlnovel.com have to be polite to meet her. I really didn't expect such a small cosmetic product to make her face so much. Suzuki told Xiao Feng about her experience of going back. Xiao Feng laughed after hearing it. Don't worry, I will ask you for a set tomorrow. If others go, they will definitely not give it, but I will go. They have to give me face. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Feng. Suzuki happily jumped over and stamped Xiao Feng's face. By the way, Brother Feng, how do you plan to sell the cosmetic set of the 9th laboratory after mass production? When Suzuki asked this, Xiao Feng raised his head and looked at her. He knew that there must be something in her words. Sure enough, Suzuki blushed when he saw him like this. That's it. I have a cousin who is an e-commerce company. There is a very large online shop for grabbing goods on Mao.com and Bao.com. She also acts as an agent for several international big-name products. She was very interested in the products of the 9th lab, so she wanted to cooperate with you to represent the products of the 9th lab. Chapter 414 Got one lesson. Want to represent the products of the 9th lab? Xiao Feng looked at Suzuki with a faint smile, and Suzuki Zhao reached out and hit him. Could it? Xiao Feng smiled secretly. It must have been this little girl who went back to brag with relatives, or she was framed up and couldn't get off the stage, so she came back and begged herself at this time. He is absolutely confident about the quality and efficacy of the cosmetics in the 9th laboratory, but he has been a bit blinded about how to open the domestic market. Firstly, he has never entered the cosmetics market, and he doesn't know how to play in this industry. Secondly, as a new brand, but also a domestic brand, he wants to find a place in the cosmetics market that has almost been divided up in China. It will be quite difficult. During this time, Xiao Feng has been thinking about how to enter this industry. In addition to a business report, the invited research team also recommended some mature business models to them, all of which were old routines. Look for big celebrities to endorse, and then advertise overwhelmingly. Generally, new makeup brands are played like this, and in terms of effect, they are all pretty good. The only disadvantage of this is that the initial investment will be relatively large, and this is the method Xiao Feng least wants to use, because most of the players who have played these routines before are foreign brands. These foreign brands themselves have a considerable amount of capital accumulation, so hundreds of millions or even billions of advertising expenses in a year are not a big deal to them. And he is not bad as a newly created domestic brand. If he also plays like this, his capital chain will bear a lot of pressure. Moreover, when looking for a big celebrity, people may cherish feathers and are unwilling to accept his advertisements. Even if they are willing to accept them, they may open their mouths and demand high prices, which is not what he wants. In addition, according to the business model of the business plan, they have to contact major domestic supermarkets, rent counters, and sell cosmetics on site, so the cost of sales will be very high. Just renting a sales counter in major supermarkets requires a lot of investment. With the rise of e-commerce, in fact, most of the sales counters of major supermarkets are losing money. But why do those brands still persevering? It is because they are a big brand, they have strong financial resources, they are not afraid of burning money, and this kind of counter is another way of advertising. The most important thing is that once the supermarket organizes activities, people can complete 1 month's sales in one day. But for the big brands at this time, if the newly created domestic brands like the 9th lab follow the same pattern, it will be death. Besides, Chinese consumers are often not very confident about their national brands, and they always feel that the quality of our domestic brands is not as good as foreign ones, especially for this kind of things that are wiped on the face. The largest audience is women, and these women are often the most recognized foreign brands. Therefore, Xiao Feng does not agree with the mature business model recommended in the business plan. If a big foreign brand does that, the success rate may be 70%. If he does that, he thinks that the success rate will be higher than 50%. So he did not intend to use ordinary methods to promote his products. Helen came before and he gave Helen a set of cosmetics. which was just a test. If you want to develop a new business model in China, especially if you want to make the product high-end and make it acceptable to consumers, you have to take a special route. Over the years, the country has been extremely weak, coupled with the continuous introduction and penetration of foreign brands over the past 30 years after the reopening, so that Chinese people are full of unconfidence in their domestic brands. In addition, more than 10 years ago, the Chinese themselves were not up to the point. Many industries were full of shoddy fabrications, counterfeiting, and the phenomenon of pitting their own people. This made the Chinese consumers' impression of their domestic brands even worse. Although in recent years, as more and more domestic companies have begun to pay attention to word of mouth, consumer experience, and the cultivation of consumer groups, domestically produced products have been the impression of low cost and inferior quality, which has gradually been eliminated from consumers' hearts. But this always requires a process, and it cannot be done overnight. Moreover, there are not many domestic high-end products that are really accepted by domestic consumers, and the only successful example is the Warwick mobile phone. And how does their Warwick mobile phone do it? It is because they have taken the line of the powerful faction, steadfastly engaged in research and development, truly mastered their own core technology, and then first took the product abroad to conquer those foreigners. Let the foreigners think, wow, this Huago product is really good, and then they are passing on the foreigners' knowledge of their products to the country. Domestic consumers will look at it, wow, look at the phone number of Warwick. Even foreigners say, well, it ranks so high in foreign rankings, even foreigners are rushing to buy it, then it must be good. It is through this transmission effect that Chinese consumers have gradually accepted, and Warwick can also make the concept of a real high-end product, and gradually defeated the star and fruit machine in the domestic high-end market. And this kind of consumer concept marketing is also maximizing the expression of Chinese consumers' lack of confidence in domestic brands. You have to look at what foreigners think about everything. If foreigners say yes, that's really good. On the contrary, it's because I don't want to, and I don't dare to try. Of course, this is mainly related to the consumption experience that has been pitted by its own domestic brands for many years. It will take time to reverse this consumption concept. As for the products of the Ninth Laboratory, if he wants to win the hearts of Chinese consumers, Xiaofeng feels that he can only export and then sell them in the domestic market. Let this brand become famous abroad and win a good reputation. Once foreign devils accept this product, then domestic consumers will be able to accept it. The advantage of this is that you can directly enter the domestic high-end market. Think about the domestic high-end mobile phone market, which has always been dominated by stars and fruits. Millet and many other companies wanted to enter this market, but they have not been successful. Including Warwick also tried many times, and finally ended in failure, until finally Warwick really developed its own chip, and then equipped with its own unique camera, so that its products, in front of those two brands, have technology advantages. This has a selling point, and this is the way to pry open the door of the high-end market and enter this market. Prior to this, their series of efforts have been ridiculed for a long time, and many consumers think that they are overpowering. As for the products of the Ninth Laboratory, Xiaofeng, after learning from Warwick's road of success, did not intend to take such a detour. He went directly to the overseas market and made a name overseas, and then he returned to the country and directly entered the high-end market. This is also easy to be accepted. But now Suzuki told herself that her cousin wanted to represent her own products, which somewhat disrupted Xiaofeng's marketing plan. He didn't want to agree, but it was rare that Suzuki begged herself once, and it was a bit too much if he didn't agree. At this time, Suzuki also saw Xiaofeng's unwilling look, and quickly took the tablet and opened the e-commerce website. Brother Feng, look, this is my cousin's online store. Look at them. They are among the top 10 big-name online stores on a certain cat. They bought more than 1 billion for a 618. A lot of consumption. Everyone agrees that the quality of their products is stable. Suzuki had said this to herself, and if she didn't agree, it would be too much. Xiao Feng smiled. Okay, but let me tell you that at present, how the ninth laboratory should be marketed and promoted, we have not yet formulated a detailed plan. I can ask the ninth laboratory to produce a batch of samples and give it to your cousin over there. If she really wants to act as an agent, she might as well first go online and use their channels to help us advertise. Xiao Feng finally let go. Suzuki almost didn't jump up happily. She did brag in front of her cousin before and patted her chest. Xiao Feng promised her and she was finally able to save face. Moreover, her cousin has a very good relationship with her. She helped to do this, and her cousin will definitely show something. Don't worry, Brother Feng. My cousin is the best at promoting a new cosmetic product. This is the main reason why many foreign big-name cosmetics are willing to cooperate with her and let her act as an agent. Oh, how did they publicize and promote new products before? What do you think? Hearing what Suzuki said, Xiao Feng of course expressed curiosity about how e-commerce promotes new cosmetics. Hey.mtlnovel.com. That's not easy. For example, when a new face cream is launched, they will choose some VIP customers who have been shopping in their online store for a long time. Give me back every day, and give me a free bill if I give it. You know, women like to take advantage. Of course I like to give gifts for free. I write and reply photos in 3 days, and there are discounts. Of course they are willing, even if they used it before. For other face creams, they will also use this sample for 3 days first, and take a photo on the picture to get a discount. When Suzuki said this, Xiao Feng basically understood that this merchant was really good enough. If the newly launched cosmetics are really effective, those customers will try this, and they will find, this new product seems to work well, then the merchants will advertise again. 30 Shopping Festival. 30's new products are on sale at a big discount, so the market opens up like this. Xiao Feng originally didn't understand how to run a cosmetics business, but now hearing Suzuki say this, he feels that he has been taught a lesson, but the effect of this lesson, in his opinion, is exceptionally good, making him feel that he is very excited. Well, I suddenly feel that what you said makes sense. So let's set it like this. When our products are sold in China, your cousin can be one of the agents. Chapter 415. Popular in Europe. Thank you, Brother Feng. Muah. Suzuki happily put a big seal on Xiao Feng's face, and it was another night, and Xiao Feng drove straight to the ninth laboratory the next day. The purpose of this visit is twofold. One is to bring back some cosmetics for Suzuki, and the other is to talk to Hixio-jun about his cousin Suzuki's agency, and then ask him to produce more cosmetic samples and ask Suzuki to give her cousin post-it. Originally, Xiao Feng only wanted to go alone, but Suzuki had to follow him, so he simply took her to the ninth laboratory, which was regarded as acknowledgement. Hixio-jun welcomes Xiao Feng's arrival very much. He has already prepared the cosmetics Xiao Feng wants. These samples are the first batch of products. The quality control is very strict. He knows that Xiao Feng is likely to take the brand name to give gifts, so the quality must be strictly checked. When he saw Suzuki, he was even more shocked. Such a sweet girl turned out to be Xiao Feng's girlfriend, and it turned out to be a rich man who finally got married. Hixio-jun could only be full of envy, jealousy and hatred. But Xiao Feng also patted him on the shoulder. You kid, you're also a gold killer now. Once the ninth lab's products are on the market, you boss still need to be afraid of not having a girlfriend. Well, that's what I said. After listening to Xiao Feng's comfort, Hixio-jun finally felt much better, and soon the two returned to the topic, which was about the production of the demo. Hixio-jun is not dissatisfied with this proposal. After all, if a cosmetic wants to be successfully listed, free promotion is indispensable, and this kind of sample is of course necessary, mainly to give consumers a free experience. Before that, he also studied normal commercial promotion. This step of giving samples is usually done at the counter of the supermarket. Before that, he wanted to talk to Xiao Feng about this. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, this guy unexpectedly caught up with an e-commerce company, and he was ranked in the top 10 in cosmetics on the #1 e-commerce website in China. Saying goodbye to He Xiaojun, Xiaofeng drove Suzuki back to the winery with Suzuki, and Xiaofeng received a call just after he walked not far. The call was made by Pierre. It turned out that this guy is currently in the capital and is about to board the plane to Binching. It is estimated that he will arrive in Binching in more than an hour. I hope Xiaofeng can pick up the plane. As an old friend and customer, Xiaofeng certainly wouldn't refuse. So he took Suzuki to the airport. Suzuki's house had always been Pierre's main supplier before, so the two of them also knew each other, and it would be no big deal to take Suzuki with him. After more than an hour, I finally received Pierre at the airport. This guy was also very happy to see Suzuki. But Xiaofeng was a little surprised that this guy did not come alone this time. He also brought a girl with him. Companion, Xiao, let me introduce to you, this is my girlfriend, Laura. El Monte. Hello, Laura, this is Xiaofeng. Hello, Xiao, this is Laura. I used to hear Pierre mention you in my ears. I saw it today and it turned out to be young and promising. This woman can be 1 meter tall, with wide shoulders and long legs. At first glance, she has a standard model figure. She has bright silver hair and looks extraordinarily beautiful. Moreover, he is very talkative. As soon as I met a few polite words, I was very happy to hear Xiaofeng. This guy Pierre is really blessed to find such a beautiful and talkative girlfriend. If there is any inconsistency, it is the woman's age. She seems to be a little older. No matter how she puts on makeup, she can't hide the traces of age on her face. The forehead lines can be covered with powder. The apple machine on the cheeks is very stiff, and it seems that there is a lot of hyaluronic acid. This Pierre's taste is really heavy, and this woman must be 7 or 8 years older than him. Xiaofeng smiled secretly, but when he turned his head, he saw Suzuki covering her mouth, as if very excited. Oh my god, are you the French supermodel Linda, a former Victoria's Secret angel? Xiaofeng still didn't understand what was going on. Suzuki had come to the French woman hopping around, with an excited expression on her face, watching the woman ask in English. And that woman's English is also good. Seeing Suzuki, who was so excited, she obviously did not expect that she had such a fan in China and was very happy, so she replied, Linda, it's my stage name. I haven't been a model for many years. Hello, lovely lady, you are so beautiful. The two women talked quickly, and women always have many topics in common. After getting out of the airport and getting into the car, Pierre and Xiaofeng sat in front, and Laura took Suzuki to sit in the back. The two women chatted all the way. This Laura used to be a Victoria's Secret angel, who was once the top female model on the planet, and Suzuki used to be a plain model, so the two are also considered to be peers. And there are many common topics to talk about. Suzuki had been discussing makeup and clothes matching with the woman all the way, and Laura was not bored, explaining to her all the way. Xiaofeng joked with Pierre in front, of course in Chinese. You kid, okay, you actually made an international supermodel? Hey! Didn't you also make a model? But you have to be careful. I think this woman is 7 or 8 years older than you. There is an old saying in China, a woman at 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger, and at 50 sits on the ground to the soil. Be careful that she squeezes you dry. You protect your waist. Hey, don't worry about my waist. Besides having your Ed Fruit wine escort, I'm afraid of a ball. Besides, you are really wrong. She is not 7 or 8 years older than me, but 15 years older than me. Year old. Damn, isn't it 50 years old? Xiaofeng's mouth grew in surprise, and he glanced at Laura from the rear-view mirror. It was indeed well made up. He really couldn't tell that he was 50 years old. Turning his head to look at Pierre, this guy didn't feel any discomfort because his girlfriend was so much older than him, but rather had a smug look on his face. Xiaofeng was sweating. When did the French taste so heavy? But thinking about the French president again, it seemed that he had married a woman who could be his own mother and became his wife, and he was relieved. It seems that this spite is popular now in France. Pierre's trip, of course, mainly came to buy with Xiao Feng. The red wine and caviar he brought back last time were really popular once they were launched. As soon as those alien caviar was launched, they immediately conquered the picky French, especially many Michelin three-star chefs. After tasting this caviar, they took the initiative to publish soft articles in many media to promote this caviar sauce. It even boasted of this caviar, the revolutionary product in the caviar, the dreamy taste brought by the new technology, and the articles about everything. I don't know how many articles have been written. Then there is an article published by a food safety inspection agency arranged by Pierre, claiming that this caviar is not only excellent in taste, but also very nutritious. Regular eating can not only soften blood vessels, but also anti-aging and effectively prevent the Alzheimer's, silent disease and so on. This series of promotion has ignited the enthusiasm of the high-end luxury goods market in France. The orders received by Shengla Group surged by 50% in 1 month, and when Pierre launched the fine wines of the Dynasty series on the market, their business immediately surged by 200%! The French have never drank such a fine wine. Even the most critical French cannot refuse the taste of this red wine. The Kumquat wine also impressed the French. Even in terms of wine making, the French, who has always been arrogant, had to admit at this time that Huago was able to produce high-end fruit wine, especially after Pierre told him the stories Xiao Feng told him in France. The gimmicks of these two fruit wines became hotter and hotter. Many wealthy people rushed to these two wines and regarded them as good products. After all, this is a treasure that the Emperor of China liked hundreds of years ago. The imperial products that were reproduced by the Chinese only recently are not something ordinary people can enjoy. Europeans who have a very strong remnant of feudal thoughts like this tune most. Not only the things that European royals and aristocrats like will be sought after by them, but also the things that the emperors of the ancient Eastern countries like. Of course, the red fruit wine that Xiao Feng represented Pierre was more popular in the market. This drink www.mentalnovel.com. The effect is too powerful. Many patients with high blood pressure and diabetes, taking the small blue pills are not good, but after drinking this kind of wine, it can regain the glory. This is the glasses that made countless people fall off the ground. Originally because of the previous products, Shengla Group has become famous. And because of this red fruit wine, it has become the #1 brother in the European high-end public relations company. Every day, there are countless dignitaries who call Pierre and his father almost. This is an appointment to play golf, the other is to meet for dinner. Anyway, the ultimate goal is without exception. They want to buy some red from their home wine. Of course, Pierre would not let go of such an opportunity to build momentum. Contacting several advocacy writers, and writing advocacy articles in a certain type of liquor magazine for months and months. One said that this wine is the imperial used by the ancient emperor of China, and the other said that this wine uses natural Chinese herbal medicine, which is non-toxic and has no side effects. It is used a lot. After such a public announcement, this red fruit wine is completely popular. Because of its special effects, it is even twice or even 3 times more expensive than the price of other worldly wine and kumquat wine. Chapter 416 Unintentional. Back at the winery, Xiao Feng arranged for the two Pierre to stay in the winery just before lunchtime. Their room was settled, and Xiao Feng took them to the roof of the hotel. This rooftop is usually not open to the outside world, only when he entertains distinguished guests. This is not a downtown area. The hotel is also the property of the winery, so no one will care about their writing on the top floor. In order to better appreciate the scenery around here, Xiao Feng had arranged for Han Zhengou to decorate the top floor of the hotel. This guy did not disappoint Xiao Feng. He specially hired a designer and made a sky garden on the top floor. In the summer, grilling on this top floor while enjoying the scenery of the mountains, looking up, the whole winery has a panoramic view, which is especially cozy. Pierre is his guest of honor, so of course he will choose to entertain him here. The last time Pierre came to the winery, that is, he came to the winery in a hurry to discuss a business. It was still at night, and the situation of the winery was not too much understanding. Standing on the top of the building at this time, overlooking the entire winery and various mountain views, it was also refreshing to see him, including Laura, who was very satisfied with Xiao Feng's arrangement. There is a hotel chef who is responsible for helping them barbecue. Xiao Feng and Pierre stand by the fence, sipping bins and kumquat wine while admiring the lake and mountains in the distance, while Pierre's girlfriend Lao also pulling Zuzuki, chatting non-stop. From time to time, the woman would stretch her hand and brush it over Zuzuki's chest and face. Obviously she was very envious of Zuzuki's skin. While Pierre was drinking with Xiao Feng and bragging with him, telling Xiao Feng about the recent hot situation of their Shengla group in France. So, you should really thank me. I have made a considerable contribution to the promotion of Yingchi brand caviar and Dynasty series drinks in France and even in Europe. That caviar, of course, must have its own brand. Xiao Feng thought of the name of Yingchi casually and pressed it on it. The effect of this tricky method seems to be pretty good. Although it is a bit confusing, the French people are very interested in this type of caviar. The caviar is very impressive. The yellow canned food has a logo on the front of an eagle resting on a stone. The logo alone is unforgettable. Not to mention the caviar has a wonderful taste. And several Dynasty series of drinks have now swept the high-end market in Europe. In fact, as far as the whole of Europe is concerned, regardless of the British and their descendants, the Americans are two world hegemons. They are very culturally confident, but only in the high-end luxury goods and food culture fields. They have to admire the French and respect the French. This is mainly related to the French Sun King. Back then, London was still full of mud and people were urinating on the street at will. This Sun King, who likes to enjoy and loves face, began to make great efforts in France. The castle promotes a variety of high-end enjoyment, which made the French once become the pioneer of European fashion culture. And Paris has also become the fashion capital. After World War II, the emergence of various big-name cosmetics, brand-name clothing, and jewelry in France further consolidated this position. Later, the appearance of the Michelin list made other European countries feel that they are special in front of the French. Soil buns. So a large number of followers of French culture were born. The French think that what is delicious and delicious must be good. This has become the consensus of many Europeans. Now the French think these wines from China are delicious, and the Yingchi caviar from China is delicious, so it must be delicious. Then Shengla Group took advantage of this shareholder style to quickly expand the market in Europe. Of course, the drinks and caviar provided by Xiao Feng are indeed excellent, which is also a key factor. Therefore, the success of the Shengla Group in the last 6 months, the success of the Dynasty series fruit wine and the success of Yingchi brand caviar, can be said to be complementary to each other. The two have made each other. As for the two products that he launched, they were very successful in Europe. Although Xiao Feng was very confident, he did not expect to succeed so quickly. Well, the goods I bought from you before are almost bought now. I really didn't expect the market to burst with such enthusiasm. So this time, I mainly want to buy more goods from you. Pierre explained his intentions. Xiao Feng nodded and said that there was no problem. Anyway, the wine and caviar he brought back from the other world was too much. By the way, how are those famous chef-made fast food restaurants operating? Previously, in order to please Xiao Feng, Pierre took the initiative to join 5 famous chefs to make fast food restaurants. Before, he had insisted on purchasing from China, and would regularly transport the food packages back from the capital along with their transport aircraft. In France, according to the order volume, it seems to be doing well. But there are 400 franchise stores in China, so Xiao Feng has not paid special attention to Pierre's franchise stores before. Since he came this time, he simply asked casually. Unexpectedly, it scratched Pierre's itch. "Hey, Don't you tell me. I just wanted to ask you, when is the second investment promotion conference made by your celebrity chefs? I want to join 50 branches. Xiao Feng was startled by Pierre's words, and the kumquat wine in his hand almost didn't spill out. Are you crazy? How old is France? You want to open 50 stores? At this time, Pierre saw Xiao Feng's surprised look, and was very satisfied with his reaction, and then smiled and said to him, "Hey, don't you know, our famous chefs are now very popular fast food restaurants in France. So I opened these franchise stores, thinking about the Chinese people who have traveled to France in recent years. Many people do not like this shop. Those tourists will definitely like it. After all, it's not a problem to always eat instant noodles. However, after the opening of this shop, not only you Chinese tourists like it, but we French also like it. The more Pierre spoke, the more proud he was, and Xiao Feng was also dumbfounded. In recent years, as the country's strength has increased, many previously inconspicuous chain stores have opened abroad. For example, the bubble tea shop, the snacks in Dasheng County, and some ramen restaurants. It can be said that as long as there are Chinese people, there are these shops. Of course, there are also some high-end ones, such as Haidilao, which have already opened to London. However, the main consumer groups of these stores are mainly Chinese, and very few foreigners come to eat here. On the internet, there are often people in China who talk about how foreigners like Chinese food, but it's actually not the case. It can only be said that a small number of people like it. Most people either think that Chinese food is high in oil and salt, and it's junk food, or just don't like it at all. Of course, Chinese food that has been improved to suit the tastes of foreigners still has a certain market abroad. Of course, it mainly faces the low-end and high-end catering markets. It is mainly controlled by French, Italian, and Japanese food. So when Pierre said that he would open a franchise store in France, Xiao Feng guessed that this guy definitely wanted to use this store to greet those who travel to France. After all, in recent years, many Chinese have traveled to France. There are also many students who have gone to France to study, do business, and settle down. Therefore, there should be a market for these fast food restaurants. But if you say that the business is booming, it will definitely be difficult. But I didn't expect that. Now listening to Pierre say this, it seems that the fast food restaurant business is really good. To be honest, even I didn't expect this restaurant to become popular in France. Do you know how popular this chef made it in France? Wait a minute. This guy took out his phone and showed Xiao Feng several photos. They turned out to be the photos of consumers lining up outside the famous chef's manufacturing door. There are all kinds of people, white, black, yellow, and the team. The elder in the row. I'm also in the store, and the person who arranged to send orders to these people and did market research. The survey results show that the main reason why consumers are so eager for this fast food restaurant is because of the special taste of the food here. In other words, French people like the taste of this restaurant. Brother, do you understand? Your fast food restaurant has conquered the tongue of fussy French people. You are really amazing. Pierre said that he was a little excited at the end, and he reached out and patted Xiao Feng on the shoulder. Xiao Feng also felt that this was indeed something to be proud of. We must know that French people are famous for their pride and picky when it comes to food and beverages. No one who is famous can look down upon that. Fast food www.mcnovel.com is considered in France. McDonald's and KFC are not too good to buy in France. Only Burger King can make do. Unexpectedly, the picky French would like their own famous chefs. It seems that the special effects of mushroom powder have conquered their tongues. But even if it's popular, you don't have to join 50 companies at once. How big is France? Although he is very proud, Xiao Feng still has some doubts about Pierre's claim that he wants to join 50 branches. Haha, you guy who said I want to open all this store in France. I told you that I will open this store all over Europe this time. And I will open this store to Spain, Italy, For those the stubborn guys open their eyes. In addition, they have to go to Germany, Denmark, Norway, Sweden to save the tongues of the wild people who drink blood. And then there is the United Kingdom. So the 50 houses are just pilots. Once they succeed, we have to join more. Pierre waved a big hand, arrogantly dry. Originally it was just an unintentional act, but he didn't think it would bring him such a rich return, so this time he came to pay the same attention to the manufacture of this famous chef. Chapter 417 The shock of the former Victoria's Secret angel. Pierre previously joined 5 celebrity chefs to make fast food restaurants, 2 in Paris, 2 in Marseille, and 1 in Bordeaux. Unexpectedly, the 5 stores are full of stores, and the business is very hot. The benefits that the 5 stores bring to him can definitely be described by the Daily Jindoojin. Originally, he didn't need to come to China in person this time. He had already had a successful transaction record with Xiao Feng before, and both sides had trusted each other. This time, he could make a phone call to Xiao Feng, discuss the quantity of the goods, and then make a deposit to complete the transaction. But when he thought of the franchise store made by this famous chef, he felt that he still had to come over in person. Recently, the popularity of this celebrity chef has attracted the attention of many French people, especially a few well-known 3-star chefs who went to the celebrity chef to make and try dishes, and even spontaneously wrote in their own food column. A lot of advocacy was written to promote this fast food restaurant, which made the fast food restaurant famous, but it also increased the number of diners. These diners are not only tourists from China, but also many French locals, and even many other European tourists who come to France. He even appeared on a lot of French food TV shows, and his reputation became more and more popular. Now there are other French companies, and even he heard that there are German businessmen, who are asking how the chef's head office is there and how to join. This made him anxious. The chef made it, but he brought it to Europe. He didn't expect the restaurant to make any money, but now it's unexpectedly popular, and the net profit that every day brings him can definitely be used. Daily Jindoojin to describe. 5 stores have just opened for half a year. They have already recovered their costs and started to make a net profit. If he can see such a good store and seize the opportunity, then he might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill him. What's more, he and the boss made by famous chefs, or acquaintances. That's why Pierre deliberately rushed over to ask Xiao Feng about this time, and Xiao Feng was also taken aback after he understood that Pierre wanted to open this celebrity chef manufacturing branch all over Europe. The guy is very courageous, but the span of this step is quite large, so he didn't rush to speak out. Xiao, the date of your second phase of the investment promotion conference has not been determined yet. Otherwise, I will join first, and I won't participate in your investment promotion conference. Just follow the previous standards. What do you think? We are opening a store in Europe, but not in China. It always feels a bit weird to open a business invitation and franchise conference with Chinese franchisees. Pierre asked Xiao Feng tentatively, and Xiao Feng knew as soon as he heard that this guy seemed to be taking advantage of himself. Now celebrity chef manufacturing has become famous all over the country and has been accepted by the vast number of consumers in China, which is equivalent to having proven itself in front of those potential investors. The great success of the first batch of franchisees will definitely increase the number of people attending the conference, and the competition will become more intense when the second investment promotion conference is held. Taking into account the great success of the first batch of people, Xiao Feng will definitely raise the threshold for joining when the second batch of investment is launched, and the franchise fee will definitely increase. This process is actually similar to the process of venture capital financing of those software companies. Whoever joins the angel round will be the one who has the most advantage. When the next round A, B, and C rounds of financing, each bid will be higher than the previous one. But unlike financing software companies, many software companies are still losing money even when they get to the C round of financing. The celebrity chef manufacturing site has already started to make money early, and whoever joins will make money. The sooner you join, the sooner you can make money. Now Pierre, This guy wants to bypass the investment promotion conference and join directly at the original price. Xiao Feng will naturally not agree. In the second round of investment promotion, the franchise fees will be increased for domestic merchants, not to mention you a foreigner. Foreigners have no privileges in front of Xiao Feng. Well, the second investment promotion conference is going to be held at the beginning of next year. There are still many joining conditions and details. We are in the process of remaking and finishing. You want to join now? I am afraid it is not suitable. Or wait until at that time. Let's come to the conference together. Xiao Feng played Tai Chi, and Pierre was disappointed, but he had already expected it. At this moment, Pierre's girlfriend Laura grabbed Zuzuki's hand and came to Xiao Feng's body. Xiao, Miss Zhu said, the perfume she uses is made by your company, and the kind of cream she uses. Do you still have it? It turns out that this woman was born in the fashion industry, knows all kinds of cosmetics very well, and is very sensitive to all kinds of high-end cosmetics. When she was in the car before, she felt that the perfume on Zuzuki's body smelled very good. She is also considered a veteran in the perfume industry. What kind of perfume has she never used? But the faint smell of perfume on Zuzuki really shocked her. The scent is not very strong, but it smells very comfortable, and even has a refreshing effect. The most important thing is that Xiao Feng drove them back to the winery before, and went all the way at a high speed. Because the weather was not too hot, the air conditioner was not turned on, and many sections of the road had windows open. With the air flowing at such a fast speed, it is said that no matter what perfume you spray on, the smell should have faded long ago. After getting out of the car, the smell should have dissipated long ago. But she and Zuzuki sat in the back row and walked all the way. The faint perfume smell on Zuzuki's body has never faded, and after getting off the car, she also noticed that Zuzuki had gone to the toilet but had not touched up her makeup. But the perfume smell on her body was not weak, which aroused her curiosity even more. What kind of fairy perfume is this? Her identity is more than just a model. Her father is also a major shareholder behind a major cosmetics brand in France, so she still knows the production process of this cosmetic very well. Many perfumes, in order to allow perfume to be sprayed on the human body, and then quickly volatilized into the air, a large amount of alcohol is used as a base material in the perfume. Alcohol is a volatile liquid. After spraying on people, it quickly evaporates into the air, and while evaporating, it will also bring the fragrance of perfume into the air. This is why people can smell perfume on others. But just because perfume is easy to volatilize, after a person sprays perfume, the alcohol is volatilized in a short period of time. After the fragrance has no carrier, it will naturally not be able to diffuse. Although the scent of some high-grade spices is very long-lasting, the speed and concentration of diffusion are not as fast as when alcohol is used as a carrier, so you can smell that scent only when you are very close. This is also the main reason why many perfumes cannot last, especially under many specific conditions, such as high temperature or windy conditions. Even if you use Chanel No. 5, you can only stick to it for more than 10 minutes. And then it will be dull and tasteless. You need to apply makeup from time to time. Spray perfume again on the body. But today, the perfume smell on this girl Zuzuki has subverted her consistent concept of perfume, and I don't know what brand of perfume I used. Even after the strong wind blows, this scent is still fresh and strong, and it has not been for a long time. Scattered. This aroused Laura's curiosity. When Xiao Feng was discussing business with Pierre, she pulled Zuzuki to ask non-stop, and in the end, she looked at Zuzuki's bowing neck and chest. Yi Wang wanted to clean and radiant face, and suddenly a feeling of jealousy arose. It doesn't matter if a person is beautiful, the skin is still so good, and the collagen on the face is really just because of youth. On such a hot day, Laura wore a long-sleeved shirt with the neckline all over her neck. She did this because she didn't know how to cherish when she was young. She liked the American people to go to the sun and do some sunbathing. The result is good. The physique of Caucasians is not suitable for sun exposure at all. Not only is it easy to expose the skin to the effect of being boiled by crabs, but it is also prone to sunburn and even skin cancer. She was accidentally caught. Although it was not yet skin cancerous, the area on her chest was covered with dense sunburns. This made her feel so sad that in summer, she dared not wear clothes with wide open collars. But today, seeing Suzuki wearing such a short-sleeved shirt with a big open collar, she was not afraid of the sun. In the end, her skin was still so white, even glowing white, crystal clear, and she was jealous of the kind that could see the blood vessels under the skin. In her experience, this is definitely not the effect that can be achieved by rubbing body milk for a long time. It must be that she has also used other high-end cosmetics. It turned out that Mr. Xiao used a new product launched by a cosmetics company invested by Suzuki. No wonder her skin is so good. And after learning the secret of Suzuki, how can Laura at you read www.uukanzu.com bear it? A former Victoria's Secret angel, the world's top model. The most unbearable thing is that the beauty is getting old. As a former Victoria's Secret angel, she was even more shocked. Want to know what top cosmetics in the world she had never used before? But she has never seen such an effect. So she pulled Suzuki over. Xiao Feng glanced at the helpless Suzuki, then smiled and answered her, yes. The perfumes and cosmetics sets she uses are indeed newly produced by the company I invested in, and are now preparing to launch the market. Xiao, can you let me try? If the effect is really good, I think I can help you. And it's the kind of help you can't imagine. Laura's tone is very loud, but her expression is very confident, which makes Xiao Feng very strange. Where is this woman's confidence? Turning his head and glanced at Pierre, the guy nodded vigorously at him, motioning for him to quickly agree. Chapter 418 Twin Towers. Okay. If you like it, just take some back and try it. Anyway, I just took a few sets from the 9th lab today. They were originally used by Suzuki. Now that Laura wants to try, let her try. Xiao Feng agreed. How could Suzuki disagree? But she was a little sour in her heart. These cosmetics are precious. Brother Feng told her before that they are very expensive because the raw materials are very difficult to obtain and the price is very expensive. Even if it is listed in the future, it belongs to high-end cosmetics. And even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. So she also values these sets of cosmetics very much in her heart. Before, this French woman talked to her all the way, asking about this and that. She didn't think much about it at the time, but she was also showing off, so she told this woman about this cosmetics benefit. She didn't even think that she had followed this woman's routine. She turned her head to ask for the benefit of Brother Feng. Originally, she only had 3 sets of suits in her hands. But now she is fine, and she has to give this woman another set. She will feel a little uncomfortable in her heart, but she can only resist not showing it. Pierre saw Suzuki's expression in his eyes, and then smiled and said to Xiao Feng, don't worry, you have good Laura, she will definitely not let you down. The Elmont family is not in France. General name. Oh, come and listen. Xiao Feng was really aroused by this Pierre. Seeing his attitude, Laura's background seems not simple. Hey, I can only say that their family used to be a veteran nobleman in France. Although it is not a big deal here in France, it still maintains the title of nobleman in Belgium. In Europe, their family is also a lot of big names, a shareholder of the company. If you want to enter the cosmetics or fashion industry, you really need a friend like her. Xiao Feng knew that this guy was playing mystery with himself. But this Laura Elmonte must still have some skill. It should be good to make friends with her, even if she is not as good as Pierre boasted. But after all, she was once a Victoria's Secret angel. In the market circle, there must be many friends of her own. Get her approval. Opening a breakthrough from her and promoting it to Europe will save herself a lot of trouble. The meal was over and it was not too early. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. But before going back, Xiao Feng asked Laura to send a set of Lab 9 suits. There was nothing for a night. In the next 2 days, Xiao Feng was going to deal with other business, and Pierre was going to take Laura around benching. After all, Laura was here for the first time. I have been here several times, and Pierre is familiar with many attractions. And Zuzuki went back to Greentown. She wanted to personally send the samples from the 9th lab to her cousin, and also to discuss with her cousin about the samples from the 9th lab. If the domestic agent wins, what benefits will her cousin give her? Xiao Feng came to the Twin Towers early that day. Guan Zhenhai took him here a few days ago to take a look, and said he wanted to rent a 7-story building here and open a burn hospital. But after learning about the situation of the building and the idea of the Shanzhong District Management Committee, Xiao Feng suddenly came up with the idea of wanting to buy this building. Later, it was handed over to Guan Zhenhai to contact. Guan Zhenhai called him every day to report the situation. He first found an acquaintance in Shanzhong District, inquired about the situation of the building, and confirmed that there was indeed someone selling the building inside. Meaning, then I found the person who was in charge of selling the building. I have had a few meals with the other party these days. It is not only about the relationship, but also to ask the other party if they want to sell the building, what is their price. In fact, people who have dealt with the State Department know that if you want to buy such assets, it is actually a very troublesome thing. If no one grabs it, it's okay that someone with a background will have long been eyeing it. This piece of fat, when you are hitting and knocking in by mistake, not only will you offend people, you will also be slaughtered by someone, and even the use of guns will happen from time to time. Although these two buildings have a bad reputation, they have very good locations and beautiful buildings, but they have not been able to sell. Who knows what's in it? Has anyone been eyeing it long ago? But because the internal relationship has not been straightened out, how many forces are competing in it? These relationships must be clarified before they can be sold. Xiao Feng didn't dare to rush in. By then, the building would have been bought, but in the end someone would ask you something every other day, and it would make you uncomfortable to use it all. Not what he wanted. And during this time, he didn't just rely on Guan Zhenhai to inquire. He himself contacted President Feng of Manhai Bank to come and knock on the side. President Feng could not know the rules and regulations of such a famous landmark building as the Twin Towers. However, after a few days of inquiring about the news, Xiao Feng was more assured of the situation. President Feng's feedback was that the Twin Towers were originally built during the time when the former city leader was in charge. At first, I wanted to accommodate local financial companies. When I became a financial center, I didn't think that the economic development of the province and some areas in the north would deteriorate. The financial industry was not able to play well, and no company was willing to move in. The rent was too high and it was left idle. Later, I planned to sell it to a certain domestic shipping giant and make it the headquarters for them. No one thought that during the operation, which leader would abdicate, and then the shipping giant also turned his face, and simply moved the headquarters. As a result, the business was never negotiated. Later, the building was left unused. Because of the good location and the beautifully repaired building, the management committee always wanted to rent outside. However, after several companies moved in, the business was all not too good. I don't know if it's bad luck or the environment. Anyway, those companies went bankrupt within 2 years after they settled in. Now there is a saying that the two buildings are not good in Feng Shui, so no one wants to rent them. In addition, in the past few years, Binxing was also engaged in construction work. High-end office buildings like this have also been built, and the competition for office leasing is also very high. So the Twin Towers were empty until now. It is true that the management committee has long wanted to sell this building, but no one has been willing to take it. If this is the case for private companies, they will definitely choose to cut their arms and sell these two buildings at a lower price. However, the management committee is a state unit, and leaders are afraid to bear the reputation of selling state-owned assets cheaply, so no one dares price cuts. This made the building miss the hottest period of domestic real estate in the early years. At that time, it was said that the management committee set a price of 10 billion for the two buildings. But in the following years, The domestic real estate market has gradually cooled down, not to mention the economic index of Binching. The price of this building has been lowered a lot, but no one is willing to take over. President Feng's feedback to Xiao Feng was similar to what Guan Zhenhai had recently inquired about. The discrepancies were not significant. After Xiao Feng's comprehensive judgment, he decided that he should be able to intervene. In the past 2 days, Guan Zhenhai has been dealing with Director Wang, who is in charge of the assets of the management committee. After several games, he has also figured out the general situation. The management committee's heart price for this building must not be less than 4 billion yuan. From the original 10 billion that was only willing to sell, to the current 4 billion can be sold. It can be seen that the management committee is really impatient with these 2 buildings. After all, there are 2 buildings with 100 floors. Even if no one is occupied, the annual maintenance costs are quite a lot. Regular floor inspections and exterior wall cleaning will cost a lot of money in a year. And that day, Guan Zhenhai finally made an appointment with Director Wang and several leaders of the management committee. This time Xiao Feng planned to come forward. After all, a big business involving billions of dollars. His big boss, if he doesn't come out formally, it's a bit of a problem. The meeting place was placed at the Hilton Hotel in front of Marina Square, which is also a square away from the Twin Towers. The location of this Hilton Hotel is better than the Twin Towers. The price is also very expensive. Of course, this meal is a business banquet. Guan Zhenhai and the others pay the bill, otherwise they would not dare to come. The meeting was in a private room on the Chinese food floor of the hotel. But instead of looking at the sea, I asked for a private room facing the square. Just through the big window, you can see the Twin Towers behind the square. Mr. Xiao, this is Mr. Zhang of the management committee. This is the Chief Wang who is in charge of asset management. This is 30. Xiao Feng entered the private room. Novel.com. Guan Zhenhai immediately began to introduce him to the leaders he was doing. Xiao Feng enthusiastically stepped forward and shook hands with the leaders. To be given. Several leaders are also very polite, and the eyes looking at him are also very curious. This is a young tycoon who has recently gained fame in Benthan. The investment promotion conference was a great success. Even Yida came and joined 200 companies in one breath. Just that time, they made $1 billion. Oh, Mr. Xiao only heard people talk about you before, but today I saw him as a hero. By the way, I went to your house for dinner. The food in your house is really delicious. Xiao Feng's posture was very low. He was very polite when he met these leaders. The leaders were very comfortable, and of course they wouldn't put on airs in front of him. Is the face given to each other? Oh, isn't it? From then on, I hope that Mr. Zhang, the king, you will take care of our family's business. If you can come, our family will be splendid. Chapter 419. Unfathomable. Everyone knows how to talk to each other in business. Although many people think this is low, in fact, this is the most effective way to bring the 2 parties closer together for the first time. Sure enough, after the business exchanged for a while, the 2 sides quickly got closer. Guan Zhenhai quickly greeted the waiter outside to start serving dishes. And Xiao Feng also took out the wine from the outside world he had brought specially. Wow! Dynasty series, I heard that this wine is very popular in Europe recently, very expensive. Not to mention, among the leaders in the box, there are people who know the goods. This Dynasty series had been shipped before, and then quickly spread throughout Europe. At present, it can be said that it is definitely famous in the upper class of Europe. If anyone holds a banquet, if you don't have this wine to add to the fun, then people will think that you are too bad, and you don't even have this kind of good wine. Will be very angry, maybe put you out of the upper class circle. Therefore, the Dynasty series is now becoming more and more popular in the upper class of Europe. And now it's the age of the international village. Many Chinese businessmen have hands and eyes open to the sky, and they have always been very sensitive to information about this luxury. They will soon know what is popular internationally. In addition, there are frequent exchanges between the upper class societies of various countries, and it is normal for the reputation of this dynasty series to spread to the country. It is even normal for some merchants to buy this kind of dynasty series of drinks from Europe at a high price and return home to give gifts, and Xiao Feng really didn't expect that in this room there would be someone who recognized the dynasty series drinks. He looked up and found that it was a young man next to Wang Chu. "Do you know this wine?" He smiled and asked. This young man's surname is Du, and he is Wang's assistant. At such a young age, to be able to sit in this position, and to look at his clothes is extraordinary. Xiao Feng just used his to know that this kid should be the brother of a certain family. The young man smiled and replied, "Of course I have heard that. I have some friends who are studying in France now. They told me that this wine is currently the most popular good wine in the upper class of France, and the price is very expensive." When he returned to China last time, he bought a bottle at a high price. We tasted it when we had a party together. It was really delicious. "Oh, is it so?" "Yeah, haven't you heard of this brand before?" At this time, Mr. Jiang and Chief Wang are also interested. Xiao Du will definitely not tell lies. This boss Xiao will really come. This time he brought such a valuable drink. Obviously, he takes everyone very seriously. Make the two leaders feel more comfortable. The next step is the communication session of eating, drinking and drinking. When it's almost done, Xiao Feng finally asked, "Two leaders, I invite you to come this time. I think you also know our intentions. Our celebrity chef manufacturing company is planning to buy the back for those two twin towers. You watch the bidding from the management committee." Haha, this is easy to handle, because the twin towers had also held auction meetings before. But because of the poor economic situation in Benching a few years ago, no one responded at all. Many invitations were sent out, but in the end all the auctions were unsuccessful. Once someone wants to sell, I think the process can be simplified. You don't have to go through the public auction process. Do you think it's okay for Wang Chu? This one is always the chief executive, and the words are really real. It can be seen that it is also a person who wants to do practical things, or a person who wants to get rid of the hot potato sooner. And it may be happy that I finally met Xiao Feng, who was taken advantage of. This person even saved a lot of procedures. You must know that when government departments dealt with national assets in the past, it was very troublesome. They had to be reported and approved to publicize, and then to go through the auction bidding process. Of course, these are all standardized and formalized. In special circumstances, the direct management department has the right to deal with it specially. For example, this twin building has been in the hands of the management committee for 10 years. It can't be rented out, sold or sold. It costs millions of maintenance fees every year. The management committee has long been there. I'm extremely impatient with these two buildings. Now they actually came out again and said they were going to sell the two buildings. They all wished that they signed the contract today, and they will take Xiao Feng to the transfer tomorrow. In this way, not only can you get the money to buy the building, but you can also earn a deed tax. Mr. Jiang has expressed his opinion, and Chief Wang naturally understands what to do next. Well, my department had a meeting to discuss this matter a few days ago, and has invited a third-party independent organization to do the work on the two buildings. Quotation evaluation. We plan to publish it in the newspaper for a week now. If no one is willing to sign up for bidding, then we will enter the exclusive procurement link of Celebrity Chef Manufacturing. Well, I think it's okay to do this. Then I will report the matter to the leaders of the city. I believe the leaders of the city are also very willing to see that this matter is successfully resolved. Mr. Jiang also sang along with him. But these were all made for Xiao Feng, and the meaning is very clear. I ask Mr. Xiao to rest assured, as long as you are willing to buy, we guarantee that this building can be delivered to you smoothly. Then the two leaders will bother to understand the valuation of this building. The third-party evaluation agency's report has not yet been in our hands, but we estimate that it should not exceed that. Too much. The biggest headache for Xiao Feng is dealing with these officials, because very often, they speak completely for you to guess riddles, and a lot of things are not said to be dead. just because they are afraid of taking responsibility, which is really bothersome. But people have already talked about this. Xiao Feng of course understands that it will definitely not exceed 4 billion. Haha, that's good. But Mr. Zhang, you also know that our celebrity chef manufacturing is now a startup. Although there is a certain amount of capital accumulation, it is definitely impossible to spend so much money at once. Do you think it can? Don't worry, you can choose to pay in installments. After all, such a large sum of money is not any company, and it can be taken out casually. Mr. Zhang is very reasonable. Although the value of the building has shrunk by more than half than before, it is also 4 billion. How many companies in benching can spend so much money at once? Judging from the current market environment in benching, it is unrealistic for you to find unexpected companies in benching to take over the two buildings. Since they are willing to take over, then sell it to them. If there is no money, you can install it in installments. Of course, if after the installment, they are not afraid of financial problems in the later stage, it is a matter between your celebrity chef manufacturing and the bank, and it has nothing to do with our government. For the whole matter, the general direction has been finalized, and it is basically negotiated. In the rest of the time, everyone didn't talk about official affairs, only Fenayu. Several leaders let go, and they were all good guys. They talked about many strange things, and they were all very interesting. When everyone was full of food and drink, they all went away. Xiao Feng wanted to arrange some activities to get closer to the leaders, but even if he arranged them, the leaders would not dare to go. When he was leaving, Xu Wang directly took Xiao Feng's hand and told him to pay attention to the latest newspapers. Maybe they would arrange the process of publicity in the last few days. Xiao Feng said, Guan Zhenhai will take care of the rest of the matter, and Wang Chu nodded. When all the leaders were sent away, Guan Zhenhai slammed his fist. Mr. Xiao, is this matter settled? He was very excited. Originally, he just wanted to rent a few floors of buildings to be a hospital. How could he think that the big boss behind him would directly buy the two buildings? Is it worth it? What kind of strength does your own boss have? He felt that he couldn't see through the boss. Originally, he thought this young man was just a somewhat powerful nouveau riche who wanted to learn from others to play cross-border operations, and by chance, he got a high-end raw material from abroad. However, the longer he has been in contact with Xiao Feng, the more he feels that this boss is very unusual, a $4 billion mansion, and he just buys it. Without blinking, this little boss is really unfathomable. And Xiao Feng was also wondering at this time, where the 4 billion people who bought the building should go to get it. Previously, I rented the Daemon Island in Bat, and the rent was only 500 million yuan. In the later development and construction, it is estimated that another 500 million yuan will be thrown into it. Of course, if it is just to build a factory, the investment may not be so much. But Xiao Feng plans to do it in one step. Not only the factory will be built, but the farm will also be built at the same time. There is also a processing center for aquatic products, which must be built. The other is the staff dormitory, which also needs to be built, otherwise your factory is built and the staff come to work. In addition, he also plans to set up windmills directly on the island, and at the same time, he will prepare 2 sets of backup power supplies. In addition, he will also ask the telecommunications giants to open optical cables. These costs will add up to almost 500 million to be enough. Novel.com. This is 1 billion, which basically consumes all the accumulation made by celebrity chefs some time ago. Buying a building this time cost 4 billion, and he still has some of his overseas assets, that is, more than $20 million left from the last time he sold diamonds, and he also gave him 100 million after the last time Helen came to buy US dollars. Plus the $10 million deposit she exclusively represented in North America. He still has $130 million plus the euros given by Pierre's caviar and red wine. Converted into his remaining assets, there is still about 1 billion yuan. 10 billion soft sister coins are definitely not a small amount of money for ordinary people, but for Xiao Feng, who wants to take this building, it is not enough. There are still 3 billion holes, and the money must be solved by finding a bank. Thinking of these, Xiao Feng had a headache. His headache is not that he can't borrow money from the bank, but that he doesn't know which bank to borrow money from. Chapter 420. I want to be the general agent in Europe to make the current fame as a celebrity chef. Just shout in the market and say that I want to raise money and borrow money. I am afraid that countless banks, venture capital and private equity, trusts and the like will come to him immediately and ask him to lend him money. The reason is simple, because they are now well known, their celebrity chefs are absolutely fine assets, and their cash flow remains very stable. The profitability is amazing, even comparable to a money printing machine. Which financial institution doesn't like such a company? In Xiao Feng's eyes, these financial institutions are actually leeches who like to blood on entities. Their set of methods is nothing more than revolving loans and eating interest margins. Although these guys are very annoying, their real economy is indeed not enough without them. In particular, many companies that have run out of bank credit and are in urgent need of money can only go to those financial institutions, and these financial institutions are fierce vultures. Dealing with them is the most troublesome thing. Xiao Feng knew about financial institutions before and didn't like them very much. He didn't like dealing with them even more, but this time it seemed that he couldn't avoid it. Of course, his first choice for dealing with is the bank. After all, the bank's capital cost is low, and the bank is willing to lend him, but his difference is not as simple as a few hundred million, but 3 billion. A bank alone would not dare to release such a large sum of money. It may be necessary to contact several banks. Since banks have different policies and tendencies, the loan interest rates are also different, and they are repaid by bank approval. Kind of hard. This is also one of the reasons why Xiao Feng has a headache. At the same time, the different interest rates between banks may also increase financial costs. But the most important thing is that even if you find several banks to apply for loans at the same time, you may not be able to collect the 3 billion funds. In the end, you may still have to contact those venture capital, private equity, or trust. Forget it, forget it. Even if the cost of these institutions is high, they can only bear it. Who makes him rush to spend money now? Xiao Feng thought for a while, and then he explained a few words to Guan Zhenhai. He estimated that this transaction would not go so smoothly. Regardless of Mr. Zhang and Chief Wang, what I just said is easy, but this matter involves the disposal of state-owned assets. In the end, there will be many meetings and many procedures, and some of them will definitely be delayed. In the end, even if Mr. Zhang can settle those people, it is estimated that things will have to be delayed for more than a month, and even if they enter the exclusive procurement process at that time, they will have a long delay in contacting the bank. It would be great to be able to take down the building before the end of the year. So he urged Guan Zhenhai not to wait for the building to be bought before starting to decorate and open the hospital. You can talk to the district government first. Let the building be rented down 7 floors, and the hospital will be opened first. The big deal will be when the building is bought, and the rent will be used to cover part of the house payment. Guan Zhenhai also thinks that Xiao Feng's statement is very reasonable. After all, the government has a lot of time to do things, and he clearly promised to do it in 1 month. Maybe you wait for a year and there is no result, so let's do the things in front of you first. Saying goodbye to Guan Zhenhai, Xiao Feng went to the airport. Just today, Zuzuki flew back from Greentown. This time she went back and gave the demos to her cousin, and negotiated the distribution of benefits with others. Her cousin was also generous, and actually agreed to her, depending on the sales situation. If the sales situation is hot, her cousin is actually willing to transfer part of the shares of this online shop to her. Xiao Feng didn't expect this girl to be so ruthless, but Zuzuki felt that this was normal, and her brothers still settled the accounts. What's more, she was very clear about how much benefit she had won for her cousin. As a person who has personally experienced the benefits of the 9th laboratory cosmetics, She knows how big a sensation this set product will cause once it goes on the market. Even if Xiao Feng's price for this set is more than 15,000, which is on par with the top international brands of cosmetics, as long as the effect is obvious, there will be people eager for it. Women do everything for beauty and for eternal youth. But what does it cost $10,000 to do everything? What she didn't know was that Xiao Feng's heart price set for this suit was twice as high as she had estimated. For example, Lancôme's top black gold series suits are already about 15,000, and the products of the Ninth Laboratory are of course twice as expensive. How else would you highlight your B pattern? Does your Lancôme cream work well with our Ninth Laboratory? Does your Lancôme eye cream have the effect of our Ninth Laboratory? Does your Lancôme mask have the obvious effect of our Ninth Laboratory? Perfume does not have our fragrance. Since you are not as good as our products in everything, you can sell them for 15,000. Why can't ours sell for 30,000? Since you want to be high-end, you must have such self-confidence, because your product effects are here to support you. The competition in the cosmetics industry is the cruelest and most direct. When it comes to the high-end field, it is the real fighting strength. If you put your cosmetics on your face, the effect is not as good as that of other brands, and consumers will immediately switch to other brands. It costs the same money. Who doesn't want to use the best products? And the effect of your product is your product strength. Xiao Feng firmly believes that the product strength of the products launched by the Ninth Laboratory is definitely amazing. Once consumers understand the benefits of this cosmetic, they are willing to pay for this product. The establishment of this brand image is basically from top to bottom. It is well known that which brand the rich people like to use will become a popular brand. And the Ninth Laboratory is not without civilian brands. Xiaojun and the others have already prepared many civilian-level products. Of course, they are products that dilute collagen to a certain level. The effect is a little higher than that of other big-name cosmetics, but they are not. Count the kind of a lot. This kind of product will be the main product sold in the market. After all, most consumers are ordinary people. After Suzuki rushed back to the winery, Suzuki reported to Xiao Feng all the way about the negotiation between her and her cousin. Xiao Feng also gave her a lot of admiration, and the girl was also beautiful in her heart. When we arrived at the winery, Pierre took Laura and came back from the outside. The two of them rented a yacht and went out to sea today. They had a lot of fun at sea, and they were full of excitement when they came back. Especially Laura, seeing Xiao Feng bringing Suzuki back, rushed up happily and stamped Xiao Feng's face. If Suzuki didn't know this, the French people like to express their emotions in this way. I am afraid they would have been impatient for a long time. What makes you so happy? Xiao, your product is so great. I really didn't expect that you still have such a baby in your hand. Without waiting for Laura to speak this time, even Pierre couldn't help talking like a gun. Huh? What's going on? What happened? I just came back from the outside, and my stomach is a little hungry. Otherwise let's find a place to eat and talk. Okay, no problem. Let's get to the top of the building. Continue BBQ. Xiao Feng led a few people to the roof, called the chef who came to the hotel, and gave them a barbecue. The few of them sat under the pergola and started talking about the cold beer. Wow, Xiao, the cosmetics of your Ninth Laboratory are really amazing. Look at the corners of my eyes. Are the wrinkles lighter? Also, I found that the freckle effect of your cosmetics is really not so good! Exclamation mark. This time it was Laura who spoke. A woman is very sensitive to things like cosmetics. After asking for a set of cosmetics from Xiao Feng that day, the woman used it the next day. After a few days, it can be said that the effect is very obvious. The wrinkles on the corners of her eyes and the crow's feet on her forehead are all lightened. Especially when using the liquid mask, she can clearly feel the skin's absorption of the mask every time. In order to verify that she was not experiencing hallucinations, she even asked Pierre to use it with her. As a result, Pierre actually came to the same conclusion. In the past 2 days, even Pierre has fewer folds on his face. A lot. What surprised them most was that after they went to sea today, they discovered that they had forgotten to bring sunscreen. Laura had been sunburned from the sun before, and there were freckles everywhere on her chest and neck. Pierre was a thick-skinned man, so it didn't matter if she had spots on her body. But for women who love to wear evening dresses and show off their chests, if the chest is covered with spots that make people look at it, it will be unacceptable. So Laura had a headache, but she suddenly remembered the cosmetics of the 9th laboratory, and remembered the white chest and neck of Suzuki she had seen before. It was so cruel. Novel.com, and I didn't apply the cream to my chest and neck, and then applied some more to Pierre. The two of them were so cruel that they dried out a bottle of cosmetics. After spending a day at sea, they unexpectedly discovered that this cosmetic is better than sunscreen. Under the sun, the place where they applied this cream was not even tanned at all, and even more so. On the contrary, the forearms and calves that were not wiped were sunburned and the skin became red. It is estimated that the skin will explode the next day. But this has strengthened their understanding of this cosmetic. This product is good. Cow-breaking. Xiao, I want to act as an agent for the products of the 9th laboratory. I want to be the general agent in France. No, the European region. After talking about the day, after the shock of the 9th laboratory's products, Laura suddenly changed her conversation and went straight ahead. When she said this suddenly, Xiao Feng was also taken aback. He turned to look at Pierre, and this guy looked at him expectantly. Obviously he must have gotten into it too. Chapter 421 French Comprador. Before that, Xiao Feng and Pierre had not learned about Laura in detail. Helmont came back, just listened to Pierre's oral introduction. This woman was born in a French aristocratic family. Of course, the title of nobleman has expired in France now. But her family has a branch in Belgium, which is still very influential, and has their family presence in many economic fields in France. At this time, this woman actually mentioned to Xiao Feng that she wanted the 9th laboratory product as the exclusive agency in Europe. So Xiao Feng could not help but admire her. This woman is very courageous. Miss Laura, I know your family is very strong, but don't mention my family to me. I am me. Family is family. Hearing what Xiao Feng said, this Laura's face changed. She was obviously dissatisfied with Xiao Feng's involvement with her family. Xiao Feng was also taken aback. What do you mean? He turned his head and glanced at Pierre. Pierre pulled him aside with a bitter smile, and quietly explained to him, she has never had a very good relationship with her father, so she is a very independent and strong woman. Regardless of I don't want to rely on the power of the family for anything. Xiao Feng's face suddenly became serious. Pierre, you know that the product of the 9th laboratory is a product that I value very much. Whether this product can succeed in Europe will be my investment in this company, the key to success. So I will be very cautious in choosing an agent. If there is no suitable candidate, we will find a way to open the European market by ourselves. Isn't that a fool if you have a family background but don't want to use it? Xiao Feng had doubts about Laura's energy, and Pierre's expression became serious at this time. He looked at Xiao Feng seriously and explained to him, Xiao, I don't think Laura does not have this strength. And I also think that she should be the right person you need most. Okay, you explain to me. Of course I know why you want to succeed in Europe, or France. France can be said to be the birthplace of the modern cosmetics industry and the gathering place of high-end luxury makeup brands. If your cosmetics can open the French market and gain French consumers' recognition, then it can be said that you have opened the world market and will be recognized by consumers all over the world. This is the rule of the fashion industry. Any brand that wants to make a difference in this field cannot bypass Paris. Pierre said this with confidence, and Xiao Feng did not object. It is indeed the truth. No matter how France is now declining, Paris still holds the title of fashion capital of the world. This is why the Fashion Week held here every year. The main reason why the annual International Cosmetics Exhibition will be held in Paris. As long as you can succeed here, then you are equivalent to gaining a firm foothold in the cosmetics industry and gaining recognition. This is also the main reason why Xiao Feng attaches so much importance to this market. As long as the French market is opened, it is equivalent to opening the European market, and thus the international market. Paris can definitely be said to be the vein of world fashion, whether it is fashion or cosmetics. Pierre saw that Xiao Feng had no objection, and continued, I am French. I understand the character of the French. In the field of fashion, we French can be said to be very proud. In other words, only a few brands under the American daily use giants and a Japanese brand can enter the field of high-end cosmetics. This is because of their strong economic strength. As for the other latecomers, they have basically been stifled. What you want to make a road in this field? How easy is it to talk about? Pierre's words are sincere and true. The products of Xiao Feng's 9th laboratory are good, but if you really want to enter the cosmetics field, then you are equivalent to grabbing from other big men's plates. Can someone tolerate you with food? So if you go to France by yourself and want to open up the market, in my opinion, that is definitely a fantasy. Even if you succeed at the beginning, you will eventually be strangled by the big guys. But if you leave it to Laura, it's the same. Although she has never worked in cosmetics, as a person in the fashion industry, she is very familiar with this field. The most important thing is that she has a team first, and there are many influential teams in the team. Model Xiao Feng had to admit that Pierre was right. The cosmetics market in France does seem to be very profitable, but how difficult is it for him to be a Chinese who wants to open a world there? But if there are French people like Laura and Pierre to help, it is indeed much simpler. At this time, he looked at Pierre and Laura and suddenly felt that these two were much more cute. Isn't this a French lead party similar to Helen? Helen used to be the lead party of the United States. Now these two are determined to be French foreign competitors. This is a good thing. But even though it is a good thing, one has to look at their abilities, otherwise it is easy to mess things up. It seems that you should have any ideas and plans, right? Let's just talk and listen. This Pierre worked so hard to help Laura persuade himself. If there was no deal between him and Laura, Xiao Feng would not believe it. But then Laura and Pierre exchanged glances. This time it was Laura who stood up. Xiao, this is actually the case. Although I no longer model, I have a modeled team with 3 active Victoria's Secret Angels. I have already received an invitation. At the Paris Fashion Week early next year, the team will appear on behalf of a certain brand. Hearing this, Xiao Feng felt that there really was something going on in this matter. Laura was not talking about it. In my model group, there are a few very distinctive models, such as a South African girl named Heidi. She actually doesn't look good and doesn't fit the aesthetics of normal people. Xiao Feng was very surprised when he heard it. In his impression, it seemed that those who could serve as supermodels were not ordinary girls. She was beautiful and conformed to the public's aesthetics. That should be a basic requirement. But what does Laura mean by that? Of course Laura also noticed Xiao Feng's expression, so she took out her mobile phone and found a photo for Xiao Feng to come over. Xiao Feng took a look and almost didn't vomit it out on the spot. I saw on the phone screen, a confident supermodel was walking on the catwalk, but her face was exceptionally scary, and her facial features were pretty, but she stretched from her forehead down to her neck and chest, all densely packed. Freckles, basically every place that can be seen normally, not only looks scary, but also very uncomfortable. What's wrong with this Nima, foreigners? What kind of aesthetic is this? If you grow up to be like this, if you don't come out to scare people, you are considered to have accumulated virtue. Are you special? I really don't know what these foreigners think. Laura smiled. Xiao Feng's reaction was normal. Xiao, you have to know that in recent years, various supermodel contests and world beauty pageants have emerged one after another, which has caused serious aesthetic fatigue to many viewers. Such a model is also inevitable. It is to create that kind of visual gap and arouse the interest of the audience. Coupled with the factor of political correctness, France is the main gathering place for what you Chinese call baizuo, so it's normal for a girl like this to be a supermodel. Don't underestimate her. In fact, she is now a hot star in the modeling industry. Big stars, big comedians, right? Such a model who relies on weirdness to win. I guess it will not be long before the audience will get tired of her. After all, there will be more girls who rely on weirdness to gain attention, and maybe uglier and more characteristic than her. Xiao Feng said casually, and Laura took a surprised look at him. I didn't expect you to have such sensitivity to fashion. That's right. This is also the reason that Heidi and I have been discussing how to transform recently. The main reason. And your Ninth Labs product gave me hope. Xiao Feng probably understands Laura's routine. So, you want Heidi to use the products of our Ninth Laboratory, after it has an effect, and then appear in that fashion week. Yes, we need such a strong visual contrast to shock the audience, so that not only can Heidi get a new life, but also your cosmetics can become popular. In addition, according to your cosmetics, wrinkle removal is particularly strong. Characteristics. I also plan a large-scale show. At this time Laura had completely aroused Xiao Feng's interest, and he felt that this woman was indeed very predictable. If you follow her ideas, maybe the products of their Ninth Laboratory will really be an instant hit. I plan to invite some famous seniors in the modeling industry to help out. Mentalnovel.com such as Daphne, Shafir, Amina, Rossi, Tess, Holiday, etc. Laura reported a list of names, but Xiao Feng had never heard of these people. After all, he was not a person in the fashion circle. Even the famous Victoria's Secret model, he knows a few of the most influential internationally. Laura was not in a hurry when he saw Xiao Feng's confused look. Instead, she took out the tablet, adjusted the information of these people one by one, and then pushed the tablet in front of Xiao Feng. And Xiao Feng, looking at the information of these models, he almost didn't jump up and threw the computer directly onto Laura's face. What do you mean by this? I asked you to promote my cosmetics. If you don't find me those Victoria's Secret angels, what do you mean by finding me a pair of old men and old ladies? Do you want to smash my place? Of course. Laura and Pierre also noticed the expression on Xiao Feng's face at this time. They looked at each other, then laughed. Laura began to explain to Xiao Feng. Chapter 422 How to Define Beauty. Xiao, what do you think is the most important feature of your Ninth Labs product? Whitening, anti-wrinkle, freckle, anti-aging. Haha. Do you know that these features of your product are not only dreamed of by all cosmetics companies, but also for everyone, whether it is a man or a woman, and they are tirelessly pursuing it. At present, it can be said that before the appearance of the Ninth Labs products, there was no cosmetic company that could launch a cosmetic product that covered all the above characteristics. But your Ninth Labs products did it. So how do you let everyone know about you? The characteristics of the product. Laura asked questions repeatedly, and really stopped Xiao Feng. He really didn't have a clue about cosmetics marketing. You have to seize these pain points in the cosmetics industry for marketing. What are men and women afraid of? What they are afraid of is that they get up every morning and look in the mirror, and suddenly they find that there are a few more wrinkles on their faces or a few more spots on their bodies. But these are all your cosmetics can solve. Laura began to explain to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng listened very carefully to her marketing philosophy. This woman was very clear and her thoughts were very clear. The next step is to see what kind of plan she will come up with and whether she can do it or not. Convince yourself. Look at these people I found. This Daphne Shafai is 90 years old this year, but she has been a model since 1948 and has been in this industry for 70 years. Now she still shows up on the D stage once a year. Don't look at her age, but her seniority in this industry is very high and her influence is very large. It can be said that she is the originator of our modeling industry. You can see that she has spent. It costs a lot of maintenance, but the wrinkles on her face are inevitable, as well as the age spots on her body. If she uses the Ninth Laboratory product, after the effect, after appearing on the stage, You say it will. What kind of effect is it? Hearing what Laura said, Xiao Feng gradually understood why she chose these models, but Laura was still talking, and didn't mean to stop. This Yamina Rossi is already 60 years old and the grandmother of 2 children. And like Daphne, she is also a legend in the modeling industry, because she turned out to be 45 when she started to enter the modeling industry. Yes, before that, she had always been a housewife, so she had a great influence on civilians. You said that if he used the products of the 9th laboratory, what kind of impact would he have on the runway? Xiao Feng has been silent. Using such a model often produces the most obvious contrast effect. If such a show is completed, it will not only make these models, but also definitely make the 9th laboratory famous. I see what you mean, Laura. Are you trying to create the strongest visual contrast to market the cosmetics of our 9th laboratory? Yes, this is what I want. The most intuitive visual contrast. It will bring the most shocking visual experience. If you are willing to give me the agency rights of the 9th laboratory cosmetics in Europe, this big, I am willing to plan the show myself. Laura smiled and said to Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng smiled and asked Laura, you have revealed your whole card so early. Are you not afraid that I will throw you away? No, of course I am not afraid. First of all, you are a friend of Pierre, and I believe in your character. Secondly, even if you leave me alone, you can't get in touch with these people. These models are not for you to spend money on. It can be done. In fact, many of them are not short of money. Laura said confidently that this woman has been very strong from the beginning. Xiao Feng didn't want her to dominate the whole negotiation. At this time, she replied with a sneer. Yes, they may not be short of money, but aren't they afraid of old age? A word suddenly made Laura's back a chill, and indeed he was careless, and revealed his whole cards too early. Even if Xiao Feng didn't know those top models, if he took the 9th Labs products in front of those people and showed them the actual results, how many of those people could refuse him? Why didn't I think of this? If he really uses his own ideas to operate, and with his financial resources, there is really nothing impossible, then he can completely throw himself away. When she thought of this, Laura felt a chill in her heart, and she was a little proud before, but at this time she was completely gone. At this time, Xiao Feng smiled, but you are right. That is that I am a friend of Pierre and you can trust my character. Since you proposed this plan, of course I cannot. He takes it for himself. Okay, Laura, you convinced me, so I wish us a happy cooperation. After Xiao Feng stood up, smiled and stretched out her hand, while Laura stood up with excitement, holding Xiao Feng's hand tightly, and shaking vigorously. Mr. Xiao, please rest assured, give me the products of the 9th laboratory as an agent. I will never let you down. I will definitely make you a great success in Europe. No, it made us a big success in Europe, Xiao Feng said with a smile, and Laura nodded excitedly. Yes, it made us a great success in Europe. Well, I'll leave the rest to you. I will ask someone to give you some samples. You can take them back and try them with those models. By the way, what are you going to call this large fashion show? Name? I've already thought about it, so I'll call it How to Define Beauty. Don't say it. The name Laura gave is really interesting. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement. Laura is the real expert in the fashion field. It is safest to leave it to an expert in this regard. Well, Xiao, now that the cooperation in the cosmetics field has been negotiated, it is time for us to discuss business. The wines from the Dynasty series I bought last time, and the caviar from Yingchi brand, have been sold out, and now you still have no stock here. I need to replenish. A lot of replenishment. Laura and Xiao Feng have negotiated a cosmetics business, and Pierre also took the opportunity to take the conversation. He brought Laura to Binxing this time, of course not specifically for cosmetics. In fact, they came with the Dynasty series of drinks and caviar provided by Xiao Feng at first. Last time he bought more than 20 million euros of wine from Xiao Feng and returned to Europe with caviar. How can I think that these products are very popular in France and Europe? The acceptance and popularity of the market completely exceeded their expectations. Originally, he thought that it might take a period of time to warm up and cultivate the market for a period of time. This new caviar and special flavor drinks will only gradually accepted by the market. I didn't even think about it. The drinks and caviar were very popular after their first appearance on a high-end occasion in Paris, conquering the taste buds of countless dignitaries. Since then, their Schengler Group has become the hottest high-end public relations company in France and even Europe. Orders for various high-end receptions are endless, and their family has made a lot of money. And those other worldly wines were even more popular once they were launched, especially the red fruit wine, which was widely praised by celebrities and dignitaries. Every day, people who call his house to sell wine are in an endless stream. Although he has improved his hunger sales to the extreme, he still ignores the enthusiasm of the customers. Now the orders for the red fruit wine and the other two other worldly wines have been scheduled for a year. Their wine cellar was already empty, which was the main reason why he came to Xiao Feng this time. Anyway, I had known each other a lot before, not to mention that Xiao Feng had already prepared the supply of goods and was waiting for Pierre and the others to come. Now Pierre asked. Of course he didn't hide it. He negotiated the price and quantity directly with him, and then signed the contract. Now Dynasty Series wines and Yingxi caviar have become popular in Europe. Schengler Group has made a lot of money. Naturally, Xiao Feng will not watch them earn all the benefits, and increase the price appropriately. That is a must-of. And Pierre, who has tasted the sweetness, naturally did not object. Anyway, the wool is on the sheep. No matter how Xiao Feng raises the price, some consumers will pay the bill in the end. Their Schengler Group will definitely leave enough profit margins for themselves. Who makes rich people like this drink and caviar so much? A transaction of 100 million euros was completed in this way. And according to Pierre's prediction, the enthusiasm of the European market has been completely mobilized. Because this is still the special taste of fine wine and caviar. Novel.com and irreplaceable, it is estimated that these goods purchased this time will last a few months, and he is expected to come again around Christmas. Xiao Feng replenishes the goods here. So he has repeatedly emphasized that he hopes that Xiao Feng can prepare enough supplies to avoid the situation of tight supply at a time. The two deals were negotiated in such an understatement. After signing the contract, Pierre directly paid Xiao Feng 50% of the purchase price, which was more than 50 million euros. For the remaining 50 million, when Xiao Feng sends the wine and caviar to Binching Wharf for loading, Pierre will call him over. As a strong supplier, Pierre dare not charge Xiao Feng's payment. Xiao Feng roughly estimated that it was about 1 billion yuan, plus his own 1 billion yuan, and the funding gap for the purchase of the Twin Towers is currently only 2 billion yuan. And for this 2 billion shortfall, it seems that banks and financial institutions can only be counted on. If the management committee is not in a hurry, wait until the second investment promotion conference will be held after the year, so there is no need to worry. Chapter 423 Syndicated Loan. But Xiao Feng knew that the management committee would definitely not delay the sale of the Twin Towers to match his time. First of all, his second investment promotion conference is scheduled for the beginning of the coming year, and there is still half a year left. On the management committee, Mr. Wang has already gone back to apply for this matter. It is estimated that the results will be returned within a month or two at the slowest. When the time comes, everyone will get through all the links, but you tell them that you want to wait until the next year to buy. Maybe it will provoke others. And because Mr. Wang is so enthusiastic, he definitely wants to get results earlier. If this building is launched earlier, it will avoid nights and dreams. It will also get income early and be included in the transcript for review at the end of the year. So of course they will do their best to promote it. This building is for sale. So Xiao Feng wants to wait until the next year to take over this building. It is certainly not realistic. In this way, there is really no other way except to find banks and financial institutions for financing. But with the current profitability of celebrity chefs, it is not difficult to obtain financing from banks. Nowadays, famous chefs are in the eyes of all banks. It is definitely a real sweet pastry. Everyone is eager for famous chefs to find them for loans. But a bank may not be able to solve the problem. This time, it should be a syndicated loan to handle the 2.1 billion. After a pleasant BBQ dinner in the evening, Xiao Feng took Zuzuki back to the room. After a fierce battle, Zuzuki lay in circles in his arms. You are planning to promote the products of the 9th laboratory to the European market first. When Xiao Feng and Pierre and Laura were discussing business before, the girl was always there. Although they all communicated in English, Zuzuki had also received 4 years of university education. Although not specializing in English, even Meng Tiger guessed what Xiao Feng and Laura meant. Xiao Feng looked down at her, then smiled and replied, "Yes, I plan to try the water on the European market now. Once I succeed in Europe, then domestic success will be a matter of course." Zuzuki nodded and did not object to Xiao Feng's statement. As a woman and a female consumer, she knows the consumption habits of many women. Women's consumption cannot be described as rational. Many women look at brands and popularity, especially cosmetics. They first pay attention to the brand and popularity, and then the effect. If the 9th laboratory's products are really successful in France and open up the international market, then it will be an inevitable thing to achieve great success before returning to domestic sales. But if this is the case, what should she do with the sales promotion plan discussed with her cousin? You and your cousin's promotion plan should be slowed down for a month or two. It's best to coordinate with the shopping festival before and after the main promotion. Laura and their big show will also be arranged in November. The border market will soon feed back the information to the country. And you can also take the opportunity to build momentum and promote it to the market at that time. This will double the result with half the effort and save a lot of trouble. Xiao Feng gave Zuzuki a reassurance. Zuzuki saw that he hadn't ignored her previous efforts because of the French market, so he was relieved. The next day, Xiao Feng delivered the wine and caviar to the warehouse specially rented by Pierre at the wharf. After Pierre inspected the goods, he immediately transferred the account to Xiao Feng, and then arranged ships to ship these products to Singapore. They prepared a cargo plane over there. The goods were settled and the cosmetics business was basically settled. Pierre and Laura immediately set off for France, and Zuzuki went back to Greentown again. On the one hand, the family business needs her to take care of him, and on the other hand, he also has to go with the church. My sister is discussing about the promotion of this cosmetic product. On the other hand, Xiao Feng contacted President Feng. He had had several dealings with him before, and he had a very good impression of President Feng of Banhai Bank. Although Banhai Bank is a small local bank, its support is very strong and its policies are very flexible. So he likes dealing with such banks. President Feng obviously waited a long time for his call. When Xiao Feng entrusted him to inquire about the Twin Towers, this guy had already guessed Xiao Feng's thoughts, but if Xiao Feng didn't say it, he certainly didn't dare to come investigate, lest Xiao Feng be anxious. Instead of going outside this time, I went directly to President Feng's office. Banhai Bank's headquarters in Binxing is located in a building near Banhai Square, which was built by Banhai Bank itself. As the branch manager, President Feng's office is located in a large room on the 38th floor. When Xiao Feng arrived, he would have been waiting for a long time. As soon as Xiao Feng entered the room, he immediately ordered his assistant to get tea, then smiled and looked at Xiao Feng and asked, "How is it, Mr. Xiao? It's been okay recently. What's the matter with your coming here this time?" Hee, Brother Feng, you are not authentic. Why am I here? Can you still not guess? President Feng laughed, then came to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, pointed to the Twin Towers more than 1,000 meters away and asked, "Are you really planning to buy these 2 buildings?" "Yes." "Then can you tell me, what are you going to do with this building?" "Hey, you also know that my celebrity chef manufacturing is getting bigger and bigger now. I don't want to hide it from you." After the year, I plan to conduct the second nationwide investment promotion. I plan to control the number of investment invitations this time. 1,000. There are more and more franchise stores, and more things need to be managed. My team needs to expand, as well as logistics supply, quality management, etc. The headquarters of my famous chef is no longer like it used to be operated as a chain store. Moving towards formalization and grouping is inevitable, so the two buildings were bought to expand the office space on the one hand, and diversify their operations on the other. Xiao Feng's words are straightforward, and the more fluent he is, the more assured President Feng will be. Because this shows that Xiao Feng has a very emotional positioning and prediction about his future development plan, and he is not fooling around. It's not uncommon for young people like him to lose control of themselves when the poor become rich, spend money indiscriminately, have confused thinking, and quickly go to ruin. It is not uncommon in the market. Therefore, President Feng still has to prevent such risks. But now listening to Xiao Feng's words, it can be seen that he is very clear-headed. Buying the Twin Towers is not the result of a fever in his brain, but he really has his own ideas. I plan to rent one of these two buildings, and the other one. Of course, the upper floor is used as the headquarters office of our celebrity chef manufacturing group. Below I plan to set aside a part of it to make a hotel. Of course, there is a podium in the middle. If possible, I will build a commercial complex, where I am building a flagship store made by famous chefs. After all, this Marina Square is a landmark of our city. There are many tourists from all over the country who come here every year. Xiao Feng talked freely, and President Feng listened very seriously, and felt that what Xiao Feng said made sense. Others may not be able to manage this building, but if it is replaced by Xiao Feng, it is really not a problem. Moreover, if you build a high-end hotel on the Marina Square, you are really not afraid of no business. Although there are many hotels nearby, it is not a problem. Influencing Xiao Feng to also engage in this business, thinking that the geographical location of the Twin Towers is really good. As for the commercial complex, let alone, there is really a lack of such a large commercial complex near the Marina Plaza. And the closest commercial complex to this classic is Kaiden Plaza a few kilometers away. In the past, it was not that no one wanted to do these things here, but the cost was too high. In addition, in recent years, the economic environment of benching has been poor, and no one has the courage. And this time Xiao Feng stood up. He was really happy that Xiao Feng had such a vision, even if he could not do it, but he would not lose money. Because of the ability of the famous chef to absorb money. Others may not know it, but President Feng really knows it. That's a money printing machine. The accounts of several branches are opened in their banks, and the daily net profit alone makes people drool. It is said that they have more than 20 directly operated stores nationwide, and those directly operated stores in first-tier cities have even more terrifying business capabilities. Therefore, such high-quality companies do not need to worry about their first source of repayment. The problem, brother, you and your elder brother will give you a solid report. How much does the building management committee plan to cost? How much do you raise yourself? How much do you plan to borrow? After probably making a judgment, President Feng made up his mind that this time he must eat the largest piece of fat. People want 4 billion. www.mtlnovel.com. We raised 2 billion by ourselves, and there is still 2 billion. We plan to find loans from banks and financial institutions. Brother Feng, we have dealt with it several times. I can compare with you, so I was the first to find you. You can give me the number of loans. President Feng originally thought that Xiao Feng was going to empty the White Wolf. How much the building is worth, he actually had a prejudgment in his mind, but most companies would often put out a small amount of money when they wanted to sell such a building. It is very common to rely on leverage, find a bank, and purchase with capital. 4 billion, 500 million, or even 1 or 2 billion. And then all other things that banks and financial institutions solve are very common in the industry, and this celebrity chef can produce 20 at a time. Billion, This is definitely a manifestation of strength. Before that, he thought that he already knew a lot about celebrity chef manufacturing. How could he think that what he knew was only a small part, and that his strength was strong? With a 50% ratio, I am worried about it. This is definitely a high-quality project, Mr. Xiao. In this way, I will solve 1 billion for you, and I will think of a solution for the rest. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. Chapter 424 Conspiracy. Bni Bank was originally a small local bank, with an asset scale of tens of billions. Although President Feng is the head of the branch, his ability to mobilize 1 billion is already his limit. But the reason why he agreed to Xiao Feng was entirely because the famous chefs made this company, which is too dazzling and too high quality. What's more, for this loan, people want to buy 2 buildings in the most popular square area of Benching. Although these 2 buildings had a good reputation before, they still care about this. Any real estate with housing capital is a high-quality asset for most banks. Even if Xiao Feng doesn't mortgage the assets made by celebrity chefs, he only needs to mortgage these 2 buildings. What is the bank's favorite collateral? Isn't this kind of fixed assets your favorite? Especially fixed assets in good locations are definitely the most risk-resistant hard currency in the eyes of banks. Although the current domestic real estate market is not very prosperous, real estate on good plots is still one of the best anti-risk tools in the eyes of banks. As for the shares made by celebrity chefs, President Feng hadn't thought about it. But if he thought about it, he estimated that if he came up with this idea, Xiao Feng would definitely withdraw it. Leaving his Feng butcher, Xiao Feng can still eat pigs without hair. So 1 billion yuan, one of the twin towers can be used as collateral, or a quarter of the floors can be divided from it. This project is absolutely feasible. As for interest rates, taking into account the current and future long-term cooperative relationship with famous chef manufacturing, it is enough to float 30% below the benchmark interest rate. It's not that President Feng has a high profile and does not want to make money. The amount of this loan is really too big, 1 billion, even if the benchmark interest rate floats by 30%, plus the handling fee, it is enough for them to make a lot of money of it. After all, celebrity chefs manufacture such high-quality companies, and they have too strong bargaining power in front of banks and financial institutions. If you don't give people full discounts on interest rates, other banks will steal your business within minutes. For President Feng, 1 billion is already the limit of his scope of authority, but for those large state-owned banks, or foreign banks, or financial institutions, they are fully capable, and they can take out 20 at a time. Billion, never give soup to other people at all. Besides, if you don't give people preferential interest rates, others will naturally give them. After all, celebrity chefs manufacture such high-quality enterprises. No matter which bank is willing to miss it. If we can handle the relationship with the famous chef this time, there will be more room for cooperation in the future. Xiao Feng has said that the second investment promotion conference will be held in the next year. There will be 1,000 companies nationwide. According to their previous standard of franchise fees, 2 million franchise fees. 1,000 companies are only 20 billion. There are other messy advertising expenses, decoration expenses, and after these 1,000 stores are successfully joined, what about the cost of the cooking kits that are imported from the celebrity chef manufacturing factory every day? This celebrity chef can become a 500 million enterprise with one leap. This hasn't been listed yet. If this is listed, it won't explode every minute. This is also the main reason why celebrity chefs have strong bargaining power in the financial market. If President Feng is not a fool, he naturally understands the meaning of Xiao Feng's words. So let alone a 30% drop in the benchmark interest rate, he is willing to go down 50%. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible for the bank to lose money, not counting the interest rate. If this sum is done, the performance of the handling fee alone will allow President Feng to be promoted to 3 consecutive levels. President Feng called his superiors and reported that he had gone to work. After all, with his authority, although he could approve only $1 billion loan, It was a verbal agreement. Once such a large loan is really going to happen, ventilating with superiors and holding a risk review meeting are all processes that must be followed. Therefore, he must inform his superiors at this time and reach a consensus with his immediate superiors, and to achieve his level. His immediate superiors, of course, are already at the bank's major shareholder level. The issue of approving loans is actually a matter of communicating with each other among several major shareholders. Xiao Feng was not in a hurry. He came to the floor-hustling windows of President Feng's office and looked at the Twin Towers in the distance. The plan he and President Feng set before was not imaginary. The two buildings, with 3 floors underground and a podium in the middle, can indeed be fully utilized. Both buildings are 60-story high. One of them is intended to serve as the headquarters of a celebrity chef manufacturing group. A part of it will be used as a hotel, and a commercial complex will be built on the podium, and a flagship store will be opened. As for the other one, it is leased to the 9th laboratory as a scientific research and production base. Anyway, it is like that kind of high-end cosmetics. In the current situation of small scale, it does not need too much place to build a factory. The environmental requirements are relatively high. We'll talk about drugs and other things in the future, to see if we can find another place to build a factory, mainly to see whether the production process developed by He Xiaojun will produce a lot of polluting wastewater. If not, then there is no need to find another place. If there is, then it really needs to find another place to build a factory. But the R&D center will definitely be here, and downstairs, he will vacate 20 floors and leave it to Guanzhenhai for burns and plastic surgery hospitals. Of course, for President Feng and the others, he still doesn't want to disclose the news of the 9th laboratory to them. It is more appropriate to be a quietly behind-the-scenes boss. Soon President Feng came back after the call. His face was red, and it was obvious that the communication with his superiors was effective. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Yu from our bank just happens to be free today. He is in benching. He has heard of your reputation a long time ago. Would it be convenient for you to see you today? After all, 1 billion is not a small number. Of course, the big man behind President Feng wants to see Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng will certainly not refuse. At this time when Xiao Feng was communicating with President Feng, the entire financial circle in Binqing seemed to have heard the wind. After all, there is no impermeable wall in the world. These financial gangs are especially keen on news. Many banks and financial institutions, after getting news that a well-known chef wants to buy the Twin Towers and are in urgent need of financing and loans, they immediately feel like a shark smelling blood, crazy. Let's move. Some credit managers even barely stepped on the threshold of the flagship store made by famous chefs. The superiors gave them instructions that they must meet the person in charge of the famous chef manufacturing side. If you don't see it, you don't have to come back and live directly in their store. And Zijing and Xilin were directly hit by phone calls. Zijing didn't even dare to show up in the store. They could only cruise back and forth between several branches, using the telephone to remotely control the normal operation of the store. At the same time, on the top floor of the Guohui Center building in the center of Binqing City, a few middle-aged men were sipping cigars and red wine while looking at the scenery downstairs. "Oh, Mr. Ma, I really don't have any blessings to accept your cigar. I really can't get used to this stuff, sorry." One of the middle-aged oil-headed men smoked 2 cigars and quickly put the cigar out in the ashtray. Then he drew a pack of cigarettes from his chest pocket, took out one to light it, and smoked it fiercely. With a mouthful, he closed his eyes with enjoyment, and it took a while before he spit out a smoke ring. "Hey, I still like this a little more." "Ha ha. Good, you try this again." On the other side, Mr. Ma, who was tall and fat with gold glasses, pulled out a white unpackaged and unmarked cigarette from the cabinet behind him and handed it over to the middle-aged oil-headed man. The oil-headed man's eyes lit up when he saw this white smoke. "Mr. Ma, you can get all of this." "Ha ha, mean, don't talk about this." "Old ho, Have you heard about the things that the famous chef made? As soon as Mr. Ma opened his mouth, the oil-headed man who had just reached out to pick up the cigarette immediately took a look, then smiled and took the cigarette, took out one, and lit it for himself. I heard that the most news I heard in the past few days is that they want to finance the purchase of a building. I have asked someone to inquire about the management committee. The news I have received so far should be true. Hee. Don't you have any thoughts? I heard that the last time you were stunned, it made you very shameless. President Ma sat on the executive chair and turned around. He looked at the oil-headed man without a smile and said that this oil-headed man was a Yukon of United International who had been in contact with Xiao Feng before. And hearing President Ma's question like this, the expression on He Yukon's face was stagnant, and a sullen expression flashed across his originally smiling face. How can I have no idea? This is a good opportunity. Mr. Ma, we all know that the group has been looking for high-quality projects for more than a year, and it is not a day or two for us to focus on this celebrity chef. Novel. Come now, they are still just starting out, and it is a good time for us to do it. Wait for a while. They will develop and grow. If we want to do it again, we won't have such a good opportunity. Well, on this point, I agree with you. Come and tell me, what are you going to do this time? Hey, I plan this time. A conspiracy against famous chefs and Xiao Feng was quietly formed in this office. At the same time, Xiao Feng has just returned to the winery and met with Dong Yu of Banhai Bank in the evening, which can be said to be very successful. Yu Dong also agrees with his business ideas and concepts, especially after learning in detail about the business situation of the famous chefs under his name. Of course, he also tentatively asked if he can use the shares made by the famous chefs as collateral. If Xiao Feng agrees, he is willing to give a higher loan, even 2 billion all-inclusive. But this proposal was declined by Xiao Feng. Such a good thing. Banhai Bank wanted to eat alone. Even if Xiao Feng agreed, other banks and financial institutions would not agree to it. Chapter 425 Go south to Xiangjiang. The reason why Xiao Feng refused Banhai Bank's request was mainly to consider the issue of risk diversification. Although he has a good relationship with Banhai Bank is a small bank after all. In the future, he will also use other banks. So such a piece of fat must also be reserved for other banks to share profits, or else in the future, if he really asks for other banks in the future temporarily hold the Buddha's feet, anyone else has time to deal with you. 1 billion is enough for other banks to share profits. On this point, he discussed with Kajia again the next day. As long as other banks and financial institutions that are interested in participating, the request is not too excessive, they can agree. He even plans to entrust Banhai Bank to help him contact some banks and engage in a syndicated loan. A syndicated loan is a loan from multiple banks or financial institutions to one enterprise at the same time. The reason for this is that these banks and financial institutions are optimistic about this enterprise at the same time. However, this company's capital needs are relatively large. Although the bank is optimistic about this company, it is worried that if only its own family lends to this company, the risk will increase for itself. Therefore, in order to reduce the risk and not to offend the customer, I contacted some friendly banks and financial institutions that have a good relationship with me, and we all give loans to this company together. This can not only meet the needs of enterprises, but also reduce their own risks. At the same time, they can build relationships and expand channels in the industry. People's Banhai Bank's Yu Dong, who gave him so much face yesterday, Xiao Feng simply sold him as a benefit, and asked them to get someone from Banhai Bank to do this syndicated loan. Of course, loans from banks and financial institutions must be collateral. After Xiao Feng and Kajia discussed it, they decided to mortgage the 2 buildings directly to these banks and financial institutions. After all, such a building is hard currency to them, and this is a building valued at 4 billion, and the bank mortgage is only a 30% discount. If there are other banks and financial institutions that don't want this building as collateral, after Xiao Feng and Kata have discussed, they will take out part of their future operating income rights as a pledge from their direct operated stores made by celebrity chefs. This is already the bottom line for their loans. If someone is still not satisfied, please get out. If someone asks them to take out equity to pledge, then there is no need to cooperate with such banks and financial institutions. Today's celebrity chef manufacturing is so strong, the bottom line they can accept is limited to this: whoever is not satisfied, then there is no need to cooperate. Next, the purchase of the building and the loan will be handled by Qatar, and Xiao Feng intends to go to another world before the winter. Prior to this, he led his men in another world to raid the Gourd Canyon. Although he occupied it, he was always worried that the orcs would come back and retaliate. But because of the continuous heavy rain in other worlds, many mountain roads were destroyed, and the main force of the half-orcs was still conquering in the southern part of the Talon Empire, and there was no full force to attack them. It was precisely because of this that he returned to their modern era with confidence, but in fact, he was still not at ease and felt not at ease. After all, they counterattacked and laid down such a large piece of land. If the half-orcs would not come to retaliate, I am afraid that he himself would not even dare to believe this, so he planned to go to another world before the winter. But before going to another world this time, he still had to go to Russia to replenish some weapons and ammunition. Before going to Russia, he went to Xiangjiang again and found several foreign banks. Previously, he had registered several shell companies and some bank accounts in the Virgin Islands and the Cayman Islands, and a lot of overseas funds were entered into these bank accounts. This time he wants to transfer all the money out and transfer it back to China to use it to purchase buildings. There is another reason. He has cooperated with Citigroup and several large foreign banks before. He also came here this time to improve his credit rating. After all, these foreign banks have a lot of tentacles in overseas regions. For many overseas relationships, it will be much easier to have their help. Therefore, Xiao Feng intends to choose one of these banks as a long-term partner. Considering that he has a big impression in the Chinese region, he chose Citi. After all, this American bank has been working in China for many years. The ministry environment is very familiar. The way he raised his credit rating with Citi was very simple. He rented an entire warehouse with a safe at the branch of Citibank in Hong Kong, and then put in a batch of diamonds and gold from other worlds. The jewels and diamonds he took out were not many, which accounted for less than a neat tenth of the gold and silver treasures he had raided from other worlds, but even so, the account manager who had been following him was frightened. In fact, when he was storing these treasures, he could let the account manager leave, but he didn't. Instead, he let him stay. He wanted to show this guy deliberately, and the effect of doing so was very obvious. The whole process, the account manager grew up in surprise and looked at him like an alien. "Mate, where is this great local tyrant? No wonder you have to rent an entire room with a safe. There are too many babies. There are only 3 big diamonds." Although this account manager does not know how to appreciate diamonds, he also knows that such a big diamond is rare in the world. If you take anyone to auction, you may send hundreds of millions of them. Price. Such a baby is definitely the favorite hard currency of the rich. It is harder than the US dollar or the renminbi, and holds the most value, and the room for future appreciation is also very objective. There are many colorful treasures, not to mention, the account manager feels his eyes are blinded. The other is the regular gold bricks. Although they were cast in private, the 1 kilogram weighs a lot, regardless of whether they are professionally manufactured. But gold is gold. Whenever he heard Xiao Feng putting gold bricks in the warehouse, the manager would feel his heart jumped when he heard the clinking sound of the gold bricks. When he came out of the vault, the account manager felt that he had been suffocated. Today he has seen what a real tyrant is. In the morning, Xiao Feng put the hard currency in the bank's vault. In the afternoon, he received a call from Citibank. His deposit in Citibank's account was only a few $100,000, but he was promoted to a VIP customer by them. He even compensated him for a sweet-sounding personal customer service specialist named Casey. Not to sell him, ask him to apply for a card, or to recommend various financial products to him. Xiao Feng smiled and declined, but smiled and said to Casey that he would contact her when needed in the future. This Citibank is not a fuel-efficient lamp. His storage of a large amount of gold and silver jewelry in the vault must have been reported by the account manager. And with such financial resources, how can Citibank not take it seriously? As long as they can attract their attention, Xiao Feng's goal will be achieved. This Citibank can be regarded as a backhand left by him, and he may be able to use it any time in the future. Although he has space, those gold and silver treasures are safer in the space. But the gold and silver treasures in the space can't provide him with any convenience, and put them in the bank's vault. The effect is different. Those guys in the bank, as long as they are not fools, will make an assessment of those gold and silver treasures. Then they will estimate their net worth based on these gold and silver treasures, and then provide them with corresponding conveniences. Sometimes the convenience that these guys can provide is really not something ordinary people can handle, and this is the main reason why Xiao Feng came to City to store gold and silver jewelry. He was delayed for a few days in Xiangjiang, mainly because the funds previously transferred overseas were being transferred back to the mainland. Of course, he was not directly transferred to the mainland through domestic banks. Instead, through a few accounts, the funds were transferred to a small country in the south. This small country is a well-known RMB underground offshore trading center, and the exchange rate is a bit more advantageous than that of a bank on the right track. From here, he converted the US dollar to RMB and then transferred the money to the country through City's account. With such a large amount of money, after passing City's account, naturally, City could be more objectively aware of its own strength. In the next few days, the sister Casey from City made her phone calls very frequently. In addition to all kinds of sales promotion, she was all kinds of side-by-side hits, asking him if he planned to have such a large sum of money on his domestic account. Investment plan. If the funds are not sufficient, Citigroup is also willing to provide him with support. The bank is the best broker in the world. What Xiao Feng wants is this effect. He neither reveals nor agrees. Instead, he talks with the girl named Casey on the phone, teasing the girl every day, and has a good time. It's pretty cool. In fact, like this private financial specialist provided by Citigroup. Novel.com. Xiao Feng certainly knows what's going on. It's nothing more than what the bank provides to customers. Anyway, this is the unspoken rule of the financial industry. How can the bank retain those VIP customers? You have to really make the customers feel like God, especially these big bosses with a net worth of billions. If you don't take care of others, they will change cooperation with individual banks, and then the bank will have to cry to death. So in order to meet the needs of customers, these banks really do everything. Every year they recruit a large number of sweet-looking female graduates from major financial institutions in the world, specialize in training, and then become a private financial specialist. The title allows them to get in touch with customers. Of course, if something happens between them and the customer, it is between them and has nothing to do with the bank. And those female employees are also very willing to really have something to happen to the customer. After all, this is a shortcut to the sky. Soon, Xiao Feng got on the plane and headed north to Russia. As before, he felt that he had to replenish some ammunition before going to another world. Chapter 426 Maritime Corporation. This time Xiao Feng first arrived in Vladivostok. Peter picked him up at the airport, and then directly settled him in a manor on the outskirts of the city. This manor is now Peter's nest. The area is very large, and the house is very impressive. Being able to live in such a house also shows Peter's strength. Now he is absolutely unique in this city, and he should have regained his vitality. Staying in the manor, Peter entertained him for a sumptuous meal in the evening. After the meal, he went to the fire to cook. It was already September, and the temperature in Vladivostok was not at its high, and it has been raining in recent days, so Peter asked to light the fireplace. Sitting in front of this warm fireplace while roasting the fire and drinking red wine, I really enjoy the good life. Before, Katya and I talked on the phone and said you want to get some fishing boats to fish in the Irkutsk waters. Peter didn't have any ink, so he went straight into it. Xiao Feng nodded. Yes, I'm also thinking about diversified development recently, and I'm also considering the ocean fishing industry. But it's not easy to do. Now many conditions are good. All of the fishing grounds are controlled in the hands of others. As a latecomer, it is not easy to enter this field. It happened that Katya told me last time that you have a way to get a fishing license. So, the Irkutsk Sea is a very important fishing ground in the North Pacific region. The fishery resources are extremely rich. There are countless fish with very high economic value, such as salmon, trout, and cod. There are only 4 neighboring countries, namely Russia, Japan, and North and South Korea. Originally, because of the Japanese urinary sex, they must be fishing in this sea area. After all, there are not only large fisheries here, but also abounds in various whales and other large sea beasts, which are all Japanese favorite foods. But because of the big bully of Russia, the Japanese dare not want to be presumptuous here, including the fishing boats of South and North Korea, and they dare not overfish the fish here. Even the ocean fishing companies of other countries are the same. After all, a large part of the sea here, although it is known as the high seas, is actually no different from Russia's inland sea because of its geographical location. A few years ago, there was a certain fishing boat that secretly crossed the border to salvage, and the result angered the Russian Maoist Navy. People don't care about you, and they sank the fishing boat directly with shelling, and it almost became international event. Later, there were incidents in which a Japanese fishing boat was seized by the Teddy Bears Navy, and dozens of crew members were directly arrested. Moreover, such incidents were not once or twice. Therefore, not many people dare to overfish in this sea area, and not many people are not afraid of the Russian Maoist Navy here, and it is precisely because of this that it has created a variety of rich fishery resources here. Since Kato and Xiao Feng mentioned it last time, he has been obsessed with this sea area. If he can really get the fishing license here, and indeed fish in this sea area, it is definitely a very good way. The fishery resources in this sea area are too rich. Some time ago, he also specially found some natural discovery channels, and watched the feature film about this sea area. This look made him obsessed with it. This is also the main reason why he went north this time and did not go directly to Liu Jin, but came to Peter first. Actually, I think so. It's not difficult to help you get a fishing license here. But you buy a boat from your country, drive the boat over, catch it here, and then transport the fish back. Don't you think is it too much trouble? Peter's words made Xiao Feng stunned. What does this guy mean? Hey, I actually think so. I have a ready-made fishing company and a crew member. I think you might as well buy a refrigerated boat directly, and I will arrange the crew to salvage at sea directly. If you ship the product directly at sea to your refrigerated ship, isn't it just right for you to return the freight directly to your side? This will save you a lot of trouble. It will also save you a lot of costs. After Peter finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Feng a little nervously. The reason why he proposed this way was actually because he had a group of brothers to feed him. In the Far East, there are not so many job opportunities. Many young people here have gone to Europe. Russia has never been able to develop some cities in the Far East. Although the natural resources here are very rich, after all, the population is limited and the market scale is limited. Young people like Peter have basically no way out except for being in the dark. They go to factories. There are basically no factories here. They don't like farming when they go to farm. But even if it's mixed black, how can there be so many places to show him and them? So usually do some work within our capacity to make money to support myself, and Peter is the one who can create job opportunities for those people, but because of the recent expansion of his power, he can't think of 2 good job opportunities for these people. Katya told him earlier that Xiao Feng wanted to engage in ocean fishing on the Russian side. This made him feel that he had found a doorway and had a few boats. It was very easy for him to go fishing. When the time comes, his brothers will be able to rotate out to sea, and the market in China can be said to be infinitely large, and they only need to sell the fish to them. And Xiao Feng was touching his chin and thinking about Peter's proposal. Indeed, this method was very good and could save him a lot of trouble. He wanted to engage in ocean fishing before. In fact, the main purpose was not really to engage in ocean fishing, but to find a reasonable channel to find a cover for the seafood he brought from another world. But now Peter offered to organize the fishing fleet and Xiao Feng could buy a refrigerated transport ship himself. This method sounds really good. At present, there are many ocean-going fishing companies in China, and they all have such ocean-going refrigerated transport ships, many precious fish, and prawns. After they are caught from the sea, fishermen directly sell such marine goods to these large ships. After these large ships received the sea cargo, they were directly frozen on board and transported back to China, which saved costs for both parties and created profits. Therefore, in Xiao Feng's view, Peter's proposal is very feasible. And more importantly, Peter's proposal made him suddenly think of an idea, that is to engage in marine ranch farming. Some time ago, he seemed to read the news and said that there are currently dozens of footballs in the East China Sea. The cages used in the farm were sunk in the sea to engage in marine aquaculture, and the fish that were raised were all relatively high-value fish. At that time, you might as well try it in the waters here, but it's not suitable for it at the moment. So let's go ahead and talk about it first. Xiao Feng agreed to Peter's proposal and asked Peter to plan fishing boats and train sailors first. For ocean fishing, he had to wait for him to return from another world next time and get the refrigerated transport ship. He said goodbye to Peter the next day and went directly to Liu Jin. Since Liu Jin got on the line with him, his life has become more and more comfortable, which can be seen from the outer wall of his farm. In the past, this guy's farm didn't even bother to make fences, but now he has not only made fences, but even planted a bunch of tall trees on the edge of the fence, blocking the prying eyes of the ranch from the outside. Of course, Liu Jin welcomed Xiao Feng's arrival, and Xiao Feng was his great of wealth. When Xiao Feng left last time, he told Liu Jin that he wanted to build 2 Black Shark helicopters, but this is not a simple weapon after all. Although the Russian military no longer uses this thing, but it still belongs to the controlled weapons sequence, and if private individuals want to do it, it is still not so easy. And you also know that this Black Shark helicopter is no longer in use. The current mainstream is the improved version of the Black Shark, the Alligator. To be honest, Xiao, why don't you want this? This is more powerful, and it's better. After talking a few words with Xiao Feng, Liu Jin tentatively asked Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng could only smile helplessly. He didn't know the benefits of a twin-engine helicopter, but he was in another world, and this twin-engine helicopter was definitely not available. Driving by one person and manipulating the weapon by one person is impossible to play in another world. Driving a helicopter is much more complicated than driving a car. Even if he can play both the car and the tank on Friday, Xiao Feng dare not let him try to drive the helicopter easily. After all, this thing is not easy to play, but it will be destroyed by the machine. If you drive yourself and let Friday control the weapons, it will be even more nonsense. That guy doesn't even know how to aim, let alone understand the complicated weapon control system on the helicopter. Therefore, the single-person helicopter is the most suitable. And the only helicopter in the world that suits his needs is this Black Shark helicopter. But these words are inconvenient for him to explain to Liu Jin.mentalnovel.com, so he can only bite the bullet and say to Liu Jin, of course I know the benefits of alligators, but my clients, now they want Black Shark Go to play. What can I do? Okay. I have already asked you about it. There are currently 2 sealed Black Sharks in the military warehouse on the Chita side, but I need a certain amount of time to get these 2 planes. Maybe you will be able to do it the next time you come. Well, I'm not in a hurry. As long as you can handle it, that's fine. Since he could not buy a helicopter, Xiao Feng replenished a lot of guns and ammunition from Liu Jin, but when he was leaving, he was attracted by a rotorcraft at the door of the warehouse. "Liu Jin, do you sell this stuff? Ha ha. Do you like this? Give it to you. It's not worth any money anyway. Don't worry, this is 90% new." It didn't take long for me to buy it. In this way, this miscellaneous brand of rotorcraft became Xiao Feng's only gain this time. Chapter 427 New Atmosphere. In Hula Gorge, the rotorcraft looks very similar to a helicopter, just like a simple version of the helicopter. But in fact, the flying principle of this kind of aircraft is very different from that of a helicopter. The helicopter mainly relies on the rotation of the blades to drive the air and provide lift to the aircraft, while the rotorcraft relies on the engine to drive the propeller to provide it. This rotorcraft, to put it bluntly, is a simple propeller aircraft with rear propellers, and the overhead rotors are only required to be blown by air after the aircraft flies in order to bring lift to the aircraft. The biggest difference from a helicopter is that the helicopter can take off and land vertically, while the rotorcraft needs to run to and taxi to take off. However, compared to helicopters, the rotorcraft is very easy to operate and very easy to make. As long as you have a suitable engine, or even a person, weld a few steel pipes at home, you can make a simple rotorcraft. Liu Jin's rotorcraft is a French brand, but Xiao Feng doesn't know him. As far as he is concerned, as long as the rotorcraft can fly. The reason why he wants to sell this gyroplane is to learn how to fly. After all, he has no previous experience in flying airplanes. Helicopter driving is not simpler than flying a jet plane. Special training is required. However, he has the help of Tyrannical Bee and learns everything very quickly, so he believes that he will soon be able to master the skills of flying a helicopter. But before that, he still has to learn some simple knowledge of flying airplanes, as well as being familiar with controlling airplanes and flying in the air. And what could be more like the driving mode of a rotorcraft than a helicopter? First, use this rotorcraft to practice hand skills. Next time you come to Russia, I will find someone to teach you how to fly a helicopter. Anyway, there are many aviation schools on Muz's side, and the prices are cheaper than those in the United States and China. Xiao Feng didn't want to go to the United States to learn how to fly a helicopter. First, the journey was too long, and second, the requirements there were very strict, and he was confident that he could quickly master helicopter driving skills, and he didn't want to waste too much time there. And learning helicopter piloting in China is more structured, so it is more convenient to learn Feng's family in Russia. Besides, he doesn't need a driver's license to fly a helicopter in another world. As long as he can drive, he will drive a few more times in another world and it will be okay. After getting the gyroplane from Liu Jin, Xiao Feng didn't return to the country, but directly found a wilderness and crossed to another world. But this time he went straight into the Hula Gorge. He didn't bother to disturb the main leaders of the tribe, but first took a look at the Hula Gorge. This look made him feel very relieved. At this time, the alien world has entered winter, but because of the terrain, the Hula Gorge is surrounded by high mountains and is located in a basin, so the temperature is not very low. It was even warmer than the Panivara Peninsula to the south. Xiao Feng had also experienced winter in another world before, and he was in Runliu City at that time. There will be heavy snow in winter, and the temperature will drop to -20 degrees, or even colder. Only at the southern end of the peninsula near the sea, the temperature will be relatively warmer, but it is about 0 degrees. Because of the terrain, the climate in this Hula Gorge is much more comfortable. Although it is winter, the temperature in this gorge is still 10 degrees above zero. Although the temperature is not high, it does not affect people's work in the wild. From the point of view of Hula's Yui Castle, the entire Hula Gorge is a large construction site. Those liberated humans, along the tributaries of the rushing river, reclaimed land, built castles and roads along the banks of the river. It can be said that they are in full swing. Along the way, we can see that there are a large number of half-orc slaves who are put into labor, and they are all engaged in the hardest and most dangerous work. It seems that those managers have implemented Xiao Feng's thoughts. Is it very thorough? Because a large amount of food was seized from the castle of the orcs, These humans are not embarrassed at present. Even in winter, they can have enough food. What's more, from the Pinivera Peninsula, there are various supplies that are being transported along the rushing river from far away. Xiao Feng also went all the way from south to north, checking his work while paying attention to the living environment of human beings. The castle in the Gourd Waste Gorge was built very quickly because Charles Mann used a large number of orcs slaves, and the surrounding stone was very rich. It is already in its embryonic form. Xiao Feng estimates that in a few months, the castle will be completed. Although the castle is not big, it just happens to be stuck in the throat of the Gourd Yao Canyon. Even if they lose the north, the Gourd Gorge land in China, but as long as the Master Node, the Gourd Gorge land in the south, I believe it can also be held. After seeing this castle, Xiao Feng went north to Kuai City directly. Xiao Feng didn't change the name of this human city that was taken back from the Python Prince, and Kyle and Bloom, waiting for the generals, are stationed in this frontline city, which is different from the human cities in the Hula Gorge, where the city is building up and building. The atmosphere here is more solemn. This city is very large, but there are not many ordinary residents living in it. Most of them are soldiers and heavy soldiers. Compared with the time when Xiao Feng left before, the castle was much stronger, the city wall was much taller and thicker, and the number of soldiers also increased a lot. Kyle and the others saw Xiao Feng driving from a distance from the city wall, and immediately rode out of the city to greet him. Originally, when Xiao Feng left last time, he said that he might not come back until the beginning of spring next year, but this time he will come back in winter. But it was much earlier than previously expected. Kyle and the others were of course very happy. "My lord, why did you come back suddenly? I still can't worry about you. We have captured the Hula Gorge this time. It is impossible for the half-orcs not to be angry. I am afraid that they can't wait for the spring to come back and retaliate. So I came here to take a look." Xiao Feng didn't conceal his thoughts either. Kyle and the others were warm in their hearts. It seems that the adults still value us very much. In fact, during the period after Xiao Feng left, Kyle and Bloom's nerves have also been tight. They are both people who have dealt with half-orcs many times. The half-orcs character that Jacques must reciprocate. They certainly understand that they led a human counterattack this time, and they have also taken such a large piece of land, and they are also located on the main road leading to the peninsula to the south. After the half-orcs learned about it, how can it not be angry? So they have also been guarding against the orcs coming to retaliate. So they had many meetings with Charles Mann, Kalar, and they finally came up with the following results. That is, in the northern section of the Hula Gorge, the construction project slowed down first, and the construction projects in the northern section of the gorge will not be carried out until they have survived the first revenge of the orcs. If they can't stop the orcs' retaliation, they will retreat to the Gourd Waste and lock the passage, at least to be able to defend the South Gorge. This is why Xiao Feng went all the way north, and after passing the Gourd Waste Gorge, he found the Gourd Gorge land. The northern section of the city is not the main reason for so much popularity. Along the way, except for some important points along the river, where humans were found building castles, other sites of land development and planting were rare. After hearing Kyle's arrangement, Xiao Feng also nodded. No wonder this castle is so severe. How many qualified soldiers do we have now? My lord, we have now trained 30,000 soldiers. And there are still 20,000 people who are hurrying to train. When the spring of the coming year begins, we expect that there will be 50,000 qualified soldiers, and there will be 20,000 soldiers. After laying down the Hula Gorge and liberating a large number of humans, the tribe finally has sufficient human resources to organize and train more soldiers. In addition, the natural conditions in the territory under Xiao Feng's jurisdiction are very good. Although the productivity is not high, it is not difficult to achieve great material wealth, as long as Xiao Feng provides them with qualified methods, a large number of planting, breeding. It is not difficult for everyone to eat a full stomach and feed an army of more than 100,000. There is nothing moving from the orc opposite, right? Well, After the last mudslide incident, we also found that the orcs sent a lot of people, but the main purpose was to rescue their tribe and clean up the mountain roads. But as the weather got colder, they also cleaned up. The work on the mountain road gradually stopped. It is estimated that after the beginning of the spring next year, they will send people to clear the mountain road. But when the mountain road is cleared, they can launch an offensive, and the conditions are ripe. I am afraid it will be the autumn of the next year. Novel. Kyle said his own judgment, and Bloom also confirmed his thoughts, because Bloom is the one who often goes far north of the city wall and leads the scouts to investigate, so he has an opinion on the side of the orcs. The situation is very well understood. Hearing this, Xiao Feng heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the half-orcs should really not come for more than half a year. Think about it, even if their main force is withdrawn from the south, it will take more than a year to conquer the south. Even if it is elite, it will take some time to repair. When I regain my spirit and come back, it will definitely be next autumn. Well, you can go down first, and also, call me Pandeli. Kyle and Bloom responded, and then withdrew from Xiao Feng's room. After a while, Bumblebee General Pandeli knocked on the door and came in. As soon as this guy came in, he knelt down in front of Xiao Feng and kept kissing his boots. No way, in terms of blood relationship, Xiao Feng is their old ancestor. What's more, the blood of the tyrannical bee has a natural suppressive effect on these wild bees. Therefore, the wild bee, when he saw him, was as good as his three grandsons. General. Chapter 428 Overlord Swarm. My lord, do you want to see me? Pandeli is very well behaved in front of Xiao Feng. He is a traitor thrown by the bumblebee. He has a special relationship with Xiao Feng, so he has not received much rejection in the human society. Although Xiao Feng had a grudge about half-orcs, he felt different about bumblebees. After all, in terms of blood, these guys could be regarded as his close relatives, and they could even be said to be the most loyal to him. Even the loyalty is higher than that of Kyle and Bloom, who had signed a soul contract with him, so he looked at these bumblebees differently. Otherwise, relying on the feud between Kyle and the orcs before, even if these bumblebees take the initiative to surrender, they will not have a good life. But Pandeli and the others are different. Even when Xiao Feng is away, their status in the human tribe has not been affected too much. One is their special identity, and the other is their living habits. They still maintain the wild bees. He usually lives in dense forests and lives by collecting honey. Of course, after dehumanization, they must have a part of their living habits to be closer to humans. For example, their food is no longer limited to honey. They will also consume some of human food. After switching to the human camp, their living standards were obviously much better than when they were in the orcs camp before. After all, their status in the orcs camp before was not too high. How is life? Isn't it a habit? Xiao Feng hadn't paid much attention to the life of the bumblebee before. This time he asked Pandeli to ask a few questions, but he made Pandeli grateful. In the Orcs League, the social class is completely divided by blood races. To put it bluntly, it is fist strength. Their bumblebee strength is average, and they are not high although in the orcs race. The upper level bigwigs will talk to them. Xiao Feng's close attitude made Pandeli feel very heartwarming. Very good. I am basically used to living in peace with humans. In fact, our bumblebees are not particularly aggressive ones. We have been savaged by other savages before. People are forced to join the war. Now that we are in the hands of adults, our life is much better than before, and the children can eat their food. This Pandeli was talking about it. At this time, it should be more like the simple village head Xiao Feng had seen on TV before. Xiao Feng nodded, and talked with Pandeli for a while, and bought people's hearts by the way. And then the topic changed. You told me last time that you had found traces of the Overlord honeycomb hive before? Yes, my lord, it's in the mountains west of the Karachi Mountains, but it's very dangerous. Pandeli was also taken aback when he heard Xiao Feng's question, and then he explained it to Xiao Feng. When Xiao Feng was first rescued by Bloom and the others, He used an amber rough stone containing the soul of the Overlord Bee and Queen Bee, which gave him a certain superpower. Later, he also learned about the origins of this Overlord Bee with Bioluides. According to the drama Bioluides, this is a very powerful insect class creature. As early as thousands of years, it used to dominate this continent. One of the ancient beasts, very powerful. It is a cousin with the bees on the earth, but there is a difference here. The bees on the earth are matrilineal society. The queen bee is the female bee, and the king bee here is reversed, and the queen bee is the male beak. The queen bee controls this entire swarm and has a very powerful influence. The most terrifying thing about them is that they can lay larvae on other creatures like the legendary worms on the earth, and then control other creatures through the larvae. Later, Xiao Feng also talked about this kind of creature with the knowledgeable Charles Mann scholar. As a human being, Charles Mann knew more about this Overlord Bee. Human history books have had a lot of this kind of creature. Detailed records. In Xiao Feng's impression, this kind of king wasp's method of manipulating other creatures is similar to that of parasitic flies on the earth. It wraps the eggs around the host's body, and then the eggs hatch in the host, eat up the host's internal organs, and then grow and evolve energy. This is a very disgusting creature. But after talking with Charles Mann, he discovered that the parasitism of this Overlord was not like this. Although they also lay eggs on the host, they can control the eggs to merge with the host after hatching, instead of directly eating the host. Viscera, let the host die. After these Overlord wasp larvae merged with their host, they would completely control the lodging owner, turning the host into a loyal servant of the Overlord Wasp clan. Let them go east, never west. Let them jump into the river, they never jumped off the cliff. Anyway, it's very terrible, very powerful. In the early years of humanity, many people were attacked. What is even more frightening is that these tyrannical bees can parasitize no matter what kind of creatures, from humans to giant dragons, as long as they want. There will be no them uncontrollable. Later, I didn't know what kind of natural disasters they experienced. This tyrant wasp clan suddenly became extinct, and this gave mankind a chance to thrive on this continent. And the more he understands this Overlord wasp group, the more Xiao Feng is interested in this group, especially this Overlord wasp parasitizing and controlling this unique skill. Now his business in the modern world is getting bigger and bigger, and he wants to bring more good things from other worlds to the modern world. For example, he wanted to bring the ocean products from other worlds to the modern world. This is different from beef. He can use the excuse of import and export to cover people's eyes. As for this marine product, even if you use import and export methods, someone will have to ship it for you, right? Even if according to Peter's method, let his people fish in the Sea of Irkutsk, and then he builds a frozen boat to collect the fish, then the boat will be made a bit bigger, and then after the fish is collected, he will go directly to the boat to remove him from the marine cargo brought by the alien world is put on the ship and is being transported back to China. This is a good way. But what would the captain and crew of this refrigerated ship think? Obviously only 1 ton of fish was collected, but the boss came to stay on the boat for 1 night, and the warehouse was full the next day. He brought back 3 tons of sea cargo, unless those people were fools and blind. So the best way is to install 1 or several of your own fishing boats in the Irkutsk Sea to deliver goods to the refrigerated ships. But what about the captains and crew of these ships? These captains and crew members must be their own people to guarantee Xiao Feng's secrets. But in the modern world it is impossible to sign a soul contract, so how to control these people? After thinking about it, Xiao Feng thought of this Overlord wasp's parasitic control method. If this method can be successfully operated, then he will be able to become the most powerful creature in the modern world. There will be a large number of loyalty and will never change his mind. Men. But he is just a person who integrates the soul of the king bee. If you want to truly achieve parasitic control, you also need to find the seeds or fossils left by the king bee group. As long as you master this kind of thing, bring it back to the world and see if you can clone it. Only by coming out can Xiao Feng's predicament be resolved. And just before When he was chatting with Pandeli, Pandeli mentioned to him, it seems that in a large mountain far away, his people have seen the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so it is judged that there is a tribe of Tyrannosaurus in that mountain. So Xiao Feng moved his mind. In fact, the main purpose of coming to the alien world this time is to have two. One is to check if the half-orcs mean an army is coming, and the second is to look for the Overlord B group. Trace. My people, after finding the corpse of the Overlord B in that mountain, they have searched in the mountains many times, and we have also found many of the Overlord's corpses, which makes us very excited. But then we did not find the Overlord B's hive, but found a mage's residence. We suspect that those Overlord Bees were controlled by that human mage. Pandeli explained to Xiao Feng very carefully how they discovered and searched for the Overlord Bees. My cousin took people and squatted outside the mage's residence, and he really found out that every once in a while, there will be Overlord Bees flying out of the mage's dwelling. But these Overlord Bees, the inventory time is not long. The short one will live for 1 day, and the long one will live for 2 or 3 days. We wonder if the mage is using our ancestors for experiments. After listening to Pandeli's explanation, Xiao Feng found this matter more interesting, and he motioned Pandeli to continue. He must have used some witchcraft to control our blood relatives, so the great elder of our tribe, Hua King, decided to launch a war to rescue our ancestors' blood relatives. But Pandeli said here, a little dejected, Xiao Feng knew without asking that they must have been defeated in this war, and they had suffered heavy losses. MTLnovel.com. Okay, I probably understand. Then can you take me to a place to see? I think there will be a human mage. If a mage really controls a large number of overlords' fronts, I feel I have an obligation to rescue them. Really, my lord? That's great. Although the Bumblebee's previous rescue operation failed, but after seeing Xiao Feng's ability, Pandeli didn't think Xiao Feng would make a move, and they would fail. Of course, but now we have a detailed plan. Bloom! Xiao Feng shouted, and then Bloom, who had been guarding the door, pushed in and said, my lord, what's the matter? Go, bring me the continental sand table map I asked you to make. Okay, my lord. After a while, Bloom brought people over to a table, and on the table was the topographic sand table of the known continent they were exploring. This is Bloom and Charles Mann's disciple who have been busy for more than a year. It can be said that it is the most precious and accurate map on the planet. Chapter 429 Expedition Team. The sand table is very beautiful and very clear. Of course, Xiao Feng taught some drawing knowledge, so it can be made so beautiful. However, because of the limited understanding of the current planet, the known areas have been made very detailed, and the unknown part, which is based on some historical records, has made a rough look. Pandeli was also surprised when he saw this exquisite sand table map, but he quickly lost his mind and began to give Xiao Feng pointers and explanations. The place where they found the body of the tyrant Feng was mainly in the Karachi Mountains, and the Karachi Mountains were mountains that traverse the planet from east to west, and were said to be very majestic. However, it was mainly on the land of Methodox where the Talon Empire was located, just to the east of the Penivara Peninsula. To the north of the Penivara Peninsula is a rugged mountain range, and the farther to the north, the higher the mountain. After reaching a certain high latitude, it is a snow-capped mountain that does not change all the year round. This land is a land bridge that connects the mainland of Mesodxo on the east side and the mainland of Saint Sodxo on the west side. The Talon Empire is located in the continent of Methodox, and the Kataran Empire is located in the continent of Street Sodxo. The two known continents before, mainly live in the races of humans, elves, dwarves, and kingdoms. But now, these two continents have become a paradise for half-orcs. The Karachi mountain range is located on the Methodox continent. This mountain range is located on the Naples Prairie north of the Talon Empire. To the north of the grassland is the secret forest of the orcs' hometown, and to the south is the kingdom of mankind. And this Karachi mountain range lies on the grassland. It used to be the natural boundary between the human sphere of influence and the half-orc sphere of influence. But now with the invasion of half-orcs, the division of influence of this mountain range has become less obvious. Well-known mountains like the Karachi Mountains are certainly shown on the sand table of this map. But after all, the map is abbreviated according to a certain ratio. In addition, Pandeli and the others do not know much about geography, so he pointed out on the sand table that they were in the Karachi Mountains and found the corpses of the Overlord Feng. It's really hard to tell. He can only delineate an area roughly, because that area was once the area where their bumblebees lived before, that is, near that area where they found the body of the Overlord Feng. Xiao Feng probably had a score in his heart, and then immediately decided, let Pandeli lead the way, where he was going to take a look. Kyle and Bloom had heard that Xiao Feng planned to go deep alone, and now they wandered around in the half-orcs territory, and their expressions changed drastically, even though they had defeated the half-orcs several times before. But where Xiao Feng is going this time is different. It's not the front line between them and the half-orcs, but the hinterland of the half-orcs' old nest. Who knows how many orcs there are? And who knows, will there be any new type? The half-orcs they haven't seen will appear. What if there is an accident if they are trapped there? And Xiao Feng smiled and calmed their emotions. Don't worry, my abilities are less than a tenth of what you have seen. Maybe I can't beat those half-orcs, but they want it's impossible to trap me. When he said this, Kyle and the others felt that the same was true. Although they had been with Master Mage for so long, they hadn't even figured out how great Master Mage was. Because every time, adults can play new tricks, and new methods are constantly emerging. Go here too. He may not be able to defeat all the half-orcs, but when he thinks of the powerful iron box that Master Mage was riding in before, can those half-orcs be able to block the strange iron box in which the adults are riding? That is made of pure iron, dozens of tons, even the most powerful elephant men in the half-orc tribe. There is nothing to do with the iron box, right? Also, this time you will go with me, Bloom, and bring both the eagles. If something happens and we get out of the air, they will definitely not be able to catch up with us. Hearing what Xiao Feng said, everyone was relieved. It seemed that the adults were not on a whim, it should have been calculated long ago. Spirit vultures are the few ancient beasts in the world at present, and they are invincible in the air. On the half-orc side, any golden vultures that meet the spirit vultures will have to retreat. It is true that with these two spirit eagle guards, there is no problem for the adults to return. With Lingjiu as the base for the return package ticket, everyone felt a lot more settled, and then Xiao Feng began to gradually manpower the expedition team. Friday, as the current main coordinator of Huluxiadi, is not suitable to go with him. But Xiao Feng still needs a few drivers. Fortunately, Friday also helped Xiao Feng train too. These two guys will be Xiao Feng's drivers and set off with him. Pandeli on the Bumblebee side, as the leader, will organize a team of 50 people and set off with Xiao Feng. These bumblebees will be responsible for leading the way and investigating. It is the team of elite marksmen led by Bloom. These people are the backbone of the current army. They are all elite riders. Xiao Feng intends to equip them with 1 man and 3 horses on this trip and follow him into the hinterland of the grassland. The reason for bringing them is also the idea of training the team. On the one hand, it is to train the military, and on the other hand, it is to familiarize them with the environment of the Orc territory and prepare for the future counterattack. Because this time the main purpose was to find the hive of the Overlord Feng, and to obtain the nest of half-orcs. The soldiers were expensive and not too expensive, so the number was fixed at 100. One night, the food and grass were ready, and then Xiao Feng led the 100-odd people to set off. This world has entered the late autumn season. The humans in Xiao Feng's territory are busy harvesting the autumn and sowing winter oats, and the same is true in the Orcs' territory. Although the main force of the Orcs has been fighting abroad all year round, it does not mean that they will ignore the construction of their homeland. After all, it is their large rear nest, plus enough human slaves have been captured before, so during the war outside, there were these human slaves who helped them grow land and herd. Autumn is also the harvest season for orcs, and it is also the busiest time in orcs. Because of this, Xiao Feng and the others have come along without any scruples, because the half-orcs sentries have all withdrawn to go to the farm, and no one is here to monitor the movement of the Hula Gorge. Besides, after the autumn harvest, winter will begin immediately. The next few months will be the season of heavy snowstorms. Who would want to freeze their buttocks in the wilderness in such cold weather? And the half-orcs didn't believe that humans would be killed from the Gourd Gorge during the 12th lunar month of winter, so they didn't pay much attention to the Gourd Gorge. They also know that with their current strength, it is not realistic to solve the Hula Gorge area, and the real decisive battle will wait for the coming year. The bumblebee opened the way in front, and after walking a long way, they didn't see any traces of the orcs, so Xiao Feng and the others walked very relaxed. It's just that this mountain road is rugged and difficult to walk, coupled with the previous days of rain, resulting in frequent flash floods and mudslides this summer, and many sections of the road are washed away by the rocks, making it even more difficult to walk. Fortunately, Xiao Feng and the others are not many, and they also brought 2 spirit eagles. In addition, Xiao Feng also has space to carry luggage and other heavy duty things. There are places to arrange them. Everyone just needs to pack light and go on the road. So the speed is a bit faster than ordinary people. Even so, it took half a month to walk out of this mountainous area. And when he walked to the mountain and looked out, Xiao Feng couldn't help being conquered by the beautiful scenery in front of him. The endless lush grassland, standing high, you can see several large rivers winding on the grassland. Behind the tall pastures, all kinds of wild cattle and sheep, and other unknown animal groups are looming. Xiao Feng is refreshed and happy to see. This is another large Feng Shui treasure land, with countless wild animals living in it, and obviously those half-orcs have not had time to develop this place. Almost endless wealth lives on this grassland. But it should not be so easy to get a hand. That night, Xiao Feng put the camp on the mountain pass. Everyone had good food and drink, and they were well groomed all night. And the next day they were on the road quickly. After coming out of the mountain, www.mentalnovel.com, Xiao Feng deliberately speeded up, drove forward every day, and the guards behind were fortunately 1 man and 3 horses. In addition, the war horses here were also exceptionally godlike horses. I can keep up with him, or he'll be exhausted a long time ago. Even those wild bees who are good at flying can't stand it. Xiao Feng's raids are fierce. After all, they are also flesh and blood half-orcs. How can they beat a machine? In the end, Xiao Feng asked them to follow the horse team, half rest and half walk, and he started to practice driving the rotorcraft. Such a vast field is simply the best place to practice and drive the rotorcraft. This gyroplane is still very easy to drive, coupled with Xiao Feng's super hand-eye coordination ability, and in memory, only 1 day of practice, he can already fly the gyroplane skillfully. In such a vast world, if only Xiao Feng himself, he would definitely be able to travel thousands of miles a day. But after all, he still had a team of more than 100 people. Even if he finally took out a few cars and gave them to those people and the wild bees. Riding, but still abruptly walking on this wasteland for 3 days, and then rushed to the foot of the Karachi Mountains. According to Pandeli, they found that the mage's lair was in this mountain range and had to walk for another 3 or 5 days. Xiao Feng had no patience and was waiting. Chapter 430 Zombie Chris, tomorrow you will take the other people and continue walking towards the mountain. Pandeli, you will leave a few savages and show them the way. After setting up a camp at the foot of the mountain at night, Xiao Feng called Pandeli and Bloom to the camp for a meeting. The mountain road is rugged and difficult to navigate. If you take the 50 guards behind to go inside, it will definitely take more time. Xiao Feng doesn't want to waste too much time here, so he decided to leave without the guards. After all, bringing them might not help much. Chris was the leader of the 50 guards. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, he didn't want to leave Master Mage like this. After all, Kyle had 1,000 exhortations to him when he came, and he must be responsible. Master Mage's safety. He still wanted to argue, but Xiao Feng raised his hand and stopped. I know your kindness, Chris, but you can rest assured, I will protect myself. This time I will bring Pandali and the others, and Bloom will bring 2 spirit eagles to meet me in the air. The attitude of Master Mage was very firm. Although Chris was very helpless, he could only agree. Recently, half-orcs have spotted us on the grassland, but every time they see us, they will hide away. In the first 2 days, after hunting and killing 5 small teams following us in a row, half the orcs have basically disappeared. But you still have to be careful. These guys may still have other ghost thoughts. Xiao Feng still told Chris and the others to be careful. Since entering this grassland, the tribes of orcs, large and small, have not known how many they have seen. Fortunately, those half-orcs didn't take the initiative to provoke them. After all, the name of Death God in Rushing City has spread throughout the grassland. Even if the half-orcs don't know what Xiao Feng looks like, but when they see the dashing iron in the distance box, you know who came to the grassland. Therefore, when many half-orc tribes found that Xiao Feng led a team of men and horses on the grassland, the first choice was to look out for the wind, and they did not dare to have any direct contact with Xiao Feng. However, there are also some bold ones. For example, in recent days, they may have been getting closer to the Karachi Mountains and getting closer to the den of half-orcs. There are some brave half-orcs who spontaneously form a small team and stay behind them. Of course, Xiao Feng is really familiar with this method, but it is nothing more than a method commonly used by hunters. There is no need to launch an attack, just stay behind the prey, and continuously exert psychological pressure on the prey. Sooner or later, the prey will collapse one day. This set is a rotten method for human hunters. These half-orcs actually wanted to use this trick to deal with Xiao Feng and the others, but of course they didn't end well. They set up a few traps to counter ambushes, and solved 5 teams. More than 150 half-orcs were killed by them and beheaded directly. After making a few jingwen with the heads of half-orcs, they were completely clean. For 3 days, no half-orcs dared to continue to hang behind them. But even so, you still have to be careful, especially when Xiao Feng is away. He deliberately told Chris to pay attention to safety. The next day the Hornet cleared the way. Xiao Feng drove the gyroplane close behind, and Broom escorted 2 spirit eagles at high altitude, and the group went straight to the mountain. Before arriving at the foot of the mountain, Pandeli sent someone to explore the way in the mountain early, so they had a clear goal along the way, saving a lot of time on the wrong road. The gust of wind in the mountains is not a good place to fly, but it just happens to be a good place for Xiao Feng to hone his skills. He originally had a big heart. After fusing the soul of Boang Fing Queen Bee, he was even more powerful with mental attributes, superb physical fitness, and learning ability, coupled with superb perception of danger, allowing him to drive. With this gyroplane, flying in the mountains and valleys is like a fish in water. Pilots have the most headaches and fears to measure wind, or rapid airflow, which is not a difficult task for him. He can fly the rotorcraft and hover in the air, naturally avoiding danger. Even in the end, Tyrant Feng was also an attribute of an air-flying master, and he was also inspired by him. He controlled the gyroplane and flew in the air, which was as smooth as silk. The various cyclones, wind measurements, and rapids that made pilots change their colors in the past have turned out to be the best assistance for the rotorcraft he drives. He can fly the rotorcraft along the edges of various air currents and vortices. High winds, air currents, and vortices will not only have no effect on his flight, but they have also become an aid to his flight. This feeling is very difficult to describe, but it makes Xiao Feng extremely excited. An ordinary pilot may have to practice for hundreds or thousands of hours to reach his level. And he just spent a mere few days, and he has become an aerial elite who can fly in the blue sky at will. If you are walking in the mountains, it is estimated that it will take a few days to feel the lair of the mage, but flying in the air, although I dare not say 1,000 trips a day, it is not a problem to go 800 a day. That evening, under the leadership of Pandeli and the others, Xiao Feng and his entourage came to the mage's lair. It was a house halfway up the mountain, hidden in the lush forest. If it weren't for Pandeli and the others to show the way, Xiao Feng and the others would not have found such a hidden residence in the air. The area of the residence is very large, surrounded by tall trees, all of which are hundreds of meters high, with branches growing on the canopy, which can definitely be called lush and leafy. From the air, it is impossible to see what is hidden under those canopies. Xiao Feng also landed first and then climbed up a tree to see the situation in the yard clearly. Inside the yard is a flat grass. Behind the grass are rows of houses with very strange architectural styles. They are not so much houses as towers. The tower is made of stone, and the shape is very strange. Even in many places, it does not conform to the principles of mechanics. Xiao Feng wondered what method the mage used, but it was these strangely shaped buildings that made Xiao Feng understand that this mage was definitely not an ordinary person. "My lord, what should we do?" Pandeli, who was squatting next to Xiao Feng, asked Xiao Feng aloud with bloom. It is also strange that there is no one person in such a big yard, and even the whole yard is not even popular at all. Xiao Feng feels that the yard is weird more and more, so he is not in a hurry to attack by force. He plans to squat for the night first, and wait until dawn to start the attack. After all, he didn't know what was in the yard at first, and it was getting late. If he attacked at night, the effect would be bad. He shared his thoughts with Pandeli and the others, and then ordered the two of them to go back to rest quickly, and wait until the middle of the night to come and take his place. He held the binoculars alone and stared at the yard for half the night. There was no movement in the yard. After the replacement in the middle of the night, he went to rest early. After dawn the next day, he greeted him. Everyone had a rich breakfast, and then they worked out a simple raid plan. After a while, the sky was bright, Xiao Feng waved his hand, and the raid began. The bumblebee charged forward with a bow and arrow, while he sat on the eagle, following behind, and Broom took another eagle, soaring in the sky, monitoring the situation of the entire base. Soon a group of people flew to the gate of the tower. The bumblebee occupied several important positions. Xiao Feng jumped directly from the Lingjiu and came to the gate of the tower. They are a thick iron gate in the tower. If people of this era come to attack, if it is not the heavy armored infantry of the rhino among the half-orcs, ordinary people do not need to rush into the vehicle, and they will definitely not be able to open this gate. However, this extremely heavy door did not hinder Xiao Feng. He raised his hand and pulled out the Remington he had bought earlier, and shot it at the bolt of the door. This Remington is the standard equipment of the American police. In addition to killing, the main function is to break the door, and it is also easy to get from another world. With one shot down, the sawdust flew across, and a large hole appeared in the original very solid wooden door. Xiao Feng continued his efforts and pushed the bolt of the gun continuously to blast out all the remaining bullets in Remington. The bullets lit up, and the door finally couldn't stand. After a creak, the wooden door fell to the ground. Under the leadership of Pandeli, the bumblebee rushed into the door with a whistling. Xiao Feng was not in a hurry, but stood at the gate and looked inside. Behind the gate was an empty hall. Because it was located deep in the dense forest and surrounded by towering trees, the lighting in the hall was not good, so the walls there are many torches in it. After the bumblebee rushed in, there was a strange noise in the hall. Novel.com. Then Xiao Feng saw from the wooden door behind the hall, Shishiren came out a lot of half-orcs and wild animals. These half-orcs are tauren, pighead, werewolf, kobold, leopard, even lion, rhino, and there are many wild animals, such as the kind of pure wild brown bears, giant wolves and so on. The only thing that makes people feel scared is that these guys walked up and moved step by step, and these guys were all lifeless, as if they were machines that had been drained of their souls. Although it looks very scary, if you hold your mind, you will find these things. They don't seem so scary. Xiao Feng stood at the door and quickly stabilized his mind. But the wild bees who rushed in were startled by these weird things. They took out their bows and arrows one after another and started shooting. The poisonous arrows of the bumblebees were not a joke. After an arrow rain, countless orcs fell to the ground, and in a short while they turned into a pool of foul blood. But the other half orcs still rushed over behind the door. And at this time Xiao Feng finally understood that these are no longer living creatures, they are all zombies. Chapter 431. Arsene Xiao Feng was not very afraid of these zombies, because according to his understanding, this should be the guard that was controlled by the wizard through no means. These zombies may be very terrifying to the natives of this world, but to Xiao Feng, who has thermal weapons, it's nothing at all. The bumblebees, who rushed into the house first, still felt very scared of this kind of zombies that they couldn't understand. Although they were flying in the air, they kept screaming and shooting bows and arrows. After a while, there were even some zombie wild bees appearing in the air and flying towards them. The appearance of these zombie hornets shocked Pandeli and the others, and even seemed to be in a mess. Many of them couldn't even shoot their bows and arrows correctly. Xiao Feng knew at a glance that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to take action. All back! He yelled, then rushed over, and Remington 870 started to show off. The 12mm caliber shotgun is not a joke. Within a distance of more than 10 meters, one bullet hits 30 or so steel balls. And these zombies, I don't know how long they have been weathered, the moisture has dried up, and it's not an exaggeration to call them a corpse. The body is brittle, and the part where a steel ball is hit by a shot will immediately break into pieces. 2 cuts. Xiao Feng pumped the bolt continuously, and shot out 8 bullets in one breath. A large swath was already poured on the opposite side, and most of the mummy that fell on the ground was turned into powder directly. And there was an indescribable flow in the air. Odor. 8 shots left the mummy in front of him empty, but there were still many mummy in the back, constantly pouring out from the wooden door. This situation made Xiao Feng also stunned. How much does this get? Does this mage seem very predictable? Otherwise, how could he kill so many half-orcs? It seems that people who dare to cultivate in this mountain really have some resources. No wonder this place is already in the sphere of influence of half-orcs. But half-orcs dare not come over and harass him. Just looking at this posture, I don't know how many half-orcs have died in his hands. And he has also made a corpse. Xiao Feng became more and more interested in this mage. If he could, he really wanted to take this mage under his command. The dry corpses of the wild bees in the air at this time also focused their attention on Xiao Feng's body, and began to dive down towards him from the air, but compared with the living wild bees, the speed of these dry corpses was much slower and not so flexible. Pandeli and the others saw that the wild bees died, and they wanted to attack Xiao Feng. They were also anxious. They immediately flew to Xiao Feng's head, bite the bullet, stopped these wild bees and wrestled with them. At this time, the benefits of them following Xiao Feng were reflected. The main weapon of the bumblebees was their self-made bows and arrows, and there were no other melee weapons. But after following Xiao Feng, their bows and arrows were all replaced with better ones. Not to mention, they even issued a short knife to protect their bodies. Although I don't usually use it very much, I used it this time. Pandeli led the wild bee guard, hovering over Xiao Feng's head constantly, brandishing the short knife in his hand, and attacking the wild bee corpses. After these few fights, they discovered that the wild bee corpse was actually nothing good. Scared. They don't have weapons, and they don't know how to cooperate. Except that they are not afraid of death or pain. There is nothing to be afraid of. They even swipe a knife to slash them. They don't know how to resist. And with one cut, the mummy corpses of the wild bees were broken back into 2 pieces, and they were not as flexible as the wild bees flying in the air. After a few blows, Pandeli and their courage returned, echoing each other. forming a small formation on top of Xiao Feng's head, protecting Xiao Feng's top completely. With the bumblebee protecting the top of his head, Xiao Feng was more relieved to deal with the mummy on the ground. Remington is indeed very powerful, but the trouble is that he can only load 8 bullets at a time, and the corpses on the opposite side seem to be endless, constantly rushing out from behind. Although it is not a threat, it is very annoying. Xiao Feng changed his submachine gun and shot a few magazines. Although it also caused a lot of damage to these mummies, he still couldn't stop these guys who were not afraid of death. Rush over. At this time, he finally understood the horror of these creatures. These guys are a group of undead who fear neither death nor pain. They also don't have much tactical research, but the most terrifying thing is that they can continuously explode soldiers, relying on the number to exhaust you and pile you to death. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng decided not to spend it here. If you encounter humans or half-orcs with only cold weapons, the power of these mummy army will be infinite. Whether it is a human or a half-orc, there will always be exhaustion. But Xiao Feng is different. There are many good things in his space, and what he is least afraid of is the opponent's human sea tactics. In front of the powerful heat weapons, this human sea tactic is nothing but food delivery. He put away the submachine gun, took out the flamethrower directly, and pulled the trigger at the mummy army in front. In such a small space and such a dense formation, the fire dragon swept past, and groups of numb orcs' corpses immediately turned into torches. Unlike the living half-orcs, the living half-orcs were set on fire. They must be shocked and scared. They would struggle and scream. But these mummy corpses did not feel pain or fear. They still insisted on walking forward, but after only 2 steps, the muscles and bones of their legs were burned and they fell directly. The ground turned into a puddle of ashes in a short while. Water is lacking, and only flammable muscles and grease are left on the mummy's corpse. The flamethrower in Xiao Feng's hand is not a vegetarian. 2 fire dragons swept across, and the group of mummy corpses on the opposite side became barbecue skewers. Although there are still a steady stream of mummy behind, coming out of the wooden door, no matter how much they walk out, they will be burnt to ashes immediately, which makes the savage beeman who had been tense in spirit finally relax. At this time, Xiao Feng took another 2 steps forward, and simply pointed the flamethrower at the wooden door where corpses kept coming out. Riding on the back of the spirit eagle, Bloom, who has been hovering in the air, heard the gunshots coming from below, and the flames that came out constantly, and his heart was always tight. But when he saw a row of rooms at the back of the tower, suddenly the windows on both sides exploded, flames spurted from the windows, and the roof had even begun to emit puffs of smoke, and his heart gradually relaxed. It seems that Master Mage is showing off his power, and Master Mage is very clear about the power of that fire dragon jet. Over the years, I don't know how many half-orcs have died in the hands of this magical weapon of adults, and even taking Charlesman with them has prevented a lot of them. The fire on the tower gradually increased, thick smoke billowed, and more places started to catch fire. It seems that Master will not be able to solve the problem for long. Bloom had 102% confidence in Xiao Feng. After spending so much time with Xiao Feng, he hadn't noticed anything that could hardly stand him. The fact is also true. Originally, Xiao Feng wanted to search the tower, but later he found out that it seemed too dangerous to do so. Who knows what traps are hidden in the rooms of these towers? Forget it, since you can't find the mage, and the Overlord's hive. What's more, just burn it here with a torch. Anyway, by looking at the mummy, you can know that the mage is not a decent person. Otherwise, how could he use such a method to manipulate the mummy? In his impression, it seems to be the usual methods of those necromancers. And those guys seem to none of them are good people. After thinking about it, Xiao Feng started arson everywhere, but only then did he light up the first floor, and suddenly he heard someone shouting from upstairs, "Stop, stop!" Xiao Feng was overjoyed, but he didn't expect to force the mage out like this. That's okay. He originally thought he had already run away. He stopped the arson, and even photographed a few wild bees, put a few buckets of water outside to put out the fire, and it took a while to put out all the flames. At this time, a person covered in grey robe slowly walked downstairs. "Are you the legendary death god of Running City?" "Bold, your name is what you call it casually." Before Xiao Feng could answer, Pandeli and the others drew out short knives one by one, glaring at the grey-robed mage. Xiao Feng smiled and looked at each other. "Take off your hood, don't pretend to be fools with me, don't play tricks on me, or I will burn your tower on fire." After hearing Xiao Feng's words, the other party hesitated for a while, and then took off his hood reluctantly. A surprisingly young face appeared in front of Xiao Feng. mtlnovel.com. Xiao Feng was taken aback. He thought this guy had to be that kind of long and weird guy, but he didn't expect that just looking at his face, it was a little fresh meat. "What is your name?" "Flamel. How about you?" "Hee. It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet, Flamel. You are now my defeated officer and my prisoner. Now it is not your turn to ask me questions. From now on, what I ask, you answer something obediently, or else." Xiao Feng smiled coldly. The opposite Flamel only felt a chill in his back. Why, he forgot, this guy is the famous death god of Running City, and the half-orcs take him the great mage who can't help it. I have already seen his methods just now, and ask myself, I don't have as many attack methods as him. This guy didn't know where he came from, which great mage he studied with. This mana is too powerful. He might be able to stand high in front of ordinary people, but in front of him, it seems that it's really not very good! Flamel began to correct his attitude gradually. Chapter 432. What kind of world is this? Well, can you tell me about yourself, Flamel? How old are you this year? Where are you from? How long have you been here? And what do you mainly study here? Although Xiao Feng himself also bears the name of a great mage, but he knows best about his own affairs. He is not a mage at all. So he was very curious about the wizards of this world, and wanted to know whether these wizards would use all kinds of magical spells like the ones in the movies. He had also learned some of the spells of this world from Biolordus and Bloom before, such as the soul contract they signed. So he was very curious about the spells of this world. He wanted to know if he could learn a little, and then go back to the modern world and use it. Well, my name is Flamel, from the Talon Empire in the south. I used to be a member of the Mason family. I can't remember exactly how old I am, but I think there are always more than 200 years old. Xiao Feng was dumbfounded, because the guy on the other side looked very young, but he said he was over 200 years old, which was incredible. Is the magic of this world really so magical? Can people live forever? Xiao Feng's mind was messed up, and he didn't know whether he should believe what this guy said. I have been here for decades, and I have been doing research in my own preferred direction. This Flamel didn't seem to conceal anything. Maybe he saw that Xiao Feng didn't have much malice, so he told Xiao Feng what he was researching. But Xiao Feng didn't understand what he said. It's like a professor of physics explaining to a layman what quantum mechanics is as advanced as possible. Xiao Feng was confused when he heard it, but he patiently listened to his explanation, and then asked, "Then Mr. Flamel, do you know what happened outside during your stay here for such a long time?" I have probably heard about it. It seems that half-orcs have invaded the human world. Several human kingdoms have been over. Well, it seems that it also includes your family. Don't you have any idea to save your compatriots? Xiao Feng asked curiously, but he didn't expect that Flamel waved his hand nonchalantly. Compared to those, I care more about my research. Xiao Feng basically understood. This guy is a silly learner who doesn't listen to things outside the window and reads only sage books. He can't use ordinary people's thinking to understand such a person. Well, Mr. Flamel, can you tell me about your research? I am very interested in your research. Hearing is fictitious, seeing is believing. Xiao Feng is even more interested in this guy. What is he doing here? and how he manipulates the corpses he just saw. Are you interested in these too? Flamel glanced at Xiao Feng, his eyes full of curiosity, and Xiao Feng nodded. Don't forget, my nickname is the Death God of Fengliu City, and before that, I was also a person, a master, but our research direction is different. Well, no wonder, I didn't feel any mana fluctuations in your body. Flamel murmured, but maybe he could see that Xiao Feng and his party were not hostile, so he relaxed his vigilance. In addition to being alone for so many years, he seemed to have finally found someone who could speak. People are average. Without any scruples, he dragged Xiao Feng and the others upstairs. The architectural style of this tower is very strange. There are many places that are twisted and twisted, or even suspended, but there is no support point to support it. I really don't know how this guy built the house. But when he came upstairs, Xiao Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the place where this guy was doing the experiment. The smooth and clean self-leveling floor, the bright stainless steel workbench, and various speakers, test tubes, various alcohol lamps, various cabinet racks. Is this a place for a wizard to do magic experiments? This is clearly a chemistry laboratory. How could this be the product this world should have? Xiao Feng felt that his brain exploded at once. It was because he had experienced many battles and had seen many big scenes, but he did not expect that his brain suddenly went down after seeing this laboratory here. What is going on here? Could it be that this Flamel is deceiving Lao Tzu? He is not a member of the Mason family in the Talon Empire at all. Should he be the same as himself? It is unlikely that if he also crossed over, he would definitely recognize the gun and flamethrower in his hand. But when talking to him before, he didn't seem to know much about the weapons in Xiao Feng's hand. This is where I do magic experiments. Flamel was obviously proud of his laboratory, and when he introduced Xiao Feng, he was full of pride, and Xiao Feng's shocked expression made him very proud. Xiao Feng followed Flamel to the front of the experimental consoles and saw that many equipments were still in use, such as the petri dish, microscopes, and many beakers and test tubes, all filled with things. But apparently this Flamel didn't use these equipment very much. For example, the microscope, the magnification was wrongly adjusted, and the petri dish, which didn't know what was being cultivated, seemed to be some green algae. That thing has grown out of the petri dish. There is also the beaker, the liquid in it is about to come out. Seeing these devices being used indiscriminately, he knew that this Flamel was a knife. He obviously didn't know how to use these devices correctly. On the last experimental stage, Xiao Feng saw a book that was written in simplified Chinese that he knew. On the front of the book was the book Introduction to Basic Chemistry written by K.I. Lihan, published in 3081 K, published by Star Publishing. Xiao Feng's brain exploded all at once. So what's the matter? Published in 3081 K, Star Press. I only came from 20XX. This Introduction to Basic Chemistry was published in 3081. What's the problem? What happened to me? What kind of world is this? Flamel obviously noticed Xiao Feng's expression when he looked at the book on the counter. His face suddenly changed. I'm sorry, that's my private magic note. He said that he walked over and put away the book, while Xiao Feng sneered. Pandeli, who had been following Xiao Feng, didn't know. They immediately rushed forward and put that Flamel up. Then he snatched his magic notebook. You can't do this. Sure enough, it was almost the same as Xiao Feng's previous understanding. These mages were weak in close combat. Pandeli handed the book directly to Xiao Feng's hands. Xiao Feng picked up the book and felt very strange when he first started. This book is different from any books he has seen before. It is not ordinary paper. The printed book is the size of an ordinary book, but it is very heavy, as thick as a dictionary. Xiao Feng originally felt very strange. It stands to reason that in his era, all kinds of books have begun to be digitized, and there are fewer and fewer books printed on paper. And how can the books of 3081 be printed on paper? Sure enough, You can feel it as soon as you get started. This book is not printed on paper. It is made of unknown material. Moreover, the handwriting on each page is very small. It can even be described as densely packed, and there are many illustrations. But they are all very small, even in Xiao Feng's view. They are actually the kind of micro-engraved handwriting. It's hard to imagine how it was printed on this book. Looking at the magnifying glass placed on the counter, it's obvious that Flameu used a magnifying glass to read the book. Obviously he didn't understand the normal way of opening the book. Xiao Feng fumbled for a while, and he felt a switch on the spine of the book. He pressed the switch, but there was no response, and then clicked a few more times. He buckled down a slender object, and he looked at it, and it should be the battery. He understood. It happened that there were spare batteries in his space all the time, but he took out a few pieces and connected the positive and negative poles at the spine of the book with wires, only to find that ordinary batteries could not carry the book at all. This did not surprise him again. It seems that the battery that was thinner than the pinky finger just now has a terrifying energy density. He simply took out a set of spare diesel generators directly from the space, directly turned on the generator, and then connected the wires to the positive and negative poles of the book. Next, a surprising scene happened. The book was placed on the ground, but a beautiful woman appeared directly above the book. Okay, classmates, now we start teaching the basics of chemistry. www.mentalnovel.com Chapter 1, Section 1. Fuck, this is the legendary R, right? It has directly crossed the VR technology. Xiao Feng felt that his brain was completely numb, and Pandeli, who stood next to him, and Flamel were completely stupid, especially Flamel. He had been studying this book for decades, but never thought that this book could be read like this. A woman in virtual reality is explaining the teaching while constantly doing experiments, so that even a layman can understand the explanation. Even if he doesn't understand it, he can understand it. The knowledge in this first section is a simple introduction to chemistry, even Xiao Feng can understand, but for Pandeli and Flamel, it is like listening to the heavens. After all, they didn't understand Chinese, so they couldn't understand what the woman was talking about. Fortunately, this woman was talking while doing experiments. After all, Flamel had studied for many years and finally understood a little bit. But soon, the picture became looming, and the woman's voice was deformed. After a while, there was a bang, sparks flashed, and the woman was gone. Chapter 433 Planetary Evolution History. What's the situation? Why isn't it? Get her out quickly. Xiao Feng hadn't waited for a reaction. The reaction of that Flamel was much more intense than that of him. He has been studying this book for decades, and finally some results are coming. But how can I think that when the most critical moment was about to come, he suddenly dropped the chain? How could Flamel accept this? At this time, he kept turning around Xiao Feng, begging him, and immediately let the just now. The trace reappeared, completely without the hostility of the previous book being robbed. It can be seen that this guy is completely a learning idiot, and there is really not much wickedness. Wait a minute, don't worry, this is my first contact with this thing, and I don't know much about him. Xiao Feng came to the front of the book. Don't damage the book. When he looked down, the wiring area was already burned. At first glance, the generator was already running at full capacity, so the oil would burn all the time. More than half. I just paid attention to the art technology of the book, and completely forgot to pay attention to the situation of the generator. Obviously, the operation of this book is very power consuming. Perhaps for the technology of 3081, this amount of energy is not a big deal. But for the technology of 20XX, the demand for electricity is a bit too much. Thinking about the battery he just pulled out of this book, Xiao Feng felt even more excited. What kind of battery is this? It can provide such powerful electricity to ensure the normal operation of this book. If you take it back, study it, and crack it out, wouldn't you be developed? But this thought just flashed in his mind and passed away. He didn't want to die young. The development of such battery technology is undoubtedly an enemy of energy companies all over the world. Think about the US government. For those energy companies, they dare to directly go to war on Iraq. Every country is directly overthrown. A strong man like Saddam will eventually be being sent to the gallows. Let's forget about my little arms and legs. The technology of this battery is not impossible to study, but at least it is not possible now. You have to wait until you are strong and have enough self-protection ability before you can start researching. The reason why the playback of the book stopped was quickly found. The generator was operating at full capacity, the power supply was too strong, and whether there was a ballast or voltage stabilizer, which caused the current to be unstable. The protection mechanism in the book actively cut off the power. Probably after understanding the situation, Xiao Feng put down the new one. Fortunately, the book did not burn out. But for the time being, he didn't plan to continue playing. At this time, Flammel's attitude also calmed down, but his expression when he looked at Xiao Feng had changed. Master, it really is a master. This book has been handed down from my master's master for thousands of years. Although we have studied for so many generations, we still haven't been able to understand one or two of the knowledge in this book. Except for our founder who knows a lot more. The other descendants are even worse than the other generations. After listening to Flammel, Xiao Feng sneered slightly. The reason why your ancestors can understand more and start the school is definitely because the power of this book was not exhausted at that time, so he could learn more chemistry knowledge. But by the time he passed the book to his disciples, the power of the book should have been gradually exhausted. So naturally your ancestors would not be able to learn those chemistry knowledge, and naturally one generation would not be as good as one generation. Until I met your excellency the great master, I finally solved the problem of this book again. I seem to have seen the hope of revitalizing the division. Flammel got more and more excited as he talked, while Xiao Feng seemed to hear something wrong. Wait, you tell me well. What is going on in the world of your mage? Flammel did not refuse, and explained the history of their mage to Xiao Feng. Everything has to start with the Battle of the Gods. When there were no humans, orcs and other creatures on the continent in the early years, there was a group of Protoss living on this planet. They flew to the sky and escaped, and were omnipotent. They lived in a tall steel castle in the sky. Later, in order to make life more comfortable, they created human beings. Why does this story become more like an ancient myth on the earth? Xiao Feng became more frightened as he listened. There are many theories about the origin of humans on earth, although Darwin's evolutionary origin is currently the most widely accepted by mankind. However, there are still many people who firmly believe that we humans were created by higher-level civilizations than the earth. And the various myths handed down in ancient times are the pictures of those high-level alien civilizations when wars occurred. Finally, after the alien war, they thought that the Earth was no longer suitable for survival, so they left the Earth, while human beings survived tenaciously, and through the tempering of the years, slowly evolved, and then derived the present civilization. And now listening to this mythical story of Flammel, Xiao Feng feels that he is listening to a replica of the Earth myth, but what he can now be sure of is that the Protoss in Flammel's mouth must be related to the people on Earth, especially Chinese people are inextricably linked. After all, this textbook is in simplified Chinese, and the lecturer in R also speaks authentic Chinese. Only 3081. Xiao Feng felt that his mind was a little confused, and many things seemed to be understood a little bit, but in the end he couldn't understand. But based on this Flammel's account, Xiao Feng can conclude that there must have been high-level civilizations on this planet tens of thousands of years ago, and this high-level civilization must have a certain connection with the Earth and the Chinese. And the natives on this planet may be created by those people. It is true that if technology has developed to such a high level, it is still very simple to clone some humans to be laborers. But then there must have been a war between those humans. The human civilization was either destroyed or moved away, after tens of thousands of years of evolution. the clones they left behind have gradually developed the current state of civilization. Humans, orcs, dwarves, and elves may all be the works of those humans, and this teacher of Flamel, at that time may be the servants who served those humans closely, so they could understand more. And according to this Flamel, there used to be many mage sects like his sect in the early years. After the gods left this planet, these mage sects have also broken out various wars with each other in order to strengthen the resources left by the gods, and the fight lasted for thousands of years. Many of the civilization technologies left by the gods in those days were also destroyed in the Twizzard's War. Later, only a few mage sects passed down, but the strength has been greatly reduced. After that, ordinary humans have succeeded in evolving, occupying the planet step by step, and dominating the planet. However, the mage sect, because many stunts have been lost, has gradually fallen into the vassal of various human royal families. After listening to Flamel's explanation, Xiao Feng probably understood the evolution of this planet. Then how many books do you have in total? I only have this one here, and there is another one from my senior brother, and the others were destroyed in the war that year. Huh? That's it. After listening to Flamel's answer, Xiao Feng also felt it was a pity, even if he wanted such a book very much. The introductory chemistry in 3081 was also a rare treasure for him in 20XX. Taking it back to his time, it must be an epoch-making book of chemistry. In his time, it is not a problem to cause a revolution in the chemical industry. However, Xiao Feng was even more happy when he heard that Flamel had a senior and that he still had a book there. Where is your brother? What kind of book is his? My brother, he didn't come with me, he went out and wandered decades ago. He is a degenerate pretender. He likes wine and women more than doing magic research. I heard it last time. According to his news, he seems to be in the kingdom of Camargue in the United States south of the Talon Empire. It is said that he is an advisor to the king and is the high priest of which country. Hearing your answer like this, Xiao Feng will inevitably be a little disappointed. South of the Talon Empire? What United States? I'm afraid it has already been wiped out by the orcs, right? This fellow's brother may have long since ceased, but unfortunately, after that book, I don't know who fell into the hands of someone. What is your brother's book about? It's medical. That book is much better than mine. When Flamel talked about scientific research, his spirit came to mind. This guy is an out-and-out scientific madman. Oh, then haven't you learned the knowledge in that book? haha.mentalnovel.com. Of course you have learned it. We must know that the knowledge of our mage sect is not all passed down through these books. The early ancestors also drew a lot of books and passed them down. Yeah, damn. How can I forget this? Although these books may be out of power and cannot play our videos, people in this world, as long as they are not fools, can transcribe some of these our videos by themselves and make them books, passed on to posterity. Xiao Feng immediately came to the spirit. Do you still have the secrets of those medical books? Huh? What are you doing? This time Flamel was no longer dumbfounded, but suddenly increased his vigilance. He stared at Xiao Feng very seriously, for fear that he would attack his own ancestral secret method. At this time, Xiao Feng's eyes rolled. Oh, after a long time, I'm really hungry. Eat and eat. Speaking of taking out the stove and a lot of ingredients from the space, Pandeli immediately greeted his subordinates to start cooking for the adults. There are really a few good cooks in the Savage Bee, and it's really unique to cook. Chapter 434 Solicit. After a while, all kinds of delicacies reorganized the table. Xiao Feng took out a bottle of fine wine and looked at Flamel with a smile. Look, you are hungry too, but you can't come and eat with me. And Flamel, who has been scented by the fragrance and constantly beating his nose, can hold back there at this time. For these years, he has been hiding here to do research and eats the simplest food. He has already eaten it. I'm bored. After all, he is not a saint. How can he endure such delicacies? Soon after Xiao Feng's invitation, he sat next to Xiao Feng, and under the service of the bumblebee, he began to feast on. The young Flamel was Xiao Feng's opponent, and Xiao Feng quickly taught him a lesson. Although the wines made by Majestic and the others are mellow, they still have enough stamina, but for a bottle of wine, Flamel even explained what his father called. After 2 bottles of wine, Flamel had fallen asleep, and Xiao Feng asked the bumblebee to find out his ancestor from several rooms upstairs according to Flamel's explanation. The basic books we have handed down. Each of these books is very heavy, and the cover of the book is not known what material it is, but it is inlaid with gold and diamonds. It looks very gorgeous, and it is heavy to hold in the hand. I don't know that the paper inside is made of body material. It feels very heavy. It uses words that can only be understood by this world mage, and records various methods of curing diseases, as well as many medical treatments. Among them, what interests Xiao Feng the most is that it actually records a lot of surgical clips. There are not only written records in this book, but also a lot of illustrations. Xiao Feng couldn't understand those words, but he saw the illustrations very clearly. Among them, the most interesting to him was that these mages knew how to regenerate limbs. When he saw this illustration, Xiao Feng wanted to scold his mother. He had to know this technique, but the doctors in his world hadn't mastered it yet. Connecting broken bones and limbs is not too difficult for doctors in his world. But regeneration of severed limbs belongs to the category of regenerative medicine. You must know that regenerative medicine in his world has just started, and the wizards of this wild world actually know the technology of regeneration of severed limbs. This is obviously the knowledge learned from the medical books left by the fairies. Even though there are many things Xiao Feng can't understand in these thick dozens of books, but this one severed limb regeneration alone shocked him. Especially, if this can be brought to modern times, it's amazing medical technology. Think about it, in his world, how many people become disabled due to various accidents every year? Although there are many prosthetic body companies in the world, they are researching various substitutes for prosthetic bodies, and even many manipulators have been used, but that is not part of the human body itself, and regular maintenance is required. It is always not so convenient to use, and how can those electronic prostheses be so easy to control? Besides, even if it is researched out, such a prosthesis is extremely expensive. How many people can afford it? The record in this book is different. Although he can't read the text, he can still see that a very special method is used in this book to achieve the regeneration of severed limbs. This is really amazing. The tower is safe, and Xiao Feng is not in a hurry to leave. He summons Bloom. Everyone decides to stay here for a few nights. In addition, they sent someone to contact the Fifth Diamond guards behind so that they don't have to come over. Waiting for them after returning to the valley mouth of the Karachi Mountains, when the time comes, they will start the return journey together. The next day Flamel finally woke up from his drowsiness, but when he saw Xiao Feng who was smiling, and the dozens of thick notebooks in front of Xiao Feng, his face was flushed like a monkey but same, ashamed to death. I'm so tender. I've been tricked by someone after a meal. I have said everything that should or shouldn't be said. Now in front of this mage, I don't have half a bargaining chip. What will he do with himself next? These notes are already in his hands, and they are of little value to him, right? Flamel's mind was noisy and couldn't help thinking about it, but Xiao Feng, who was opposite, smiled and pushed the notebooks in front of him. Relax, Flamel, I just want to know what exactly you know. These notes, you keep them, and I won't take them away. After all, these are precious documents left by your ancestors. By the way, have you learned all these medical knowledge and methods? You must know that such notes are a unique secret treasure for the mage. Anyone who obtains it will cherish it, collect it carefully, and pass it on to the descendants of his sect from generation to generation. But the mage of Runliu City didn't covet these secret treasures and even sent them back to him. What kind of person can do this? Flamel was already stupid. He felt that he could not keep up with the thinking of the running city mage, nor could he understand what he was doing. Xiao Feng saw his stupid look and couldn't help asking again, Flamel, I said, Have you learned all the medical methods and knowledge in these books? This is really not what I am good at. I said, these my senior brother, Granger, he is an expert in this field. I only know some simple furs about this medical knowledge. And this inside, there are a lot of medicines and equipment needed. The collection of those medicines is very time-consuming and laborious. As for the medical equipment, they were originally left by the Protoss. Later, they were either worn out or lost. We have tried to build some ourselves, but none of our builds are very good. After listening to Flamel's explanation, Xiao Feng was very disappointed. He originally thought that this guy would be able to regenerate the broken limbs. He was still thinking about taking this technique out of this guy's hands, and then taking it with him back to the modern world. But disappointed. This person is still very useful to him at this stage. He already has some ideas and arrangements for this person. This, you won't, you can learn it. After all, these are your masters, you can't just watch them lose their lives. Well, master, I can consider your proposal, but no need. But I'll give you a suggestion. You can think about it. I think it is very inconvenient for you to live here for a long time. Then, how about I move your laboratory to my territory? Safe, Pinivera Peninsula. Have you heard of it? It's my territory now. Xiao Feng's tribe is currently in short supply of talents, especially someone who knows some medical fur like Flamel, and this guy is a learning idiot, although he only knows some fur now. But if he is really willing to work hard, the medical books handed down by his ancestors shouldn't be difficult for him. If he thoroughly understands these medical books, he might find something good. At the worst, I have to research the technique for regeneration of severed limbs. Moreover, Xiao Feng has always wanted to build a hospital in his tribe, on the one hand, to improve the local medical level and train a group of doctors. Secondly, it is necessary to cultivate a group of talents who understand the basic knowledge of chemistry, and at least know how to distinguish native organisms, plants, and various biological plants, and what are their characteristics. Knowing, separating, extracting and other technologies, then you can develop the world's natural resources infinitely. If he discovers any new elements or new drugs, he will bring them back to the modern world. Any one of them will be enough for him to make a fortune. In his opinion, Flamel is a very good teacher. When Xiao Feng said these words, Flamel didn't catch up on it, but looking at his expression, he was obviously thinking, and Xiao Feng continued to add fire. Flamel, you see that you live here? It looks like you are isolated from the outside world. But I don't think you are safe here. Now the half-orcs are conquering the human remains on the continent of Methodox. Once they are finished for the conquest of the Methodox continent, do you think they will let it go? Will you continue to experiment in this ravine? When I came before, I found that you used almost half-orcs undead puppets. They must have been before. Didn't you come to harass you less? If they send a large force to come, do you think you can stop it? Xiao Feng's words finally changed Flamel's face. Indeed, in recent years, with the conquest of the southern human empire by the orcs, he can clearly feel that the Karachi Mountains are also growing. It's getting more and more unsafe. In the past few years, there have been many orcs detectives appearing near his lair. Although he killed a group, the number of them will be more every time they come. The Archmage of Running City was right. Perhaps it would be safer to move to the Pinivera Peninsula. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded affirmatively at him. If you come back to the Pinivera Peninsula with me, I will have someone specially build a research institute for you, and I will equip you with apprentice assistants. When you want to do any research, someone will help you. Funding. Don't worry, I'll get people to help you with whatever you want. But one thing, I need you to learn these medical books first, and pass these medical skills to those students. As for the lack of equipment, hey, look at what this is? Xiao Feng casually took out a first aid kit from the space. His first aid kit was not an ordinary first aid kit, but a very high-level military medical first aid kit. There were not only alcohol, gauze, but also scalpels, tweezers, and needles. When Flamel saw these instruments, his eyes were bright. Chapter 435 Vassal Clothes. Isn't this the equipment that Danien's ancestors dreamed of? Especially the scalpel, which seems to be a simple small blade, but his ancestor joined a number of local metallurgical masters, and he just couldn't make it. They can only create some imitations, but the quality of those imitations is really hard to describe in one word. Sometimes it takes a lot of effort to cut the skin, and the force is too small to make it. If you use too much force, it will directly damage the internal organs. A small scalpel was an artifact that his ancestor dreamed of back then, but he didn't expect that now the great mage of this process could easily get it. What is his background? What kind of ability does he have? Maybe it's really not a bad choice to go to Runliu City, at least it's safe there. And the Archmage actually agreed to help him build an academy and let him recruit apprentices. What does this Archmage think? The previous surgical instruments were just a small shock to Flamel, and what surprised him the most was that Xiao Feng did not prevent him from recruiting apprentices on the Penivera Peninsula and starting a sect. He even told him that he was willing to help him build an academy and help him recruit disciples. This was the decision that shocked Flamel the most, and it was the decision that fascinated him the most. You must know that there are almost no masters like them who don't want to be able to start their own sect, or spread what they have learned. But after the War of the Mages, the human kingdom gradually emerged and began to conflict with the orcs. At that time, the mages were on the side of the humans and helped the humans to invent and complete the Holy Atat. In the end, it was with the leadership of the Holy Warrior that the talent was able to defeat the orcs, drove the ancestors of the half-orcs back to the secret forest, and established the human kingdom. Since then, the mages have become the guests of various kingdoms. Later, the mages faction began to fall, some spells were lost, and too many were involved in the power disputes in the human kingdom. Many mages did not scrutinize any means in order to conduct experiments, attracted the human counterattack. As early as more than 1,000 years ago, various countries on this continent had experienced a movement to exclude mages. Many mages were killed in that great movement. Since then, the mages have lost their previous noble status in the human kingdom, and the kingship has begun to dominate the world. The mage, at best, can become jesters and pets around some kings, and they have long lost their previous status. And if the mages want to start a sect and recruit apprentices to teach their studies, it will be very taboo, and it will even cause the human forces to counterattack. More than 1,000 years ago, the Dark Age ruled by wizards has always been a pain that cannot be erased in human memory. So many people hate wizards very much. This is also the main reason why he has been hiding in the mountains for research. And now the mage of Running City invited himself to his territory to establish a school, recruit apprentices, and spread the knowledge of his school. If this person is not mentally ill, he is definitely a great man who thinks he is very open-minded. We must know that there are also many disputes between the schools of wizards. For example, the death god of Rushing City, he controlled the Penivella Peninsula, based on what Flamel knew about the wizards in the past. Then this Penivella Peninsula is the territory of the Great Master, and there can only be his school spreading, and other schools are not allowed to appear here at all. But not only did he let himself go, but he also allowed himself to open a school there and recruit disciples. What kind of mindfulness does this have to be? For a master like him, what is more fascinating than being able to establish schools, recruit disciples, and spread the academic theories of his own school? This is such a great thing to glorify the lintel. Thinking of this, Flamel couldn't stop nodding. Yes, of course I do. Master. This guy has even changed his name to Xiao Feng. Previously he only called Xiao Feng a mage, indicating that the two were of equal generation, but now he even respects Xiao Feng as a master. Xiao Feng's compliance. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. This Flamel is very suitable. As the originator of the medical world in this world, as long as he can thoroughly understand the dozens of notes left by his ancestor, He is absolutely qualified to establish a school in this world. But what he cares more about is which brother in this guy's mouth, the guy named Granger. Flamel, you answer me, your brother Granger, what he studied is the medical field you said. How is his level in this respect? Xiao Feng would like to know the level of this Granger. If he is really a high-level guy, it is very worthwhile to explore the South by himself. My senior brother is much higher than me, and has a higher talent than me. The teacher liked him very much and hoped to pass the master's school to his hands. Unfortunately, he liked wine and women more, and the teacher passed away. Later, he and I studied magic here for a while, but couldn't bear to be lonely, and went to the South. Speaking of his brother, Flamel couldn't help but sigh. But when it comes to medical skills, my brother really didn't say that he is much better than me. He can basically master the dozens of medical notes left by these patriarchs. Hearing Flamel's words here, Xiao Feng's eyes lit up, including the regeneration technique of severed limbs in this notebook. He took out the notebook, turned to the page of the illustration, pointed it to Flamel and asked. At this moment his heart could be said to be pounding. And Flamel took a look, then nodded. Yes, my senior is proficient in this technique. He has performed such operations on monkeys, wild boars, wild dogs, and half-orcs. I have seen them with my own eyes. They are all successful. Skill. He is indeed very talented. I am not as good as him. Xiao Feng was really excited when he heard what Flamel said. He didn't expect that there was a master hidden here. No, this Granger must be found. The technique for regeneration of severed limbs alone is incredible. Also, my brother is also very good in pharmacology. He can mix many powerful drugs. There are also tonics. You see, I am so young now, because of the long-term use of the drugs my brother gave me. Hearing this, Xiao Feng felt that his mind had exploded with a bang. What's more, it's okay. He originally thought that Flamel was bragging when he said he was more than 200 years old. He is definitely not more than 200 years old, but there may be 50 or 60 years old. But living in such a dense forest, there is nothing to worry about every day. There are many negative oxygen ions here, plus the use of healthy food. So it is normal for people to look young. But now it sounds like it's really not that simple. It's really possible that this guy has lived more than 200 years old. Even if he is not more than 200 years old, he may live more than 100 years, or even 80 or 90 years old. And the secret to his eternal youth is not as simple as putting on some jade lotion like a vixen. That fox spirit Xirong Yi is just a medicine to delay people's external aging, and the healthcare products that Xiao Feng wants to take orally with this Xirong Yi are the key to delaying aging. But that high purity, easy to absorb collagen solution is only a factor in delaying aging, not the whole story. If you want to truly stay young, you must take a lot of healthcare products that contain various trace elements needed by the human body. Now, listening to this talk by Flamel, his brother is not only good at preparing such healthcare products, but also it seems that I really have my own set of research and development health products. At this time, Xiao Feng couldn't calm down anymore. Flamel, are you still in touch with your brother? Is he still alive? Well, there are some connections, but not often. We talk to each other every few months. Oh, how to call. It's the way of spreading books with flying eagles. We will use our falcons to tie up letters and communicate with each other. Xiao Feng basically understood how the brothers communicated. Then can you still contact your brother recently? There was a series of wars in the south, and Xiao Feng really didn't know whether that Granger was still alive. Well, the last contact should have been a few months ago. He told me that his country was being besieged by orcs and it was not safe. He wanted to change a place. Then there was no contact. Then you quickly write him another letter to introduce your situation, and then ask him to find you on the Penivera Peninsula. Flamel nodded after hearing this. OK.mtlnovel.com Master. By the way, Flamel, I heard that you tried to study the resurrection of overlord bees before. I am also a wild bee, saying that we often see overlord bees appearing in this forest. Of course Xiao Feng hadn't forgotten that the main purpose of his trip was to come to overlord bee. Now that he has subdued Flamel, he didn't worry about his fraud. So he asked him directly. These are just some small experiments I did in the early years, but I didn't succeed so much, so I didn't continue. Why, Master, are you interested in the overlord bee? Yes, I am very interested. I want to ask, how did you resurrect those overlord bees? This is luck. This laboratory is handed down by my ancestors. About 40 years ago, when I was expanding, I accidentally discovered a basement here, and accidentally found several overlord bees in the basement. There are a lot of bee eggs in the hive, which seems to be out of hibernation. I tried to resurrect some of them, but I don't know what happened. Although the king bees hatched, they didn't live long. The longest lasted for 2 days, and the shortest lasted for only 1 day. And then I didn't study it anymore. Chapter 436 Space Capsule. Now that he has decided to surrender, Flamel's attitude has changed very quickly. Xiao Feng asked about the overlord bee, and this guy explained it to him in a nutshell. Oh? Do you still have those beehives? Hearing what Flamel said, Xiao Feng was also interested. After all, his main purpose of coming here this time was actually to find overlord bee. There are 2 more, just in the basement. Flamel replied. Xiao Feng nodded, okay, but I'll go and see. Flamel didn't talk nonsense, and led the way directly, except for the laboratory, and then turned left and right in the twisted corridor and found a staircase. This tower was built in a strange shape, and if it weren't for him to lead the way, it would be very difficult to walk. Pandeli and his group of dozens of wild bees followed closely around Xiao Feng, and there were people behind Flamel in front, for fear that this guy might make something weird. The group of people walked down the stairs and didn't know how far they had gone. They just knew that they had walked from the ground to the ground. After walking for a long time, they finally came to an empty hall. Flamel came to the front of the wall. Just as he was about to open the door, Xiao Feng suddenly strode behind him. It was an iron wall with 2 closed ends. There were traces of reinforcing ribs on the wall. White letters were also painted on the blue primer, and the words of the G36 storage warehouse were painted with large white paint. Seeing this, Xiao Feng had basically concluded in his heart that his previous guess should be correct. There must have been human civilization on this planet before, and this human civilization is more or less certain to have something to do with the humans on the Earth. This can understand why the creatures here are so similar to those on the Earth. Many animals and plants can find their cousins on the Earth, except for the half-orcs of course. Before Flamel opened the door, Xiao Feng checked it out. As expected, the periphery of the door was all an iron frame made of alloy materials, and it could even be said to be an iron box. I don't know how to get it. This iron box is embedded in this underground cave. Xiao Feng probably speculated that this should be the Castel landform, that is, the mountainous area, but it is not a genuine mountainous area. There are many caves in the Castel mountainous landform under the surface. And this alloy box-like storage room should be the space capsule of an aerial spacecraft, either because the spacecraft crashed, or because the spacecraft exploded, it fell to the ground, and then buried for thousands of years. Discovered by humans here. At the entrance of this door, Xiao Feng also discovered the access controls unlocked by palm prints and iris. However, these access controls have failed because of the power outage. After carefully inspecting the storage room, Xiao Feng asked Flamel to open the iron door. Flamel opened the door in a very simple way. It was to pull the door with both hands and finally slid the door open like 2 sides. After entering the storage room, Xiao Feng couldn't help being disappointed. Originally, he expected to find some good things inside. But obviously he was thinking too much. This storage room had been discovered by Flamel's master for nearly 10,000 years. And any corners in it had already been raided by them. Anything of value has long been taken away for research, and the few things left are only a few things that resemble a freezer. but the contents have already been taken away long ago. But fortunately, there are still some handwritings on the shelves of those freezers. Xiao Feng wiped them carefully for a long time. After distinguishing them, he discovered that those were actually frozen seeds. Seeing the seeds of various plants and the effects of various animals at Xiao Feng finally understands why life on this planet is so similar to that on Earth. Maybe both sides are from the same ancestor. The storage room has an area of about 100 square meters. In addition to the freezer on the inner wall, there are dozens of storage boxes in the middle like coffins. However, unlike ordinary storage boxes, Xiao Feng carefully checked these storage boxes. These storage boxes are very similar to the space sleeping capsules he has seen in science fiction movies before, and they should even be space sleeping capsules. It should be a good thing that humans prepared for themselves for long-distance interstellar travel, but the owner inside has long since disappeared, and lying in it are dozens of local corpses. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Feng couldn't help being furious and asked Flamel what they are these. How could he not be angry with such abusive behavior of heaven and things? And Flamel could only bite the bullet and explain to him that these mummy corpses were actually the founder of his mage school. They discovered these space sleep capsules, but the people in them had long since disappeared. Later, they decided to use these space sleep capsules as a place for their long-term sleep. Xiao Feng couldn't help feeling nauseous. Fortunately, he found a few empty space sleeping capsules in the corners and quickly retracted them into the space. These things must contain the cold storage and hibernation technology that is not currently available on Earth. If it can be taken back to study and understand, it will definitely be a breakthrough. By the way, where are those overlord honeycombs? Where are they? Xiao Feng suddenly remembered the main purpose of coming here. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's question, Flamel quickly pointed his finger at the two corner ceilings of this storage room. Only then did Xiao Feng notice that there were two huge honeycombs on the ceiling of this room. I don't know why, when he glanced over the two huge honeycombs, he could actually feel the cheering and joyous emotions coming from the honeycombs. Obviously there was nothing moving in the two beehives, but he seemed to be able to feel the pupae in the beehives, all about to move. He closed his eyes, and he could feel the structure inside the hive and the thousands of bee pupae in the hive without even walking to the hive. The bee pupae had always been in a hibernating state. But when he entered this room and focused his attention on the hive, the bee pupae seemed to all feel his presence. Many bee pupas that have been sleeping all the time began to move around, as if they were about to emerge from the cocoon. He could even clearly feel the emotions, cheers and joys of the larvae in the bee pupa, and finally waited until their king returned. Even Xiao Feng's emotions seemed to have been infected by these bee pupae, and even his emotions became more and more high. There is no need to walk over and look more. Just relying on such emotional resonance and connection, Xiao Feng knew that there must be the overlord bee he was looking for in this hive. But he soon woke up. He knew that it was not a good time to hatch these overlord bees, and they were still located in the hinterland of the Orcs-occupied area. Although these overlord bees are very powerful, if they are all hatched now, it is definitely very inappropriate, because the newly hatched bee colony must be very fragile and weak. With such a swarm of bees, it is obviously very inappropriate to travel so far to return to their own territory. The journey is difficult and dangerous. Who knows how many overlord bees will die? This is not what Xiao Feng wants. So he gave the order to stop directly in his mind, and the overlord Feng, who was cheering and even ready to move, immediately stopped. He stepped forward and took down the two beehives. He originally wanted to install them in the space, but he thought that his space could not contain living creatures. Although the overlord Feng was still in a pupal state and could not be considered a living creature, he didn't know that put it in. Will overlord Feng die? He simply cut a small part of the hive, there are about a dozen bee pupae inside, and put this small piece into the space, which is also considered as an experiment. Take a look at how the space defines this kind of creature between living and dead. If it succeeds, then this space can be used in a wider range in the future. He carefully packed the other hive into the 2 large travel bags he brought with him, and then brought them back to the ground carefully. The rest of the work is much simpler. Through this incident, everyone has basically concluded that this Flamel does not have 2 hearts. But Xiao Feng still recruited Bloom, and under his auspices, let this Flamel signed a soul contract with himself and has since become his own private slave. And under the temptation to obtain more scientific research resources and establish a school, Flamel, a local mage, did not object to signing a soul contract with Xiao Feng. After all, the world principle of the mage is very simple. The strong is respected. Now Xiao Feng is better than him and takes his life, and this mage www.mtlnovel.com is not as cruel as other wizards, and takes people at every turn. It's life or something, so Flamel has no resistance to taking refuge in him. After the soul contract is signed, the move will naturally begin. Flamel's division has been operating here for thousands of years. Naturally, a lot of junk bottles and jars have been left behind, and there are also many books. In addition, Flamel himself also has a lot of personal life things. This sorting out, unexpectedly sorted out a few big rooms, weighing a few tons. Of course, the most important thing is that Flamel's laboratory. Later Xiao Feng also carefully checked it. This laboratory is actually a separate space capsule, but it was later used by Flamel's ancestors. I don't know how to install it on this tower. To relocate, the tower must be demolished, but in Flamel's view, the entire tower is not as valuable as the laboratory, so the laboratory chose to relocate as a whole. If Xiao Feng was not there, it would be impossible to handle these things in a few days just by relying on people from this world to relocate. But Xiao Feng had space to carry with him, and with a wave of his big hand, all these things were packed into the space. Chapter 437 Chasing Soldiers. Originally, Xiao Feng wanted to take away the underground space capsule, but considering that the space capsule has been embedded in the ground for a long time, even if he has space to take away, it is also very dangerous. Plus there are dozens of local mummies in the space capsule, and it's disgusting to think about it. Forget it. Anyway, there was nothing worth studying in the space capsule, so the overall relocation plan of the space capsule was abandoned. Because the laboratory was demolished, the weird tower that was originally built collapsed. Standing in the yard watching the tower that had lived for decades, it crashed to the ground, and Flamel was also sighed. However, it's good if this building collapsed, just enough to cover up the passage leading to the cemetery of his ancestors. After he left, this yard was like an undefended territory, and the half-orcs who had been coveting here would definitely come to inquire. If the tower does not collapse, those half-orcs will definitely find the place where his ancestor was buried, and maybe they will do something that is infuriating between people and gods. So the collapse of this tower is also a good thing. Flamel simply expressed his emotions in the yard, then turned around and followed Xiao Feng and the others on the road. It was the afternoon at this time, and it was not dark yet, and Xiao Feng was also back home. After all, there were more than 50 guards waiting for them at Taniguchi. The flight mode is used throughout the journey, just like when you came. Xiao Feng still drives a gyroplane. Although this gyroplane is not large, its load capacity is still acceptable. Xiao Feng mainly carries the 2 travel bags with honeycombs. The gyroplane drives him and the 2 travel bags are not a problem. Needless to say, the wild bees are naturally returning to the flight mode, and Flamel and Bloom flew high in the sky in the Spirit Eagle. When they came this time, in order to prevent accidents and ensure a safe retreat, Xiao Feng brought both Spirit Eagles. After arranging the retreat pattern and route, the group of people set off on the road. It was also sunny that afternoon, and there was rarely any wind in the valley. Everyone's flight journey was very smooth. When it was dark, the road was halfway down. Originally, Xiao Feng wanted to hold on and flew directly back to the camp at the mountain pass. However, considering that it was dark, the rotorcraft equipment was rudimentary, and the flight at night was more dangerous, he chose to land and rest all night. Before noon the next day, they finally arrived at the camp they set up in Yamaguchi. This camp was built by the 5th Taiman Guards. Because the guards were not large in number, the area of the camp was not large, but the camp design was still clear. Enclosures, royal buildings, city walls, and even the moat are all available. It can be seen that the quality of the guards of these 50 men is quite good, and even during Xiao Feng's absence, the guards of these 50 men have also formulated very detailed security plans, light and dark outposts, outbound patrols, emergency operations plans, and retreat plans are all well arranged. Xiao Feng was also very happy after learning about the arrangements of the officers in the camp. The quality of these officers was very good, and they would definitely become the backbone of the army in the future. And with such a backbone in the army leading the team, the quality of his army must be impossible to find out. No nonsense. I asked a few officers to find out about the situation in the camp during his absence in the past few days, and then specially asked the cook to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Everyone had a full meal and immediately left the camp on the road. After all, this is the hinterland of the orcs. Although it is currently the autumn harvest season, they appear in the hinterland of the orcs so swaggeringly. It is not a good thing to swagger through the market. The guards officers who stayed behind told Xiao Feng when they met that in the past few days, half-orc sentries appeared constantly near the camp to spy on the camp, but they were all driven away. However, as time went by, the number of orc sentinels appeared near the camp was increasing. They even ran away in a hurry before, but they have started shooting at them recently. He judged that the orcs had already assembled an army and rushed over here, so his suggestion was that it should not be too late and Xiao Feng should retreat immediately. The purpose of this trip has been a complete success. Xiao Feng naturally did not want to stay here for a long time, so he took everyone on the road in the afternoon. But this time is different from before. Xiao Feng didn't choose to drive the rotorcraft, but chose to drive. He knew the speed of flying in the sky was very fast, but after all, there was still this 5th Taiman guard on the ground. These 50 guards were officers carefully selected by Kyle. This time they came out with him to experience and gain knowledge. These 50 people dared to smash into the hinterland of the half-orcs with him, which shows the courage of these people. And he can see the performance of these people these days. The personal qualities are very high. These are the backbone of his future army. He doesn't want these people to lose one person in this operation. If he can, he hopes to bring all these people back. So on the return trip, he did not choose to fly, but to drive. Hummer off-road vehicles must have heavy machine guns on their heads, and they do not need to be too fast, so that the guards can keep up. Although they are 3 horses, their horses are also very strong. But how can horses be compared with machines that do not eat or drink? These war horses run at a constant speed and can run dozens of kilometers per hour. After dozens of kilometers, they will be panting for exhaustion. The soldiers changed into another horse and continued to run all the way behind Xiao Feng. In this way, they used the method of continuous transfer, and finally ran more than 200 kilometers before the night became dark and came to Naple University. On the prairie, it was getting late. Xiao Feng saw that the soldiers behind were already out of breath and the horses were very tired, so he decided to rest here at night. Finding a campsite along the river, Pandeli and Bloom looked for it as soon as Xiao Feng was about to order people to start camping. My lord, when we were in the sky earlier, we discovered that there was a tail behind our team. Both Bloom and Pandeli looked a little nervous. Xiao Feng felt normal, and they did not hide their whereabouts during their trip. They walked out of the Naple grassland and then entered the Karachi Mountains. Even a fool must know that there must be something strange in it. And even if half-orcs are afraid of him, the death god of Running City, some come over and try. How can they be reconciled if they don't try? Approximately how many people are there? What kind of units are they? How far are they from us? It looks like more than 100 miles behind. There are about 1,000 people, but we found that there are still a few teams of half-orcs gathering on their side in the distance. If they are brought together, I am afraid it will be one. A team of only 10,000 people. When talking about this, Bloom's expression was a bit solemn, and Pandeli also looked thoughtful. Xiao Feng was still expressionless. To tell the truth, if he was alone, let alone a half-orc with 10,000, he would not be afraid of 100,000. If he couldn't beat him, he would run away. But this time he was accompanied by a guard of 50 men. These 50 men were the backbone of the future army. He couldn't bear to abandon them here. In terms of arms, we can't see clearly in the air, but there are ordinary main forces. These people should not be the elite of half-orcs. It seems that the elite troops they went south to conquer have not yet come back. Bloom probably reported to Xiao Feng about the pursuit of soldiers. Xiao Feng nodded to express his understanding, but he didn't feel relaxed. Even ordinary half-orcs, there are 10,000 people on the other side, and the ground troops he can use are only 50 guards. The wild bees in the air can't play any role in such a large-scale battle, and the number of people is not large. My lord, I have an idea. Seeing Xiao Feng lost in thought, Bloom also kept silent. Pandeli scratched his head and suddenly said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng raised his head and glanced at him. If you have any thoughts, just let them know. Is such that Pandeli began to express his thoughts, and after Xiao Feng listened, a smile appeared on his face. I really didn't expect this guy to keep such a hand. Well, that's it. After hearing the plan discussed by Xiao Feng and Pandeli, Bloom was also relieved. Since there are chasing soldiers behind, there is no need to build this camp. A camp with more than 100 people, if the terrain is dangerous, will not be a problem with the enemy forces 10 or even 100 times higher. But the terrain here is flat and there is no danger to guard, so there is no need to build a camp. What's more, Xiao Feng didn't plan to stay here for a long time. At night, everyone had enough food and drink, and Xiao Feng let everyone rest until midnight. After midnight, with the moonlight in the sky, Xiao Feng led everyone on their way. The 5th Diamond Guard also learned the news that chasing soldiers came after them. MetalNovel.com. All of them looked serious. This is the hinterland of the half-orcs. Once they are embellished by the army of half-orcs, they know what the consequences will be. 50 people against tens of thousands of people, the final result doesn't need to think much, and they remember more clearly the mission of their trip, which is to protect Master's thoroughness. But in fact, they knew in their hearts that Master Mage didn't need them to protect them at all, and Master Mage should even provide them with protection. In order to reduce the burden of Master, everyone also understands what to do. At night, everyone did not dare to run at full speed, but when the day came, it was not the time to cherish the horsepower. The sky was bright, and everyone did not stop, but on the horseback, took cold water and dry food, and simply ate breakfast. Then he ran all the way. Everyone was very fast this time, knowing that the farther the orcs were thrown, the better. They didn't have much rest along the way, and when it got dark, they were finally tired of people and horses, and then they had to stop. On this day, they were truly able to travel 800 a day. Chapter 438. Reckless. What? They speeded up suddenly? They have lost track? Check it out for me right away to see where they have gone. Never let them get off. It was dark at night, and the army of orcs that had been adorned behind Xiao Feng and them began to camp and set up a big tent, and the front sentry returned to report the military situation. Kijun, who had just sat down in the big tent, was also taken aback when he heard the return from the sentry. He didn't expect the death god of Running City to lead the team to speed up. Obviously, he should have discovered them. In fact, the moment he heard the news, his heart was ecstatic, but he couldn't show it in front of the other orc leaders in the big tent. A few months ago, they were defeated by the human army led by the Death and Rushing City in the Hula Gorge area, and even lost the Hula Gorge area. This is a huge scandal. After returning to the nest of the Orc Alliance, the few big elders who stayed behind, heard that they had actually suffered such a defeat, and they rolled their eyes angrily. He even chopped off the heads of several low-level orc leaders, and directly demoted all their tribes to slaves. If it weren't for Kitchen's special status, he was the little prince of the Python tribe, I'm afraid his head wouldn't be able to stay on his shoulders at this time. After that, he discussed with several remaining elders, and finally formed an army of tens of thousands of people, intending to counterattack and test. But when I walked to the mountain pass, I encountered a flash flood and a mudslide. More than 1,000 orcs disappeared in the natural disaster like this, and after that, a continuous rain continued, and Kitchen simply cancelled that battle plan. The elders of the tribal alliance did not object. After that, it was summer planting and autumn harvest. Originally there were few people in the tribe, and no one could draw any troops, so this plan of revenge was shelved. In fact, Kitchen wished that this plan would continue to be shelved, because he felt that it was impossible for him to rely on the tribe, the old, weak, and disabled, to defeat the humans in the Gourd Gorge, especially the death god of Running City. If you really want to win, you won't have a chance of winning unless all the elite troops of the Southern Expedition come back. He had fought against the death god of Running City several times before, but the death god of Running City left a very deep impression on him, especially good at long-range strikes. And the mode of this guy summoning sky thunder and lightning attack was really terrifying. It was simply not something that ordinary orcs could resist, so in his opinion, leading ordinary orcs soldiers to find the unlucky spirit of the death god in Running City was to die. Originally, he wanted to recuperate honestly, and wait for the next year to make plans, but he didn't expect that this Running City death did not honestly guard the Gourd Gorge, and he actually took people to the Maple Prairie and Karachi in the mountains. This is a bit too much. In the past, everyone turned a blind eye to the fact that the death god of Running City had occupied the Gourd Gorge. After all, it had become an established fact, and thinking of counterattack was also powerless. But now you actually took people to the hinterland of our half-orcs and swaggered through the market. Isn't that a bit too despising? Although Kitchen still didn't want to come and fight the death god of Running City, he couldn't help but stop playing at this time. Several major left-behind elders in the alliance gave him a few consecutive orders. This time he must keep the death god of Running City no matter what, and not only contacted him, but also gave him the generals of the important tribes left behind in the alliance. And the princes and nobles all issued orders. Let them gather together and prepare to keep the death god of Running City, because the Karachi Mountains are not suitable for team development. Kitchen did not choose there as the main battlefield, but chose to be on a Maple grassland. Before that, they had been stuck more than 100 miles behind the Death God team in Rushing City. The reason they didn't take the initiative to attack was to wait for the reinforcement of other half-orcs to join the team. All day today, half-orcs from all over joined their ranks. Kitchen met with the leaders of these tribes and explained the situation, which took a lot of time. So I didn't pay much attention to the movement of the Death God in Running City. It was hard to wait until the evening, and I just wanted to take a good night's rest, and then discussed the countermeasures with the leaders of the tribe that came together. I didn't think that the other party should have discovered them, and now they started to run away. To tell the truth, Kitchen was relieved in his heart because he really didn't think that with the tens of thousands of mobs he currently had on hand, he could stop the Death God of Running City. But some people don't think so, His Royal Highness. What do you think we should do next? Should we continue to camp or go and pursue it immediately? Before Kitchen spoke, there was a strange sound of yin and yang in the big tent. He was talking about an ugly monster with a height of more than 3 meters, a waist thicker than a water tank, short hands and short feet, and a long pointed head. It is Keeml, the leader of the Crocodile tribe. This guy was born in the Nile Rock Crocodile tribe, a royal family in the Crocodile tribe, and his blood is noble. But this guy is a concubine, not a prostitute, so his status is one level lower than Kitchen, but he has always been against Kitchen. Too convincing. All the way is yin and yang weird. Kitchen had been annoying him a long time ago. If it weren't for the presence of other tribal leaders, he would have been tempted to fight this guy a long time ago. Everyone has been walking for more than a day, and the people are all tired. I think we should set up camp and rest first. When the guards will come back tomorrow, when they find out the whereabouts of the humans, we will discuss the solution together. Not to mention this snapper. Even if the air grassland is so big, even if the opponent has wings, it is impossible to fly back from here in one day. Kitchen's method is so sophisticated and prudent. Many leaders in the big account think this idea is good. In fact, almost 100% of these leaders have suffered under Xiao Feng's hands. Knowing how powerful Xiao Feng is, naturally he is not willing to charge at this time. Go to the front as cannon fodder. But Kemal's stunned youth is different. He hasn't fought against Xiao Feng. He doesn't know the horror of Xiao Feng. Moreover, he wants to show his bravery and surpassing in front of other half-orcs leaders. Kakin's ability. Previously, Kitchen was beaten by the death god of Rushing City and lost the Gourd Gorge, but now he can still be the leader of the crusade, which makes Kemal very unconvinced. In his opinion, this Kitchen is nothing more than it's just that the pedigree is one level noble than him, and the others are useless at all. He wants to use his strength to prove that his ancestry and background simply cannot represent a person's abilities. Kitchen, I think you are scared. You have been beaten by the Archmage before, and now you are chasing you with fear and tail. You know this is our territory, but you don't dare to order a chase. I see you. I was really frightened by the wizard. But it doesn't matter, you are afraid, we are not afraid. If you don't want to chase, we are willing to chase. Kemal's remarks caused an uproar in the great tent. Although Kemal's tribe is also a high-level tribe, his pedigree status is a bit worse than that of Kitchen. He is already guilty of speaking like this. The crime turned up. At this time, the other tribal leaders lowered their heads and said nothing, and no one wanted to get involved in the conflict between the two. How could Kitchen not understand what he meant? He knew that Kemal was just an aggressive general, so he smiled coldly. Fear? When did I get afraid of Kitchen? It's just that so many leaders lead the team all the way. Came here, now that people are tired, everyone needs time to fix it. But since Kemal is so enthusiastic, you can lead 3,000 soldiers and horses. Can you rush over overnight, and be the vanguard of our large army? A reckless man who knows nothing about life and death. Since you are so confident, then send you over to meet the death god of Running City, and let you taste the power. And what Kemal waited for was Kitchen's words. He didn't want to obey Kitchen's orders. At this time, let him lead the army alone as the vanguard. He felt it was appropriate. 3,000 people seemed to him enough. And he was very confident that with these 3,000 people, he would be able to defeat the big camp of the death god in Running City. Okay, that's it. I'll take someone there first. Kemal didn't wait for Kitchen to speak. He got up and greeted a few people who had always been close to their family. The hyena, the head of the honey badger family, led the big tent. When these tribes are added together, the number is more than 3,000, even more than 5,000. Kitchen looked at their leaving back, but he was not angry. Such a guy is completely dead, and he can't make it up to remind them. How powerful is the death god of Rushing City? Novel.com and Kemal and the others are not brainless people. After Kitchen's big dent, they first came to Kemal's camp. Everyone, get ready to set off overnight. I have arranged for the vultures to stare at them. We set off overnight. At dawn, we will definitely see the news from Alta guys. Let's fight for our breath this time and fight a beautiful battle. You don't have to wait for the army to come back, as long as we can leave this Running City death in the grassland. I can take the life of the incompetent guy Kitchen when I come back. A stern light flashed in Kemal's eyes. The leader of the hyena family, Nemai, and the leader of the honey badger family, Ikish, glanced at each other and nodded to agree to Kemal's battle plan. The three tribes totaled more than 5,400 people. They left the big camp overnight and rushed towards Xiao Feng and the others. At dawn, Kemal saw the vultures in the sky, hovering constantly above their heads. He interpreted the messages sent by the vultures, and immediately Nemai and Ikish found a simple meeting. When he came up, He said to these two with excitement on his face, "Brothers, work harder, those guys are tired from walking. We are not far from them." Chapter 439 Meteor Shower. Nemai and Ikish were also happy when they heard Kemal's words. The hyena tribe of Nemai is different from ordinary kobolds. They are taller, more robust, smarter, more powerful, and they are very tough and courageous. And the other honey badger Ikish, this group of guys is even more terrifying. They are relatives to the honey badger on the earth, that is, the famous flathead brother on the earth. It's just that the flat-headed brothers on this planet are 2 times bigger than their cousins on earth, and they are also tall and strong. But the temperament is not the slightest difference. It is also very brave, belligerent, and scheming. It was exactly the same as the hyena tribe. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 tribes looked different, the 2 tribes could definitely be regarded as close relatives based on their personalities. Counting the Kemal of the crocodile tribe, because the territories of their 3 tribes are adjacent, the 3 of them are very closely related. When fighting against the human tribes earlier, the 3 began to fight side by side together, which can be said to be very tacit understanding. In this southern expedition, because these 3 people are not the direct descendants of their respective tribes, it is naturally not the turn of them to take advantage of this kind of war, and they can only be left at home to guard the nest. This time I heard that the death god of Running City came to the door. In their opinion, it was a military merit to the door. If the death god of Running City can be taken down, then even if the 3 of them are not direct descendants of their respective tribes, they will definitely be able to obtain a fief in the future and become kings on their own. So their 3 goals are very clear, that is, to take down the death god of Running City. Kemal interpreted the information sent by the vulture in the sky, and then took out a simple map, made gestures on the map, and quickly clarified the location of Xiao Feng and the others, and then immediately ordered the team to set off. Even in order to save energy, they simply looted several small orc tribes nearby and robbed a lot of war horses. All the warriors rode on war horses and galloped towards Xiao Feng's camp. Because they didn't need to consider the life and death of these looted war horses, they ran wildly all the way, and finally caught up with Xiao Feng and their tails after chasing them for a day and night. Xiao Feng and the others have been galloping all the way in the last 2 days, but in the daytime, they had already crossed the middle of the grassland and came to the hinterland of the grassland. After the power center of the principal half-orcs, Xiao Feng also began to breathe a sigh of relief and slowed down the team up. It is only 3 days away from the mountain range of Hula Gorge. If you speed up, you will be there in 2 days. When you walk here, there is basically nothing to worry about. Moreover, after several days of running wildly, the guards and the horses were exhausted, and even some horses were exhausted to death. Many soldiers were already 1 man and 3 horses, becoming 1 man and 2 horses, and they were still in a state of sleepiness and lack of horses. So he ordered to slow down and settled the camp at night. Everyone had good food and drink and had a good rest. At the same time, the 5,000 people led by Kemal finally rushed to Xiao Feng and his camp more than 1,000 meters away in the middle of the night. Looking at the simple camp in the distance, Kemal judged that the humans inside were also the end of the strong. After a few days of escaping, they must have been exhausted too, so this camp was built so sloppily. But this is a good thing, so they can rush to the city later. He did not order to attack immediately, but first let his men dismount and rest and eat. After about an hour's rest, when the sky was beginning to light up, he let everyone get on their horses, and then rushed towards the seat. Yingzhai rushed away. The sound of rumbling horseshoes, more than 5,000 people charged together. The momentum can definitely be said to be shaken by the ground. The camp on the opposite side has a rough look. There are even a few wooden boards on the cave camp wall that was shaken by their horseshoes. Fell off. In the watchtower and the wall of Hezhai, no human defenders were seen on the wall. Kemal felt a little strange in his heart, but he had already rushed to the door of the camp, and he could only bite the bullet and rushed in. The gate of the camp was a simple wooden fence, which couldn't stop the violent horse charge at all. The two crocodile warriors who charged in the front took up the hammers in their hands, and when the two hammers went down, they directly smashed the wooden fence. It's sloppy. The soldiers in front rushed into the city head, while the soldiers at the back also filed in, but when they rushed into the city wall, everyone was dumbfounded. People? Didn't it mean there were more than 50 people? Why didn't you see any of them? Don't talk about people, don't even see the tents where humans live. What's the situation? Soon someone reported the situation in the camp to Kemal, who was behind the striker. Kemal exchanged glances with Nemai and Ikish beside him. Everyone felt that something was wrong. At this moment, a strange sound roared from far and near. Kemal, Nemai, and Ikish couldn't help but raise their heads and look towards the sky. Several spots of light resembled shooting stars, dashed from the distant sky, and then hit the small camp with one head. Almost instantly a series of loud explosions erupted from the camp. A huge fireball leapt into the sky. Accompanied by the light of the fire, they could clearly see the broken bodies of warriors of all races and the corpses of war horses. The camp was called Ma Ming, and the chaos turned into a pot of porridge. Before we could figure out the situation, a series of meteors fell from the sky and smashed directly into the camp. The small camp instantly turned into a huge fireball. The wall was torn apart and flew up into the sky, so that people outside could see the situation inside the camp more intuitively. The hundreds of orc soldiers who rushed in before were all turned into powder at this time, and there were no bones saved. Earlier on, Kemal and the others had also heard of the methods used by the death god of Running City, but in their opinion, it must be bragged by those incompetent people who have been defeated by humans. What kind of wizards can be so powerful? It was ridiculous to also summon sky thunder and lightning. If it were really that powerful, those humans would have begun to counterattack long ago. And today it was finally the first time that they had witnessed the energy of a great master of Running City. Meteor-like sky thunder kept dashing into the sky, and the camp in front had turned into a sea of fire, but the meteors did not stop because of this, but continued to fly continuously from the sky. Moreover, the trajectories of these meteors are very clear, starting from the direction of the gate of the camp, extending along the direction of the team where the orcs are charging. Originally, Kemal and the others wanted to break through the human camp in one effort, so they adopted a dense cone formation. As a result, they became the best targets for the death gods in Running City. Meteors continue to fall from the sky, smashing into the team, and each falling star will bring a huge explosion and fire. And what is more terrifying than the sound of explosions and fire is that the fragments and shock waves of the shells, within 15 meters of the center of the shell explosion, can be said to have no grass, and all people and horses were torn into fragments by the shock waves of the shells. Enemies 15 meters away will be swept by the fragments of the shells, and few lucky people can escape such a crit. On the small hills in the distance, Xiao Feng was also on the rise. He was operating the PCP-001 82mm rapid-fire mortar vehicle. At this time, he was constantly firing shells into the bomb feeder in the barrel. 4 rounds of Ona magazine cartridges were put into the bomb feeder, and it took almost half a minute to dum-dumed. Unlike the previous rapid-fire mortars placed on the ground, this gun is welded and fixed on the jeep. The reinforced base effectively slows down the recoil of the projectile. In addition, the hydraulic shock absorber is also greatly improved. The shooting accuracy of this rapid-fire gun. In the past, Xiao Feng regretted not being able to get Kato, but at this time he discovered that as long as the power of this gun is used to its extreme, its practicality, the effect is not too bad. Although Kato can't wash the floor like Kato, the effect, but the powerful battlefield firepower coverage can still be achieved. Kemal and his party have been blown up by the meteor shower that fell from the sky. What's so special? They didn't even see what the enemy looked like, and they had already lost 1,000 people. If this goes on, without the enemy showing up, they will all fall apart. Kemal's mind quickly turned around. Retreat. After saying that, he took the lead in hitting the horse and ran away. He couldn't care about the life and death of the people behind, because he found that the red dot on the top of his head was already falling. Sure enough, he just ran a horse not far, and he heard continuous explosions from behind, and even a wave of heat blowing from his ear. Metalnovel.com. He leaned down on the horse. After running a few steps on his body, he heard a muffled hum next to him, and turned his head to see that it was his friend Honey Badger Ikesh. It's just that the image of Chew Ikesh is rather miserable at this time. His skull is no longer known where he flew, and only half of his face is left. He bumped on the horse twice before falling down. Kemal felt a chill for the first time. Ikesh was his old friend. I don't know how many times the two were born together. He knew how fierce and powerful that guy was. But now he didn't even see what the enemy looked like, so he lost his life. When he thought of this, he felt a chill in his back. At this moment, the meteor shower finally stopped, and the explosions stopped. Kemal quickly stopped the horse and was about to gather the soldiers. But in the woods in the distance, a black iron box suddenly broke out. And there is an iron pipe on the box, which is continuously spraying a chain of fire. Wherever the chain of fire goes, all the wailing sounds stop abruptly. The team that had finally slowed down and was approaching Kemal immediately became messy again. Many people even turned their horses around and fled directly into the darkness in the distance. Chapter 440. Big Riek Xiao Feng was standing on the roof of the Hummer, operating the Browning heavy machine gun, and continuously firing at the stupid half-orcs. At this time, these half-orcs were already in a mess, and they had lost their leadership. They would only hold their heads under his gun, and could not organize any decent resistance at all. The round of shelling just now scared them out of their guts, and the leader of the team had already turned around and ran away first. What will they have to resist? These half-orcs weren't elites, and they were morale commendable when fighting a downwind, but once they hit hard bones, they had no choice but to turn around and escape. Xiao Feng operated the machine gun and kept knocking down those half-orcs with their backs on the ground. Browning's heavy machine gun was not a vegetarian. At such a close distance, if he was hit in the body, it would definitely end in fragments. Many orcs were so scared that they screamed again and again, and they were already on the verge of a nervous breakdown. This scene was too scary, even if many of them were good at licking blood. But such scenes have never been seen. When they first rushed into the camp, these half-orcs were in a state of morale, but now they are basically in a state of collapse. Many people's brains are already down. There is only one thought, and that is to run away. The farther you go, the better. However, Xiao Feng is reluctant. First, he wants to cause as many as possible to kill these half-orcs, and secondly, he wants to leave these half-orcs with indelible lessons, and help them grow their memory so that they can see in the future. Your own banner will hide far away. The sound of people neighing and horses croaking was everywhere on the battlefield. Mixed with this scream, crying, and the rhythmic roar of machine guns, and the sound spread to several kilometers away. And Kitchen, who had been adorned far behind, of course also heard such a voice. He took a few henchmen, and the leaders of the orc tribe who had a good relationship with him, boarded the watch car in the camp. Although they don't have telescopes, the fire in the woodland a few kilometers away is still very conspicuous. The continuous explosions and rhythmic machine guns evoke their horrible memories not long ago. That fool of Kemal, he will definitely not be arrogant this time. A pighead standing next to Kitchen whispered. His face was a little triumphant when he spoke. Obviously he was not very fantasy Kemal. The expressions on the faces of the leaders of the other half-orc tribes were also a little strange. They wanted to laugh, but they were holding back. It was obvious that they had to endure very hard. Of course Kitchen was also very happy in his heart. A few days ago, that Kemal satirized him in front of so many people. If he said he didn't hold grudges, then how could it be possible? It's all right now, that fool. He personally tasted the power of death in Running City. What can I say when he comes back? My lord, what should we do next? Do you want to rescue Kemal and the others? A Tauren with a weak brain couldn't help but ask aloud. Kitchen's eyes flashed coldly. How do you save this black lamp? You don't know how powerful the death god of Running City is? Don't move around. Kemal is over. Do you want us to ruin all the last elite points on the grassland? Kitchen didn't say clearly. Everyone basically understood what he meant. After the next day, Xiao Feng and the others set off again on the road. Those half-orcs were much more honest, and they hung around more than 100 miles behind them without getting close. Anyway, they just followed on hurriedly. This kind of action is not so much chasing, but seeing off. Seeing that the half-orcs are so sensible, Xiao Feng also knew that they were scared by himself, so the two sides maintained a tacit understanding in this way, and did not take a long time. March on the prairie. Finally, 2 days later, they returned to the mountain pass at the entrance of Hula Gorge, and walking inside was a large road that was washed away by mountain torrents and mudslides. But following this, the army of half-orcs didn't mean to continue to follow them. They just watched Xiao Feng and his party in Taniguchi, and disappeared in this mountain. After walking on this difficult and dangerous mountain road for a few days, Xiao Feng and the others returned to the Kukai city, and Kyle was already impatient to wait here. Kyle was very happy to see Xiao Feng and the others come back, all with their tails, and come back safe and sound. That night everyone was drunk, and the next day Xiao Feng planned to leave here and go to see his nest on the Panivira Peninsula. But before leaving, he still called Kyle and Bloom to explain two things about them. The first is to continue to strengthen the city defense and train soldiers. The more soldiers train, the better. This time they beat the orcs miserably, and it would be impossible for the orcs to retaliate. Moreover, once the orcs come this time, it will definitely be a menacing force. The number and scale must be greatly exceeded the previous few times. However, the expeditionary force of this size, plus the mountain road in front, is very difficult to walk, including the other side's bridge paving. At the time of the year, Xiao Feng estimated that the orcs came again. It should be the summer or autumn of the following year. This gave the humanity enough time to prepare. He also specifically called Ying Ran over to explain it. After all, the logistics of Kukai City depended on Ying Ran's navy for transportation. The location of the castle is very important. There is a big river around, and the defense on the water must also be paid attention to. After explaining this, Xiao Feng took Flamel all the way south and summoned the leaders of several bases in the Hula Gorge, especially Charles Mann, who was in charge of building the castle, and they all accounted for some tasks. Coming out of the Hula Gorge, and walking along the big river for a few days, I finally arrived at Runliu City. When he saw the rushing city that locked the entire mainland of the Panivira Peninsula from a distance, Flamel finally couldn't help sighing. Before seeing the humans led by Xiao Feng, who had captured the Hula Gorge, he already felt that it was a very remarkable achievement. But now that he saw that this city has been heightened a lot, the wall that was already 20 meters high, and the dangerous terrain here, he couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Feng, the great mage's ability, being able to lead a group of human beings in such a short period of time to create such a large foundation, Master Xiao Feng, is really amazing. It seems that taking refuge in his sect is definitely not a loss-making business. After entering the city, Flamel couldn't help sighing again after seeing the well-planned, neat, tidy, and large-scale human city on the south side of the city wall. He was also a human aristocrat. He had been to a human city in the Talon Empire before, but he had never seen a city that was flat, upright, clean, well-dressed, and well-mannered. He had never seen it before. On Friday, I learned that Xiao Feng came back. Naturally, he had already waited on the city wall early. When he saw him back, he would naturally accompany him to inspect Benliu City, and kept introducing him to the development of Benliu City. The population brought back from the Hula Gorge, plus the recent period of people running out of the mountains to take refuge in us, coupled with the local natural population growth, have led to a huge increase in the population of Runliu City. At present, the population of Runliu City has increased. The population has exceeded 200,000. and the Twin Towers city has also exceeded 100,000. When introducing the situation of Benliu city on Friday, the expression on his face was very proud, and Xiao Feng was surprised when he heard it. There are already so many people. Just over a year ago, his running city was not a population of 10,000. Unexpectedly, a year later, it would have expanded dozens of times. With such a large population, he now has the foundation for establishing a country, and the foundation is still not there. Very solid. Yes, adults, we will do it every once in a while. Accurate demographics. So many people, living together, in terms of food reserves. After all, it is an age of ignorance. It hasn't been long since enlightenment, and the level of productivity is very low. With so many people gathered together, Xiao Feng is very worried about whether everyone can get enough food. At this time, Muzh, who had become one of the main leaders of the tribe, stood up. My lord, you don't need to worry about this at all. There is still a lot of land in the gorge behind us that has not been developed, and currently only a tenth of it has been developed. But even the production of these land is enough to supply us rushing. The city's food is provided. Recently, I have also organized manpower to continue to develop further away, striving to open up more wasteland and plant more food. In addition, the number of horses, cattle, sheep, chickens and ducks in our captivity is huge. Grace, and the fish we caught from the river are enough for the meat supply of the entire tribe. Muzh is now a well-known agricultural officer in the tribe. Mentalnovel.com. His words are quite weighty. Xiao Feng is also very satisfied with his results. He patted Muzh on the shoulder. The dark elf looked excited, and the appreciation from Xiao Feng, the leader, made him very useful. Very well. Muzh hopes that you will guard against arrogance and rashness in your future work, and continue to work harder. The development and growth of our tribe depends on talents like you. Don't worry, my lord, leave this job to me. Friday, how are you preparing for the military posture reserve in the Hula Gorge? Well, please rest assured, my lord, our reserves are very sufficient. Without affecting the lives of the people in Runliu City, our reserves will definitely be enough for the army of Hulaxiadi for 3 years. Xiao Feng said this on Friday. It is very relieved. Thanks to the fact that the planet's natural resources are so good, or else the population of the tribe is so small. In this era of low productivity, it is absolutely impossible to feed such a completely full-fledged army. Possible thing. With such a safe rear, Kyle and the others are in front, so they can rest assured that they can hard top with the orcs. Chapter 441. Granary. After inspecting the situation in Benliu City, Xiao Feng took Flamel on the road and went straight to the southern city of Twin Towers. This second castle, which was opened not long ago, is now becoming more and more important in Xiao Feng's career. According to Friday's description, the pace of development here is very fast, especially after the success of this Hula Gorge raiders. Kayla took many people back, and the population of the Twin Towers city surged to 100,000, which made the construction of the Twin Towers city speed up. And because they are far away from the front line and the war, the people here have a great enthusiasm for production and construction. According to Friday, the construction here is almost the same every day. Not only the castle, but the urban area has expanded a lot, and even the land that has been reclaimed has increased a lot. The dwarves opened a lot of new workshops and found a lot of mines here, and the half-orc slaves they captured worked in the mines and workshops every day to barely supply the city with enough raw materials. The people here not only opened up wasteland, but also many people followed the Yingzi people into the sea and started catching fish. Since the last time Xiao Feng emphasized that Yingren and the others should build more ships and train more sailors, not to be limited to inland rivers, but to dare to go out to sea to seek life on the sea. In addition, Yingren followed Xiao Feng's northward expedition, so he handed over the work here in Twin Towers City in the south to a few nephews, and his children performed very well. The tribes of the Yingzi people have also expanded a lot. Not only are the new Yingzi people, But there are also many external people who are actively absorbed by the Yingzi people. This is the first time that a tribe has taken the initiative to step out of absorption and integration. Xiao Feng was very pleased with this step. The boats of the Yingzi people are building more and more, and they are building bigger and bigger because of the coastal life for a period of time. They have even built a lot of junior sea boats suitable for sea navigation, and they set up these boats every day to start catching in the offshore area. There are a lot of fish and harvest. This makes Xiao Feng, who is planning to develop fishery in the modern world, very satisfied. And when he rushed to the Twin Towers city, Xiao Feng knew that Friday was true to his words. From a distance, the city really expanded a lot. Originally the north city of the Twin Towers city was built halfway up the mountain. But now the scope of the city wall has expanded to the foot of the mountain, and there is a trend of expanding outward. And the land at the foot of the mountain has also been developed on a larger scale. Countless farmers, under the command of the Dark Elves, haunt the fields and work hard. According to Mudge, the climate here is very good, and it can be cooked twice a year. At the end of spring every year, the winter oats that were sown after the autumn harvest last year are harvested. After the harvest is completed, the seeds are immediately planted and rice is planted. Because it is close to the ocean, the rain is sufficient, and the temperature is also very suitable. The rice grows very fast. Wait until mid-autumn. It will be ripe for harvest. Leaving aside other things, just for food, as long as enough land is cultivated, this place can become the granary of the entire kingdom. Xiao Feng trusts Maje's judgment very much. After all, this is one of the few agricultural officials in the world. It is precisely because of the fertility of this land that he has attached importance to it. And Mudge has also sent many of his nephews over here to learn about farmers planting the land. In addition, at the foot of the mountain in the distance, a second horse farm and animal husbandry base were also opened. Because the climate here is suitable, and not far to the north, it is the great wilderness of Yimei where there are not only countless bison, wild horses, wild sheep, but also countless wild animals. The most important thing is that wild alfalfa, which is most suitable for domesticated animal feed, grows there. The food can be said to be endless, so it is suitable for breeding here. Even Mudge believes that this place will be a very good breeding base, but it is not possible to raise very good military horses. Military horses can only be raised by the horse farms on the side of Runliu City. The horses bred here are only suitable for horses, but Xiao Feng doesn't care much about them. As long as this can become a granary for the entire base, that is enough. Kalo is naturally very happy about Xiao Feng's arrival. Now the entire human tribe has developed to this scale and has the foundation for nation building, and Xiao Feng is naturally the king's candidate to do her part. Kala, who was born in a noble family and has always been very sensitive to rights, naturally paid more attention to Xiao Feng. This knight was even more greedy, and Xiao Feng opened his eyes. I really didn't expect this noble lady to be able to put down her figure and unlock so many difficult postures. The next day Bailuodis came, because the entire Penivera Peninsula has completely become their hinterland, so during this time, the team of Bailuodi Ribbon has also been increasing. Not only are there hundreds of hunters, there are also many scientific research students sent by Charles Mann, Dean's Dwarves, and Dark Elves. These people continue to explore the entire peninsula continent, draw maps, and find mines, record the special climate and geographic attributes of each region, and make preliminary preparations for future development. Of course, Xiao Feng told them to do this. The Penivera Peninsula has a superior geographical environment and is located on the connecting belt of the two continents. Surrounded by the sea on three sides to the south, the climate is very good, which is very suitable for human survival and living, and the geological structure is relatively stable. There are no large-scale geological disasters, so it is naturally very suitable for human survival. At present, based on the rough exploration conducted by the students under Charles Mann, the area of this continent is probably more than 9 million square kilometers, which is about the same size as the motherland on Earth, and they are all high-quality grasslands and woodlands. The terrain is high in the north and low in the south. The terrain is slowly decreasing, and most areas are plains. Only the places near the sea on both sides are mountainous areas. According to the topography, they are completely two huge mountains, wrapped in a huge plain basin in the center. Such a terrain stunned Xiao Feng. This is the real heavenly choice. Even the country known as the lighthouse on the earth has no way to compare with this continent because of its geographical advantages. If this continent can be reasonably developed and utilized, it will not be a problem to feed 1 billion, or even 2 billion people. But Xiao Feng does not plan to feed that much at present. You have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to go step by step. It is impossible to feed so many people without breaking through the foundation of modern technology. Any catastrophe may bring you back to before liberation overnight. And now his first task is to manage the two cities, Runliu City and Twin Towers City, so that the base has a larger population, so that he can fight against those terrifying orcs. As for the Hula Gorge that was just defeated outside, it was just the land of Xinchuo, and Xiao Feng didn't have much affection for it. But this peninsula is his foundation. Here he will definitely not allow anyone to get involved. Even if the orcs were strong, they couldn't. After inspecting all of Xiao Feng's current territories, Flamel probably also had an understanding of Xiao Feng's territories, originally according to his ideas. Of course he wants to put his laboratory and school in Twin Towers City. After all, this is a large area far away from the front line, and it is safer here. But after discussing with Xiao Feng decided to let him put the laboratory and school in Benliu City. After all, at this Flamel school, Xiao Feng intends to let him follow the direction of the medical school. His main focus in the future is to study medicine and surgical treatment. Although this Flamel was not good at those before, his ancestors left him very rich notes. He is not a dumb person. After a good study, he will naturally understand it. At that time, he will be able to nurture Xiao Feng's continuous store, a field doctor, who can save the lives of more human soldiers. In addition, Xiao Feng asked him to keep writing to his senior brother to see if he could contact his senior brother. According to Flamel's statement, his senior brother Granger is a genius in medicine. Not only can we perform surgery for regeneration of severed limbs, but we can also research medicinal materials that make people immortal. Xiao Feng has asked for a lot of pills he often takes back from Flamel. After going back, he plans to find a chance to find someone to study what exactly is contained in this pill. On Friday, according to Xiao Feng's instructions, he followed Flamel to choose an address, planning to build a new school for him. Xiao Feng also began to harvest the trophies they prepared for him on Friday. Winter is about to come, and it is impossible for the half-orcs to come over, and he still has a lot of things to be busy on the modern side, and he cannot come over during this time. Pandeli finally came back, and this time he came back with more bumblebees. Novel.com. It turned out that he and Xiao Feng said before that there are still many bumblebee tribes on the Karachi mountain. Yes, Xiao Feng and the others were embellished by orcs chasing soldiers. He was very worried about Xiao Feng's lack of manpower, so he told Xiao Feng that he wanted to go back and recruit more savages to help. If possible, he would copy Kitchen and the others. How could he think that Kitchen and the others were completely afraid of being beaten, and they watched all the way Xiao Feng and the others returned to the Hula Gorge? This time the ambush was useless. Xiao Feng simply asked him to recruit more savages back, and Pandeli did not disappoint Xiao Feng this time. He actually recruited more than 10,000 savages. These are the most loyal natural subordinates to him, and Xiao Feng will naturally not treat them badly. He arranged part of the bumblebees in the mountains near Runliu City. Anyway, bumblebees like to live in the mountains. In addition, he took out a part of the Overlord Frontier's hive, and then began to resurrect those Overlord Frontiers, allowing the Hornet to guard the periphery of the newly born Overlord Frontier. As for the other part of the bumblebee, Xiao Feng asked to hurry up and train before the next orcs attack. Pandeli wanted to train them into qualified soldiers. Chapter 442 Island Development. After explaining the work here, Xiao Feng returned to the modern Nehru again. This time I went there for more than a month, and a lot of things have happened here. Time has entered September, and the development of celebrity chef manufacturing has once again entered a small peak. The previous series of franchise stores have basically established a foothold locally. After a period of word-of-mouth communication, coupled with the continued effect of advertising, and the help of Yida, the operating results of these stores are getting better and better, profits are increasing, and orders from the celebrity chef manufacturing factories are also increasing. There were still some farms with surplus production capacity, but the current production capacity has begun to appear in a small tension. As a result, the construction of the new factory must be on the agenda. Fortunately, the last time Xiao Feng and Kata had already negotiated with Bat, they had already rented the island of waiting. After the return, Xiao Feng's first thing was to go to the flagship store, first briefly inspected the situation, and then went to Kata. However, I did not find Kata at the factory. Only Shang Zhenai, who was sitting here, talked a few words and learned about the current situation of the factory, and then learned from Shang Zhenai that Kata went to the island of Maiman. Bayan is currently personally presiding over the construction of the island. Xiao Feng immediately went to the dock again, rented a boat, and went straight to Waitman Island. When the captain heard that he was going to Duman Island, he was a little surprised. After chatting all the way, Xiao Feng learned that Duman Island, which used to be not very popular in the past, has recently become a famous island in this sea area. Every day, ships deliver all kinds of building materials, and people go to the island to start work, which can be regarded as a vitality for the economy, especially in Northat. I am very satisfied with this cooperation. As soon as this chef made a move, he recruited a lot of people from Northat to start work on the island and give it to the county. Residents have increased their income and job opportunities. The other is the purchase of building materials, which also made some businesses in Beihai County earn a fortune. When he arrived on the island, Xiao Feng was also taken aback by the enthusiasm. When he came last time, the island was a mountain in the north and a wasteland in the south. But now and on the island, you can see large trucks running back and forth to transport the earth. Rows of factories have been erected on the original open space. Katia lives in a simple container house near the construction site. Because this is the main base for the production of celebrity chefs in the future, she is not very relieved, and she comes over to supervise the work in person. Because she is the big boss, these construction teams are very polite to her. Although she lives in a simple container house, her container house is very luxurious. Katia was also very happy to see Xiao Feng's arrival. While asking him about the situation of his trip to Russia this time, he also introduced him to the current situation on the island. I spent a lot of money on the development plan for the entire island, and I found the planning unit in the city to plan it out. These are their design drawings, you see. Xiao Feng took the drawing and took a look. Although they rented the island, it involves specific planning and development. Of course, there are still many relationships that cannot be avoided. Therefore, find some planning units with energy in the city to plan. Design is still necessary. The plants are very simple and built with colored steel structures. I also checked the situation of this island. It is not too cold in winter and not very hot in summer. The temperature difference is not large. The typical ocean climate saves us a lot of heating and cooling costs. Of course, we will definitely add the necessary equipment. The only problem here is the wind. But our color steel structure factory buildings use the strongest structural steel, and the safety is completely unsatisfactory. Problem. Katia probably introduced the factory, and there are indeed many factories in the distance that have already been built. And there is a pollution treatment pond behind. In the future, there will be rows of buildings. In the future, there will be living and resting areas for workers. Katia attaches great importance to it. And the construction of the house is in full swing. because the place is large enough and it does not need to be built into a too-high building. A dormitory building of about 10 floors is enough. There are various stadiums, libraries, and cinemas behind. It is also equipped with a small shopping mall. Xiaofeng is very satisfied with this plan. In the future, the workers of the factory will use a shift system to work here. They will work on the island for a week, then go back to take a 3-day shift, and then work on the island. Of course, if you are willing, it is not impossible to work on the island for a long time. The other is the warehouse and the wharf. The warehouse is built in the wharf area for the convenience of transportation, and the wharf has naturally been expanded a lot in order to be able to park large ships in the future. In addition, Katia has added a seafood processing factory next to the factory, but currently only has a factory building. As for the later equipment, it depends on the future development plan of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng is very satisfied with Katia's arrangement. A large area of pastures has flowed further away, where a large number of cattle and sheep will be raised in the future. Of course, they are not all stocking. After all, they don't have much land. They mainly use the currently more popular captive mode. As for the rations for cattle and sheep, there is no need to worry. Others may have to buy alfalfa from Europe and the United States at a price of tens of dollars per ton, but this is not a problem at all for Xiaofeng. He has a lot of feed. When the time comes, it will be transported by boat, and no one can say anything. According to Katia's forecast, the construction of this place will be completed in November, and all kinds of equipment have been bought in place. Only when the electrical equipment is installed, the manufacturer will arrange for someone to bring the production line to the island for installation and debugging. It is expected that by the end of this year, production will start and it will be on the right track, and from then on, Katia will be here in person. And Katia also put forward another request to Xiaofeng, that is, he wants to build a villa on the island. This is not a big deal at all. Xiaofeng will definitely not be resident on this island, and Katia will be the real owner of this island in the future. She wants to build a villa suitable for living for herself. This is simply a requirement. It's normal. Not only should it be repaired, but it should also be improved. After all, Xiaofeng will come over from time to time in the future. In addition, he plans to buy a speedboat for Katia specifically to facilitate her traveling between the city and the island in the future. After waiting for a while, if conditions permit, he plans to equip Katia with a helicopter. Katia was also very satisfied with his arrangement. After inspecting the work on the island, Xiaofeng invited Katia to go back to the city together. After all, as her identity, it is not suitable to live here for a long time. With the further expansion of the company's scale, he recently planned to find more people to come to help. Not long ago, he found a headhunting company and asked them to help find a financial operation, as well as people familiar with fast food management and operation. Tomorrow, the headhunting company plans to recommend some candidates to come for interviews. Katia, as one of the main interviewers, will of course also attend this interview. Katia naturally couldn't refuse Xiaofeng's invitation, and the two returned to the city together at night. He sent Katia home, and Xiaofeng returned to his nest. At the beginning of the year, his old house was handed over to Li Mingqing to be demolished and rebuilt. The money was in place, and the construction speed has always been no problem. This project is very important and has been following in person on the construction site, so the project progressed very smoothly. When he came back this time, the project was basically completed and accepted. In the evening, Xiaofeng took the key and moved into his new home. Just like those European and American mansions commonly seen on TV, this house made Xiaofeng feel very comfortable when he moved in. Many key parts are designed in accordance with his own ideas, and such a house is naturally comfortable to live in. After inspecting the new house, Xiaofeng went to the outside courtyard and took out the small piece of Overlord Bee's hive from the space. When he returned to the Peniwala Peninsula from the Karachi Mountains before, he quietly put such a honeycomb into the space for experiments. He didn't expect to return to the Peniwala Peninsula, the honeycomb was really unaffected. And this time when he returned from the alien world, he paid more attention. This is an epoch-making experiment. If the bee chrysalis in the hive is still alive when he returns from the alien world, it means that he will be able to pass through the entrainment in the future. The space is bigger. And the reality did not disappoint him. The bee pupae in this hive were indeed alive. This makes Xiao Feng feel extremely happy. After the reconstruction, his house has become a very quiet little villa. Not only there is a front courtyard with a sea view, but also a backyard planted with many fruit trees. Novel.com He found a place to settle down for this small hive in the backyard, and then awakened the overlord bee inside. In this world, these overlord bees will be his most trusted guardians of the nursing home. And the power of these overlord bees is much more powerful than that of dogs. And the most important thing is that he has to wait for these king bees to survive, and then use them for other purposes. With these king bees, he can better handle the problem of the source of seafood. The next day, Xiao Feng and Kato arrived at the flagship store made by the famous chef on time. Not long after they entered the office, the men and women who had been waiting for the interview at the door were called in one after another. Many people came for interviews, and they were all elites carefully selected by headhunting companies, but in the end, both Xiao Feng and Kato were satisfied. But only one man and one woman. The girl's name is Tan King. She used to work in Kaifeng Ki and Jingongmen, but she took a vacation for a while because she had a second child. She didn't expect to go back to Jingongmen and had been acquired. The struggle with the newcomer failed, and the result was washed out. The man's name is Xia Hongtao. He used to work in banks and securities firms and investment banks. He has a very rich experience in viewing resumes and is a good hand. Chapter 443 0-year-old shop. Well, Miss Tan, I have read your resume, and it can be said that I am very impressed. So do you have any better suggestions for the future development of our celebrity chefs? The person on the other side who spoke to herself with a smile should be the big boss made by the famous chef who has recently risen to fame. Tan King took a deep breath. She felt that she must seize this opportunity and leave a deep impression on the big boss. Impression. Xiao is always like this. I think the current business effect of celebrity chef manufacturing is very good, but the way of promotion is still a bit single in my opinion, and I also researched before. The types of products manufactured by our celebrity chefs are also there are some cases where the product is single. Don't say it, this Tan King is really predictable. He didn't come up with stage fright at all, and talked in front of Xiao Feng, which made Xiao Feng very satisfied. Celebrity chef manufacturing has developed to today's scale. Before the second investment promotion conference, grouping and regularization have become the general trend. At present, the key personnel made by celebrity chefs are only Zhu Jing and Xilin, who were recruited first. Although they later trained a group of their own people, these people are still relatively young at present, and they have been sent out by Xiao Feng to become store managers all over the country. In his opinion, these people will have to train in the front line for a few years before they can be promoted to the headquarters and serve as senior managers in various departments. But now that celebrity chef manufacturing wants to operate as a group, it is necessary to bring in fresh blood from the outside, especially people with management and business talents. Both Zhu Jing and Xilin are not very good at this. Zhu Jing is just a qualified manager. Because of the limitation of academic qualifications, his vision is relatively limited, and his strategic vision is still poor, and he needs more experience. Xilin was still relatively young, and he needed more experience. So Xiao Feng thought of hiring various managers. The Tan King in front of him is very suitable. After all, he has worked in Kaifeng Ki and Jingongmen before. He has very rich work experience and is very good at planning. As soon as she came, she pointed out that the current product categories made by celebrity chefs are slightly singular, which is indeed slightly inferior to Western fast food. For example, Chinese fast food is always an episoden set meal, a side dish, or a drink, and it's done. Western-style fast food has a variety of snack combinations, as well as a variety of family meals and children's meals, which can meet various consumer groups with different needs. The family package can meet the needs of the whole family to consume, and the price is more favorable. The children's package can satisfy the family with a baby to consume, and even the toys in the family package can attract children to consume. There are also a variety of snack packages that can meet the needs of white-collar workers in the afternoon tea, or those who are tired of shopping, just like taking a break to eat some snacks, and not want to eat, and so on. Don't tell me, these were all profit margins that Xiao Feng and others had neglected before. They only focused on staple food before, and they really didn't think of these different package combinations. Especially those snack set meals made Xiao Feng feel promising. Now his factory can produce fish balls, beef balls, sausages and other snacks, and they are all snacks with extra world mushroom powder added. They have a special taste. Not bad. If these fish balls, beef and the like are used to make snacks, the effect is definitely very good, and it is not difficult to make French fries, potato grids and the like. Adding some Western snacks is also more conducive to attracting customers, especially in the future. Celebrity Chef manufacturing plans to operate internationally and expand overseas. It is inevitable to introduce some specialty restaurants that meet the tastes of locals. It is impossible to stick to Chinese cuisine. Don't you see that those Chinese restaurants in Europe and the United States have adjusted their tastes and practices to the tastes of the locals? And it's normal to make some Western snacks in Chinese restaurants. Xiao Feng felt that Tan Qing's proposal was very good. He decided to hire her on the spot and arranged her as Zijing's deputy to help Zijing enrich the product line and adjust the business strategy. In addition, Zijing will also be assisted to arrange and design a new investment promotion and joining process to cope with the upcoming second investment promotion and joining. Zijing is very grateful for Xiao Feng's arrangement, because Tan Qing is better than her in terms of academic qualifications and ability, but the boss still put her under her own hands. This shows that the boss is still nostalgic. The veteran of the company, so the boss would make such an arrangement. But the purpose is also very clear, that is, I hope I can learn all kinds of knowledge from Tan Qing as soon as possible. If I really do not perform as well as Tan Qing in the future, then I guess my good days will come to an end. As for this male Xia Hongtao, it is because in the future Katia will mainly sit on the Door Island, and after the company is grouped into operation, it will also need a financial officer, so Xiao Feng will want to recruit a financial officer. Expert. This Xia Hongtao reflected in his resume can be said to be uncritical. After graduating from a prestigious university, he went to study in the United States and worked for a large financial institution in the United States. Later, he was recruited by a domestic bank Haitch and returned to China. After that, he switched jobs to brokerage firms and investment banks. According to the resume written on his resume, this Xia Hongtao definitely belongs to the elite. But why did he choose to apply for a celebrity chef? Xiao Feng raised his own question, and Xia Hongtao could only explain to him with a wry smile. It turned out that when he was in the investment bank, he messed up a project and offended a major client, which caused the boss to get angry, and finally lost his job. But this time he was disheartened because he had no job, and he didn't plan to work in such a pure financial industry anymore. In fact, based on his resume, it is not difficult to find another high-paying job in the financial circle, but for many years in this circle, he is tired of this circle. Moreover, this kind of duckweed industry with no foundation at all. The profitability of the industry also depends on the cyclical economic development. When the general environment is good, this business is of course profitable. But once the general environment is not good, then this industry can only hit the streets. He is in his 40s this year, and he no longer wants to live in such precarious days, and his family also needs more company, so he plans to find a physical enterprise to work. According to him, after a round of inspections, he felt that the chef was the most suitable and most promising for development. After hearing Xia Hongtao's explanation, Xiao Feng felt that this guy was pretty reliable, so he smiled and asked Xie Hongtao. So, Mr. Xie, you can also see the current development of our celebrity chef manufacturing. Do you think it is appropriate for us to go public and raise funds in the future, or is it appropriate to just operate and not go public? Hearing this question, Xie Hongtao was taken aback for a moment, then looked up at Xiao Feng carefully for a long time before answering cautiously. Mr. Xiao, I probably know about the manufacturing situation of our famous chefs. This company has huge potential. According to my understanding of the industry and prediction, this company can even become the #1 Chinese fast food company in China in the future. It's not difficult to compare with international famous brands such as Caifeng Cuisine and even Golden Arches. When he said this, he glanced at Xiao Feng again, and saw that Xiao Feng was expressionless, and then his heart fell. As far as I know, the profitability of this celebrity chef is very strong. It has 400 franchise stores, plus more than 20 directly operated stores, and almost no store loses money. Everyone is profitable, and on average a single day net profit has exceeded 10,000 yuan. Such a company is simply a money printing machine. It can guarantee a steady flow of cash every day, and it also adopts a franchise model. I really can't think of it. What is the need for listing and financing for such a company? And Mr. Xiao, it seems that you do not need too much money to make other investments. But if it is not listed, will it really have no impact on the future development of celebrity chef manufacturing? Xiao Feng asked with a smile, but at this time Xie Hongtao nodded seriously. I don't think it will have any impact on the future development of the company. Mr. Xiao now has old ex-mums who have not been listed in China. Do you see how their business operations have been affected? There is also ex-Jinji from Xiangjiang, which they have already done. It has become a condiment empire, and it hasn't been listed, but its performance will be lasting. Xie Hongtao's words made Xiao Feng nod. These two companies are indeed very strong. It can be said that they have their own unique skills in their respective industries. I think that as long as a company is operating normally, financially healthy, and stable in cash flow, it is completely unnecessary to go public for financing. To go public for financing, the financial statements must be published regularly every year, which is likely to attract controversy from interested people. Novel. In addition, the introduction of strategic shareholders will hinder the future development of the company. So why should we bother ourselves? As long as we do a good job ourselves and be a century-old store, wouldn't it be great? When Xiao Feng heard this, he couldn't help but sit up straight. Yes, as a business, who doesn't want to become a century-old store? But is it so easy to make in a century-old shop? Seeing that Xiao Feng's attention was drawn to his topic, Xie Hongtao's words must have scratched Xiao Feng's itching, and it was also energized. Especially for catering companies like ours. As long as they don't go public, we don't need to be responsible for shareholders. We only need to focus on being responsible for our customers, so that we can make the most delicious and healthy food. Long-term operation, brand building, and a century-old store. Okay, very good, Mr. Xie has to say, your words touched me. You are hired. When can you come to work? Xiao Feng turned his head and asked Xie Hongtao. Xie Hongtao was also a little excited. Mr. Xiao, I have to go back to Pengqing to deal with family affairs first. Can you think about it next week? Okay, then next Monday, you come directly. Chapter 444. Ready picking and choosing. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with being able to choose such two talents. I also looked at the work report of Zijing and Xilin, and I also had a good idea of the situation of the famous chef. Because of the recent outbreak of various franchisees, the business capacity of celebrity chefs has risen to the next level. What surprised Xiao Feng even more was the business of one Gongtsu's barbecue chain store, which was also booming. You have already opened more than 50. Seeing the report submitted by Zijing, it probably mentioned Lord Wan's barbecue restaurant. When Xiao Feng came back last time, Lord Wan came to the door and wanted to cooperate with him. he agreed to sell the ingredients for the barbecue to Lord Wan. He was not afraid that Lord Wan took the ingredients and went back to study how about the mushroom powder in it, even if he researched it out. Anyway, in this world, he is the only one who can get the mushroom powder, so even if Mr. Wan finds an expert to study the ingredients, he can only find that the most important thing in it is an unknown substance. And a wise man like Wan Gongcai would not come and ask him what this unknown substance is. That's why Xiao Feng was very relieved to sell the ingredients to Wan Gongcai. In the beginning, Wan Gongcai's barbecue restaurant only planned to open 20 or 30 restaurants in a few first-tier cities to try out the water. The number of stores has reached 50. Which surprised Xiao Feng. Well, there are currently 50 stores open, but according to the information we have received, there are still many stores under renovation. I heard that because of the previous branches, the business is very hot. Wan Gongcai decided to invest more and open more branches. It is said that he is also preparing to set up a catering group to specialize in this barbecue chain. It is said that by the end of this year, they plan to open 100 direct-operated stores nationwide. Zhu Jing reported the situation to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. If there are 100 direct-operated stores, then the amount of bacon ingredients package that Wan Gongcai bought from himself must be mentioned, and his ingredient package it's not cheap to buy. Of course, in this cooperation between him and Wan Gongcai, the most important thing is not how much money he can make from Wan Gongcai, but the ability to connect with Wan Gongcai. In the future, as long as he can make money and taste the sweetness of Wan Gongcai, then in the future there will be more opportunities for cooperation. After chatting with Zhu Jing for a while, Jin Dailin came out of the celebrity chef manufacturing. Now the catering company is on the right track. Even if he is not resident here, nothing will go wrong. At present, in addition to celebrity chef manufacturing, Xiao Feng also has the 9th laboratory under his name, which is also an industry he is very concerned about. He doesn't know how this has been over a month or how it is developing. Of course he has to go and see. When he arrived at the office building of the 9th laboratory, He Xiaojun had already been waiting for him at the door. When he saw him getting off the car, he smiled and greeted him into the building. Because it is a high-tech chemical company, production and research and development are basically placed in the same building. Of course, it is mainly related to the current small scale of the company. He Xiaojun smiled and greeted Xiao Feng into his office, chatted for a while, and then talked about the company's recent development. The cosmetics section has basically completed the first generation of products. It is the same as we had previously envisioned. Of course, it also leaves room for future upgrades. The product section is mainly divided into 3 grades: high, medium and low, and the consumer groups are different. The pricing is also different. There are single products, there are suits, and the packaging, you look at. He Xiaojun pushed Xiao Feng over the work results of the team he led in the past few months, mainly 3 cosmetic gift boxes. Of course, this is only a set model. In fact, when selling in the future, consumers can freely choose and match. For this, He Xiaojun and his colleagues in the marketing department also held several seminars specifically for the pricing of various combination packages. Anyway, the price of this cosmetics is definitely not cheap. Who makes us effective? As far as cosmetics are concerned, as long as your toad skin has a good effect, you don't have to be afraid of selling it more expensively. If you sell it cheaply, others will suspect that your product is of poor quality. Xiao Feng looked at the packaging of the 3 suits. The most high-end gift box was made of red sandalwood. The bottles inside were also antique blue and white porcelain small bottles. The middle grade box is a bit worse. It is also a wooden box. The bottle inside is made of azure glaze. The lowest grade is a beautifully shaped frosted glass bottle. They have their own characteristics anyway, but they are well cooked and inferior. It can be seen at a glance. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with the design and packaging of these products, while He Xiaojun is even more anxious than Xiao Feng. Mr. Xiao, our ninth laboratory can be said to be ready. Even the finished products are produced, and there are already several warehouses in stock. But when will our products be launched? Why, are you short of money? Xiao Feng smiled and asked. He Xiaojun said, haha, who is too much money to be a company? Besides, our scientific research enterprise has too much investment in research and development, and there will be more places to spend money in the future. Recently, everyone has been brainstorming. Some of the young people I have accepted are very good. They have a big brain and have put forward many ideas for future development. You also know that these ideas need to be verified by practice, and practice only. I need money. Xiao Feng nodded and expressed his understanding. Scientific research is actually a process of constant trial and error, which has to go through countless failures. But as long as there is one success, the final results are often amazing. Earlier, he allocated 400 million to the ninth laboratory. According to Katia, it has already been used. At present, there are only tens of millions left in the company's accounts, which is enough to pay employees a few months of salary. Yes, as for the future development, they are not embarrassed, and then go to Xiao Feng to ask for money. So it's no wonder that he Xiaojun is anxious. He must be anxious to wait for this product to go public, make money, and then invest in new scientific research fields. Well, don't worry about this. I have already contacted people. It will be launched in the French market in about a month. After it is launched in France, it will be launched in the domestic market. The publicity plan, I have it's already done. So don't worry about it. With the quality of our products, you can rest assured that you won't lose money. Xiao Feng comforted He Xiaojun and said. He Xiaojun smiled, Mr. Xiao, I have absolute confidence in our products. To tell you, I secretly use it myself. Look at this old face. Is it much younger than before? Hey, even my mother has been using it recently, and it's effective. After hearing what He Xiaojun said, Xiao Feng laughed blankly. By the way, Yang Xin is in charge of the healthcare product, right? How is the research done recently? Hey, here, look at this. This is our finished product. He Xiaojun said that he pushed a small white bottle to Xiao Feng, and when he opened it, it was filled with golden liquid capsules. When he put it on the tip of his nose, he could smell a strange fragrance. I experimented a bit, and finally I chose to directly produce this collagen capsule. Do you know the ingredients? I have already started experimenting with this kind of capsule. Hey, let's not tell you, I just eat it myself, quite a lot. The effect is really not so good. My brother has a relationship with the Food and Drug Administration and has already helped send it to apply for the healthcare product batch number. It has been down recently. I just want to ask you, this healthcare product, how to push it out then? He Xiaojun asked Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng's mind was just after hearing this. He didn't expect health products to produce results so quickly, so he didn't really think about how to promote health products. Forget it, there's nothing to be afraid of. The big deal is to learn X Platinum, which is bombed by advertisements. Anyway, by that time, the cosmetics are all on the market. And Xiao Feng is definitely not bad for money. Although advertising bombing is inviting scolding, the effect is leveraged. Together with some other products, make it into a big gift box, which will definitely not worry about selling. Huago is originally a society of human relations. It is necessary to give gifts to visit the elderly and patients during the holidays. But now it is not like sending cigarettes and wine like in the past. It is popular to send health. This is also the main reason why the X Platinum has been abhorred by countless people, but it still sells well. Because in the health gift market, consumers have few choices. And this healthcare product, if it is launched, it will be different, and it will definitely greatly enrich the choices in the health gift market. It doesn't matter if the price is a little bit more expensive. Our product is absolutely effective. It is different from the psychological placebo of X Platinum. Our product is definitely the kind that allows you to take a course of treatment and immediately see results. The second reason is that when it comes to the holidays or to visit the elderly and patients, Our Chinese people's consumption outlook is often irrational. Until novel.com and don't care about the price. As long as your product is good and you have enough face, that's enough. Up. So this market is still promising. He Xiaojun didn't know. He just asked casually. Xiao Feng thought of so much, and then Xiao Feng came back to his senses, smiling at He Xiaojun and said, Xiaojun, don't worry about this. Leave it to me. After our cosmetics are on the market, I will start marketing this healthcare product. At the same time, I hope you will develop more supplementary healthcare products. These collagen capsules form a gift box set. Do you understand? He Xiaojun scratched his head, as if he understood Xiao Feng's intentions a bit, but it was not so clear. But he understood one thing. What Xiao Feng explained should be carried out. Okay. I get it. And the burn medicine, which one? It's already pretty good. The finished product has been tested thousands of times. The effect is very good. There are no side effects. It is the magic drug that is the right drug. You know it is very troublesome, so you can only take the path of traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 445 One step first. He Xiaojun introduced the burn and scald ointment to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. This speed is also acceptable. The only pity is that he looks at the approval of drugs, which is not easy. If you go through the formal drug application approval process, you will not only need to apply for patents and disclose the formula of the drug, but also have to do clinical trials for several years. Until it is determined that your drug has no side effects, the state will give you a batch number and allow your product to go on the market. Sales. But if you wait so long, the daylily will be extremely cold. So Xiao Feng decided to play the side ball. Of course, he did not do it alone. Many pharmaceutical companies in the country did it. Because of the state's support for Chinese medicine, the approval of finished Chinese medicine is not so strict. After contacting some people with energy, this medicine will be approved for marketing very quickly. Of course, this is also the main reason why many domestic consumers increasingly distrust Chinese medicine. However, Xiao Feng's products are different from those pharmaceutical companies that only focus on making money. His products are absolutely effective. Of course, the advantage of this is that it can be launched quickly, but the disadvantage is also very obvious, that is, it is difficult to become stronger, bigger, and famous. Especially if you want to expand overseas markets in the future, you must publish the product formula to let people understand what substances are contained in your product. Xiao Feng is not afraid of this. Even if it is announced, can those guys produce calphoactive factor and small particles of collagen molecules? If they can, those major international pharmaceutical companies would have already produced them. So, first think of a way to launch the market, and then slowly, conduct clinical trials on the side, and apply for the national new drug approval. Having probably understood the current development process of the 9th laboratory, Xiao Feng felt that he could only describe his feelings in a few words, that is, everything is ready and ready to go. Because the basic materials are good enough, many of the original ideas have been transformed into the first products, and there are even a lot of inventory. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with the results of He Xiaojun's work, and told him that there is no need to worry, although you can rest assured to produce boldly and increase inventory. Because after a few months, the products of their 9th laboratory will definitely be sold. There is a shortage of supply or even a shortage of inventory. He Xiaojun was convinced of Xiao Feng's words. The boss energy is really extraordinary. How dare he can get the product's technique to Paris, France? But our products are effective, so we should have such confidence. Once the Paris show is successful, the 9th laboratory is definitely a famous store that has become famous all over the world. Are you afraid that no one will buy the products? I talked to He Xiaojun about the evening, and simply took He Xiaojun out for a meal. When I finally left, I went back to the laboratory and put all the hundreds of kilograms of Yurong I brought back into the raw material warehouse. This raw material warehouse was carefully remodeled by He Xiaojun. The walls are 3 feet thick with constant temperature and humidity. If the conditions are not limited, he wants to add stainless steel walls to the raw material warehouse. This Urong-I is the core competitiveness of their 9th laboratory, and he naturally knows it better. So he has the only key to this raw material library at present. Anyone else who uses Urong-I must pass his approval. Waste is absolutely not allowed, nor is it allowed to be carried out without permission. The campaigners monitoring and management are very strict. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with He Xiaojun's seriousness. Before leaving, he explained a few words that he must pay attention to security, and then he left the 9th laboratory. The next day I wanted to go to the ranch, but I didn't think about it. When I ate with He Xiaojun yesterday, I also chatted with He Xiaojun about his family, He Fangzhu, and the situation on the ranch. As a result, He Xiaojun said that the guy was a scientific research lunatic. He bought a high-end 3D printer from Matat, and then plunged into the laboratory. He often did it without coming out for a week. Recently, the work of artificial heart printing is being frantically studied. For the raw materials used in the experiment, the stem cells have spent more than 1 million yuan in materials. It is said that while studying heart printing, while studying what sarcoplasmic network promotes cardiac contraction, Xiao Feng can't understand it anyway, but listening to He Xiaojun's meaning, that guy is now on the verge of becoming crazy. According to what he and his 2 senior brothers understand, this master once again entered the retreat mode, basically without research results, and will not leave. Xiao Feng pondered that if that was the case, he would simply not visit. He happened to have other arrangements, and this arrangement is Guan Zhenhai. Before he wanted to buy the 2 tables of Twin Towers in Marina Square, he arranged for Guan Zhenhai to approach the management committee. After he came back this time, he talked with Guan Zhenhai. Guan Zhenhai said that the meeting of the management committee has basically passed. Regarding the sale of the building, the management committee has unanimously approved and agreed to sell. Now I will send him to meet with the leaders of the management committee to finalize the specific matters. Xiao Feng asked about the condition of his hospital again. Guan Zhenhai said that this was even more exciting. Originally, President Zhang of the management committee knew that he was planning to open a hospital in the building. Not only did he have no objection, but instead he strongly agreed. It is said that it is also related to the recent National Medical Reform Plan. Every locality hopes that there will be more regular private medical institutions in their jurisdiction. When it is known that Guan Zhenhai intends to open a regular burn hospital, not the Xline male and female gynecological film hospital, this Mr. Zhang is still very happy. He even granted him permission to enter and decorate the building first. Even if the transaction for the building is not completed in the future, he can lease several floors of the building to them. Guan Zhenhai has recently allocated part of the renovation money from Katu and started to decorate the hospital. Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh. These leaders are really human beings. Why do they allow you to enter the hospital? Everyone knows that you are my subordinate, so if I trap you first, can I still run? Besides, even if the sale of the building is not concluded, people can rent out several floors of the building to you. Anyway, they will not lose money. However, Xiao Feng did not object to these methods. This hospital is also a very important piece of the puzzle in his future career. It is not even weaker than that of the cosmetics company. It is not bad to be one step ahead. It's better than waiting for the building to buy it, starting the renovation, hiring people, and promoting the opening. This time he will return for a long time. He hopes that the hospital will be opened before he goes to another world again, and he will be free today. Just go to the building and take a look. The main thing is to look at the progress of the renovation of Guan Zhenhai's hospital, and also to look at the situation of the building. When the Xie Hongtao is in place next Monday, he will start to take this to the bank to discuss business. When I drove to Bnai Square, I set up the car in the parking lot in front of the Twin Towers. When I got off the car, I saw the building on the right-hand side of the Twin Towers. The entrance was blocked. The sound of cutting metal was constantly coming from the building, and people were constantly coming in and out of the venue. After receiving his call, Guan Zhenhai came out of the building in a short while. This guy was wearing a helmet and covered in dust. He looked very embarrassed, but his face was very happy. Mr. Xiao, you just arrived? Yes. How is it? What progress is the renovation? Well, if the money is sufficient, the progress will be fast. Besides, this is not a residential renovation, so there is no time limit. It is to control the noise. At the current rate, we will be able to finish our life in more than a month. Guan Zhenhai is very caring about this hospital, so when he introduced Xiao Feng, he was very clear. So don't you need to taste it? Because the high standard environmental protection materials are used, you can move in directly after the decoration. Besides, the doctors and nurses in my hospital have already been found. Now I rent a place for intensive training. If they don't go to work, don't we have a big loss? Guan Zhenhai and Xiao Feng joked. Xiao Feng nodded with a smile. That's good. You have to strictly control this hospital. We are different from those pheasant hospitals. We have real materials, but we are not public hospitals. So if we want to compete with public hospitals, we must pay the family members of the patients leave a professional and reliable impression. Well, don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I understand. Guan Zhenhai nodded vigorously with Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng asked again. How did you talk to the management committee about the building? Everything has been negotiated. The conditions are just as Mr. Jiang said before. They also found a law firm and drafted the contract. Send me a photo. Novel.com. Let me consult you. Please take a look first. Speaking, Guan Zhenhai took out his mobile phone, found some photos, showed them to Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng waved his hand. I don't understand these. You can contact Miss Katu and ask her to arrange a lawyer to see it. Because the company is getting bigger and bigger, the celebrity chefs have cooperated with several well-known law firms in Binching, and the legal issues are handled by those law firms. After the contract is reviewed by our lawyers, if there are any problems, we should communicate with the management committee. When the other party has no objections to our contract, we are ready to sign. Well, leave this to me, Mr. Xiao. I don't think it will take long. Guan Zhenhai and Xiao Feng patted their chests and said that recently, he was on the construction site in the morning during the day, and went to the medical staff training place in the afternoon, and accompanied the leaders of the management committee at night. But very happy. It can be said that he is very familiar with several leaders of the management committee. He knows about this, but the management committee is more anxious than them. Chapter 446 Syndicated Meeting. Mr. Xiao, the funds for this building. Guan Zhenhai knew that he shouldn't ask this question, but as soon as Xiao Feng was about to leave, he couldn't help but asked aloud. The management committee's asking price for the Twin Towers is 4 billion yuan. And a penny less does not work. He has confirmed this point with Mr. Jiang and the others many times. Mr. Jiang was also drinking tea with him and ordered him many times. In fact, the estimated value of this building must be higher than 4 billion yuan. However, he tried to suppress the price in meetings many times before he tried to outweigh the crowd. Down. 4 billion yuan is already the lowest line that the management committee can accept. There can be no less, and he can communicate with the management committee and superiors. The Twin Towers are valued according to the current normal market. Even if the current market is sluggish, even if the current economic environment of Binching is not good, the two towers can at least be worth 45 to 5 billion yuan. But the reason why the management committee gave such a large discount this time is because Xiao Feng and the others had said that they could make a one-time payment when they negotiated with him, so he would give a price of 4 billion. So if Xiao Feng can't make money, then there is no need to talk to him, and he will not accept other methods like installment payments. Therefore, Guan Zhenhai is also very worried about whether Xiao Feng can get so much money. Although he knew that the celebrity chefs under Xiao Feng's name could now be said to be making money every day, it might not be so easy to raise 4 billion in the following. So he couldn't help asking today. Xiao Feng turned his head and glanced at him. You don't have to worry, just do things according to your rhythm, and there should be results next week. After he came back, he contacted President Feng of Manhai Bank. He had negotiated with Manhai Bank before and borrowed 1 billion from them. The mortgage was used as a part of one of the Twin Towers, and the rest was entrusted to President Feng to help find someone. President Feng and the others are naturally reluctant to help with this. Anyway, it is a syndicated loan. Of course, they hope to attract more capable colleagues in. On the one hand, they can sell personal relationships, and on the other hand, they are of course also to reduce their own risks. President Feng had already been waiting for him to call, and when he received his call notification, he jumped 3 feet tall and said that people had already helped him contact him, and they were all capable companies, financial institutions. Everyone is waiting to meet him. In the end, Xiao Feng set the meeting time to the afternoon of next Monday, in the large conference room of their bank selected by President Feng. After a weekend at home, Xiao Feng came to the flagship store made by the celebrity chef early in the morning on Monday, where Tan King and Xia Hongtao were also in place. I met with the 2 newcomers, went through the entry formalities, and then explained that Tan King followed Zhu Jing and started to patrol the store, and at the same time, he was familiar with the manufacturing situation of the celebrity chef, and then he brought Xiaolin over. Give them 3 tasks, that is, in the recent period, drafting a proposal for the formalization of a celebrity chef manufacturing company, as well as the design of the organizational structure, and a plan for future operations. The 3 readily agreed that the company will become more formalized, and their future development space will be greater. Of course, they all think that the company will be better in the future. And Xia Hongtao was also very satisfied with this assignment. After all, he came to apply for the position of the entrepreneurial veteran made by this famous chef. Although he is not the earliest group of veterans of the company, joining now can be regarded as one of the veterans who joined in the initial stage of the company. As long as the company is up and running, his benefits will be great in the future. What he didn't expect was that Xiao Feng threw him a financing plan, and there were several other documents. Banks and financial institutions made him familiar with the situation first, and hiding in the office, I saw it all morning, and I was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect Xiao Feng to step so far in one step. This is the beginning. 2 buildings must be bought? At noon, he had read the plan and the information of those financial institutions, and he didn't care about food, so he came to Xiao Feng's office. Mr. Xiao, are we really planning to buy 2 buildings? Xiao Feng laughed and said, go, I will show you. After speaking, he took Xia Hongtao out and got in the car and went straight to Banhai Square. When Xia Hongtao came to Binqing on a business trip, he had been here many times, but he hadn't really noticed the Twin Towers before. When he arrived in front of the 2 60-story buildings, he couldn't help but sigh. The 2 buildings add up to a total of 120 stories, and they only cost 4 billion. It's so cheap. Haha, compared to Pengqing where you were before, it is indeed cheaper. In a mansion like Pengqing, how can it cost more than 10 billion, right? Xiao Feng smiled and said to Xia Hongtao, who nodded vigorously. It is true that for a location of this nature and 2 tall buildings of this nature, if it is in Pengqing, it would cost between 10 billion and 20 billion to win. So Mr. Xiao, if we want to buy these 2 buildings, it's really cost-effective to come down. From the perspective of asset preservation, the price of this building is definitely not at a loss. After all, after so many years in the financial industry, Xia Hongtao can still tell the quality of his assets. As for the rumors of bad feng shui before the Twin Towers, in Xia Hongtao's eyes, they are all jokes. In the afternoon, I am going to talk to the bank about the loan. You have already read the information in the morning, and you will go with me in the afternoon. Xiao Feng said to Xia Hongtao, and after hearing this, Xia Hongtao suddenly felt an urge to die for a confidant. I only joined the company today, and the probation period has not even passed. Mr. Xiao took himself to participate in such a meeting. What does this mean? On the other hand, he fully trusted himself, So he was so proud, he decided that he must tie up Mr. Xiao to check it out in the afternoon. Such a meeting is called a meet and greet meeting if it sounds good, but it is a bargaining meeting. But he didn't expect that Mr. Xiao would be so capable, and he would be able to come up with 2 billion in cash when he bought 2 buildings. This is definitely not the financial resources that ordinary people can have. With a loan of 2 billion, he has already settled 1 billion by himself. The banks and financial institutions that he met this afternoon were just talking about a billion-dollar business. It's not easy for Mr. Xiao to have such achievements and energy at such a young age. It seems that following such a boss is always right. The two had a simple bite at noon. As soon as they went to work in the afternoon, they went straight to Banhai Bank. When they got there, Mr. Feng had been waiting downstairs. Xiao Feng only got out of the car and greeted them to the meeting room upstairs. In the conference room, there were already more than a dozen people waiting. As soon as Xiao Feng showed up, these people immediately introduced themselves one after another, handing out the cards. Xiao Feng also smiled and mixed with everyone. Everyone came, and each took their seats. Xiao Feng put the card he had just received on the table in front of him, and contrasted with the person on the other side. Xia Hongdao, who was sitting next to him, kept looking at each other. These people are not small, they are all major banks or financial institutions. The chiefs of the benching branch and the deputy general level are not eligible to participate in this meeting. It is said that Xiao Feng asked them for a total loan of only 1 billion yuan. There is no need for this level of bosses to participate in this meeting, but who made Xiao Feng a big red in the benching business circle now? And so look, everyone wants to see it. Look at what Xiao Feng looks like. Okay, everyone has read the plan, and everyone has seen Mr. Xiao. So if you have any questions next, you can directly ask Mr. Xiao. These people were contacted by President Feng, and the financing plan and research report made by the celebrity chef this time were written by their special counterparts at Benthan Bank, and they have already been distributed to these banks and financial institutions. Everyone has a full understanding of celebrity chef manufacturing and the purpose of celebrity chefs purchasing the building. They are even more familiar with the 2 twin towers. Therefore, at the beginning of the meeting of President Feng, they went straight to the meeting instead of going in circles. Mr. Xiao, the first source of our repayment for this purpose is the flow of money made by celebrity chefs, right? From this report, it seems that the flow of money is not enough to cover our current project loan exposure. The first question is the assistant to the president of Bank X. He is nominally an assistant, but he must be an expert in the credit department. This question is a good idea. Xiao Feng smiled and waved his hand. It is indeed the case. Metalnovel.com. Although our celebrity chef manufacturers are in a very good business situation and the cash flow is also very stable, it is true that the loan amount this time is very large. There are a total of 2,400 million. The monthly interest generated is amazing. According to the current profitability of our celebrity chef manufacturing, the pressure to repay the loan is indeed very high. The participants at the meeting listened very carefully. They knew the profitability of celebrity chefs very well, but after all, the loan amount this time was 2 billion, not 200 million. So they repaid the celebrity chef's ability. There are still some doubts. However, until January next year, we will hold the second National Merchants and Franchise Conference. We must know the situation of our first Merchants and Franchise Conference, which can be said to be a great success. A total of 400 branches nationwide have joined. It can be said that each business is booming, and I will not introduce the profit in detail. I think you all said that you understand. Now, there are more than 3,000 merchants in the country who are interested in participating in the second investment promotion conference. And the number of places we plan to open this time is 1,000. As for the initial fee, it will definitely be higher than the first time, so you may as well calculate how much we can charge for the initial fee. After listening to Xiao Feng's words, the participants in the meeting couldn't help but breathe in air conditioning. Yeah, How could this be forgotten? No wonder this Xiao Feng is so confident. Chapter 447 Professional. The reason why celebrity chefs have such a great reputation is because of the great success of their first investment promotion conference. There are a total of 400 stores across the country. It is said that they only wanted to open 200 places to try out the water. How can I think that even giant crocodiles like Yida have entered the market? Moreover, these 400 stores are now booming across the country, and their daily net profits are quite astonishing. Almost all of you here are bank staff, so they have access to a lot of first-hand information. Many of the franchise stores made by famous chefs have accounts in their banks, so of course they can't know the flow of those stores better. In their opinion, the profitability of this chef's production is different from the figures boasted about water injection in other project research reports. They are all real, and they may even be underestimated. And now Xiao Feng said that the second investment promotion conference will be held next year. There are more than 3,000 merchants in the country who intend to join. In the eyes of these banks, this is definitely not bragging or drawing a big pie. People really have such strength and such a profitable store. To be honest, if they are personally capable, they all want to start a franchise. Open the quota of 1,000 franchise. The franchise fee will increase the price, even if it is based on the original initial fee of 2 million families. The initial fee alone is already 2 billion. This 2 billion is not enough to pay off these bank loans. What's more, people still have advertising costs, decoration costs, and various ingredients costs, and other messy costs. If this is a great success in joining the conference, according to estimates, celebrity chefs will make another 3 billion yuan. Not a problem. Is this 2 billion loan still a big problem? Obviously not. I plan to use this investment invitation fee as a second source of repayment. Do you think it is acceptable? Xiao Feng smiled and asked the representatives of the syndicate present, but at this time all the representatives of the syndicate were silent. Indeed, there were no problems at all. But when the time comes, you uncle, don't repay the loan in advance. That would be great. Well, Mr. Xiao, we don't have any doubts about the source of your repayment. But you also know that our bank approves loans and always needs some collateral. What do you think you plan to use to mortgage you? This is a pot-bellied representative of Bank X. This guy obviously didn't read it carefully. The financing plan provided by President Feng to them was written clearly in the financing and mortgage process. As for the manufacturing of celebrity chefs, they intend to use the Twin Towers as collateral. But this is also normal for these big bankers. How can the leaders have time to read your financing plan carefully? Well, it's already written in the refinancing plan. We plan to use the Twin Towers for mortgage financing. Xiao Feng looked at the representatives of the syndicate and said, because he could see that when the fat man asked questions, the representatives of the syndicate pricked their ears. Obviously everyone is very concerned about this issue. In this purchase of the Twin Towers, our celebrity chef manufactures intends to spend 2 billion of its own funds, and the remaining 2 billion will be borrowed from the bank. Everyone knows our profitability, and I also said that we will start. As for the investment plan, both the first and second sources of repayment have already been made. And now we are still taking out the building as a mortgage. We are very sincere. The building's offer is 4 billion yuan, but you must also understand that the building is definitely worth more than this number. It will only be higher. The discount rate of your bank mortgage financing is 7 floors, and the discount rate I provide to everyone is close to half, which can be said to be sincere. I don't know if you have any doubts. Since everyone is so concerned, Xiao Feng explained it well, and now many people's hearts have returned to their stomachs. But there are still a small group of people who seem to be unwilling. A thin middle-aged man wearing glasses suddenly asked, "So, Mr. Xiao, have you ever considered that some of the shares made by famous chefs will be used as collateral? I think this will have a better effect, and it will be easier to raise capital." Xiao Feng had been worried about this problem before, and when Xia Hongtao sitting beside him heard this problem, he suddenly sat up straight, stared at the person, and whispered beside Xiao Feng. "Mr. Xiao, why don't you leave it to me next?" Xiao Feng turned his head and glanced at him, only to see that his eyes were very confident, so he nodded. "I take the liberty to ask, which bank are you from?" Xie Hongtao came off the stage, and he was very imposing at the beginning, and asked the humanity directly. The man was taken aback when he heard it, and then replied, "I am the representative of Bank X. X-Wave Bank. There seems to be no branch in Benthan, right? Besides local banks, can you take into provincial business?" "Well, we don't have a branch in Benching, but we have a brother fund company. I also came with their representatives this time. If possible, we can finance you through other channels." The middle-aged thin man replied in embarrassment. Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel a bit angry when he heard this. "You can't directly give a loan if you come to join in the fun." He glanced at President Feng a little angrily. President Feng also scratched his head in embarrassment, and whispered to him, "X-Wave Bank, Mr. Xiao, you know, is the hottest private bank in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. It has sufficient funds and low lending rates, so I just..." Of course Xiao Feng didn't believe it. President Feng did it out of good intentions, and there must be some tricks between him and the bank. "I will introduce yourself to everyone. I am the deputy CFO of the famous Chef Manufacturing Group. My name is Xie Hongtao. This time I will accompany Mr. Xiao to come." After all, Xie Hongtao is an old fritters who often deal with banks and financial institutions. He has a lot of experience and has mastered the dominance of the venue in a few words. Here, let me give you an explanation and explanation. Because we have the first source of repayment, and the second source of repayment as a guarantee, and we also take out the building as collateral, so I think our company's sincerity is already sufficient. As for the shares, we have no plans to use this part as collateral. If the representatives of banks and financial institutions that can accept the conditions we put forward before, then we can stay. If we can't accept them, we can now left. Xie Hongtao's words were very strong, and they opened Xiao Feng's eyes. After all, except for President Feng, he hadn't really dealt with people in the financial world before, and he didn't know how to deal with them. And Xie Hongtao taught him a lesson today. Of course, the reason why he dared to be so strong is mainly related to the strong performance of the famous chefs behind him. If not, he would definitely not dare to act like this in front of bank representatives. As soon as he uttered these words, the people present at the meeting were all alone. And then everyone stopped talking. Everyone knew that it was time to see the real chapter. This is how the negotiation is. The bank's doubts and conditions are explained to you by others and companies. If you can accept it, you can stay, and if you can't accept it, you can leave. Now it is time for the major banks to understand the conditions put forward by the companies. Well, since everyone intends to continue working with us, I have a few questions I want to ask. What interest rates can you offer? Xie Hongtao went straight ahead, and the representatives of the major banks present couldn't help but frowned. This guy didn't play the card according to the routine. Generally, the interest rate is designed, even if it is a syndicated loan. Everyone has discussed it in private. What do you mean by asking in front of everyone? I might as well give you a bottom line. The loan interest rate between us and Banhai Bank is a 30% reduction in the benchmark interest rate. I hope that the interest rate you can give will not be higher than this point. If it is not acceptable, then you can leave now. We can obtain funds through other channels. The strong performance of Xie Hongtao made the bank representatives very uncomfortable. The benchmark interest rate dropped by 30%. Although the bank can still make money, the profit margin is much lower than expected. This knife is really ruthless, but if you don't accept leaving, everyone is reluctant to bear it. First, even if interest rates fall, everyone can make money. Second, everyone is optimistic about the future development of celebrity chef manufacturing. If you can't cooperate with them this time, it will be difficult for you to think about cooperation in the future. Nowadays, the financial industry is not too mixed. Everyone is facing the problem of a shortage of good assets and few good customers. The production of celebrity chefs is a rare cleanup. Well, Since everyone hasn't left, then it means that we can accept our terms. But the banks and financial institutions present at the meeting, I probably took a look. There are 13 in total, but in order to reduce our company's financial expense, Novel.com, it is convenient for companies to do the accounting. We decided to find the most partners this time and only find 5 partners. So, the bank representatives and financial institutions present at the meeting heard this and couldn't help but yelled at them psychologically. This guy's conscience is greatly broken. This is it. What he meant by saying this is clearly to let the 13 companies present to compete for the 5 cooperation places. How to compete? The quotation of lower interest rate. If you don't lower, others won't cooperate with you. This situation generally occurs in central enterprises, because they are the persons of the country. Central enterprises have super bargaining power in front of banks, and they can often get loans from banks at much lower than the benchmark interest rate. But this celebrity chef is a private company, and it is so strong now, which makes everyone feel very uncomfortable, even a little uncomfortable to the extreme. And after Xiao Feng watched Xie Hongtou's performance again, he couldn't help sighing that this person really didn't find a mistake himself. He was a professional, and his professional skills were max. His appearance really helped him solve a lot of troubles. Chapter 448 Game. A series of performances by Xie Hongtou made Xiao Feng very satisfied with him. He felt that this was a personal talent, although he had some elements of hard performance. But I was always right when I chose him this time. Those who can fight for their own interests are good employees. Xiao Feng is cool, but the representatives of the syndicate on the opposite side are not happy. This guy is too difficult to deal with, too strong, right? What's going on like this? Even representatives of several major banks whispered a few words in a low voice. Are they really state-owned enterprises or central enterprises? But they can only mutter a few words by themselves. If they are really asked to say it out loud, they really dare not. No way. Who makes this an era when good assets are scarce and good companies are hard to find? In recent years, the international economy has been sluggish, and domestic private companies have also been recruited, or they are still lingering, and the range of banks choosing lending customers has also been greatly reduced. On the other side, the real estate industry has been restricted by the state from inflow of funds, which makes banks even more troublesome. Companies are short of money, and banks are not short of money, but what makes banks a headache is how to lend out the money so that the funds can flow. But most of the banks are state-owned enterprises, and no one above them wants to take responsibility. Therefore, the loan recipients have chosen relatively stable state-owned enterprises and state-owned enterprises. After all, such enterprises have policy support and state appropriations every year. They never have to worry about money and lend them money. Generally, it rarely happens that they can't get them back. But it is precisely because most banks choose this kind of cooperation partner, which makes these state-owned enterprises and central enterprises have strong bargaining power when facing banks. Banks want to lend to them, not to mention that the interest rate is flattened according to the benchmark. It is common for the interest rate to fall by 30% or 50%. Once the business is done, you will earn a few handling fees. The interest rate difference is simply not enough. There is no way. Who can make more wolves and less meat? You are not sure that other banks are willing to do it. Today, the celebrity chef has become a state-owned enterprise and has a strong taste like that of a state-owned enterprise since Mr. Xie came up to preside over the negotiations. To mortgage, there are only those 2 buildings. As for the shares made by famous chefs that everyone cares about, it is impossible. In fact, according to the current business model of celebrity chef manufacturing, everyone knows that in the future the shares made by celebrity chefs will be more valuable, but people are not willing to take it out as a mortgage. As for the interest rate, this guy actually played the trick of 2 peaches killing 3 people. Isn't it just for everyone to bid? The bidding is still lower, which is really ruthless. But do you really think that a few words can make us bow our heads? Go dreaming. More than a dozen representatives of the syndicate were very upset and remained silent. And Xie Hongtao did not panic. He looked at the bank representative who was doing it and smiled. It seems that everyone is unwilling to lower prices, so okay. It seems that we can only choose to raise funds overseas. After all, the cost of overseas financing is relatively low. Xie Hongtao's words really didn't lie. Why many people are dissatisfied with the domestic banking industry, saying that they are relying on the support of national policies to make money in the country, because the domestic deposit interest is really too low, and the benchmark interest rate of bank loans given by the country is very high. The interest rate difference in the middle gives them a lot of room to operate, and it can really be said that they are lying down and making money. Internationally, it is a market with fully free competition. The loan interest rates of major banks and even sovereign funds are very low. Some are even a little bit, and the domestic basic interest rate is 4.75, which can easily rise by percent. Compared with the loan interest rate of 30 or 50, the cost of overseas funds is absolutely horribly low. But can overseas funds be incorporated so easily? Especially for your private company? Many of the representatives of syndicated loans present here are full of disdain. Your celebrity chef manufacturing is well known in China, and it can even be said that it has a great future. But in the world, who is it? What's more, you are not even a listed company. Go overseas to raise funds. But be careful of the wind and don't slap your tongue. At this time, Xie Hongtao smiled and took out a red-headed paper and threw it in the air. I know, everyone may not believe that we can go overseas to raise funds. I used to work in 30 company in banking. I have a good relationship with the leaders of the local bank. This is a letter of guarantee issued by the local bank. With this letter of guarantee, I can make our financing plan and several projects of 30 company together. An asset package. Whether you go to Xiangjiang or to Jipo, you can get the funds we want. As soon as these words were spoken, the representatives of the syndicate who were doing it immediately couldn't sit still, and all of them looked suspicious. Some people even took out their mobile phones and started searching for the name Xie Hongtao. They were really surprised by a search. This guy was really a vice president of a well-known financial company in banking. I rely on. This is terrible. People have such an identity and experience. Then his previous remarks are definitely not bragging, especially after several bank representatives secretly ran outside the meeting room to make a phone call and confirmed the identity of Xie Hongtao. When they came back to the conference room, everyone looked at Xie Hongtao's eyes changed. I really didn't expect it. This chef actually invited such a great god, which is not easy now. Before, everyone could bully the chef made by the chef who didn't know much about financial knowledge and fooled him into lending, but now people invite them to think of a financial expert. This is difficult. If you want to win their project, you must fight with real swords and guns. At this time, among the representatives of the syndicated group who were still in harmony, the eyes that looked at each other gradually changed and they began to become vigilant. There were even some bank representatives who took out their calculators and began to crackle. At the beginning of the year, the state opened the gates and released water, filling all major bank accounts with a lot of money to allow everyone to replenish market liquidity, and also ordered to focus on supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, especially private enterprises, but strictly guarded against it. Let money flow into the real estate industry. Therefore, the bank's life is not easy now. State-owned enterprises and central enterprises are not short of money, while private enterprises and small and medium-sized enterprises are not easy to find. It's not that there are no such companies, but it's because the market is everywhere, but they are basically big pits, and they are half dead. If you dare to lend to them, today the payment will pass, tomorrow they will dare the boss to run away. Believe it or not. So even though the bank accepted the order, No one dared to lend them money. Everyone opened their eyes and looked for bright spots in the market. What are bright spots? A company with super stable cash flow such as a famous chef is a bright spot. The sweet pastry everyone is vying for. If you can complete a business with them, the report at the end of the year will be easy to write, and you can get more bonuses. The most important thing is in terms of the current development momentum of celebrity chef manufacturing. People are destined to be a star company in the future. At this time, if you don't take advantage of them to catch up with them when they are not on the rise, it is impossible to wait for others to become famous. Just go to the icing on the cake. Therefore, the representatives of the major banks were very bullish when they came, but in fact they had calculations in their minds. Today, no matter what, they have to win this business. Many representatives came with tasks. Now that celebrity chefs are making the cards here, they can't help but revise their original plan. Of course, all the leaders here are recommended by President Feng, and they may be our friends in the future. Although financing from overseas is cheap, the cycle may be longer, and we have it here. I hope that these two buildings can be won as soon as possible, so in terms of cost, certain concessions must be made. However, the specific concessions depend on the decisions of the leaders. Xie Hongtao was still continuing his performance, and Xiao Feng, who was sitting next to him, took a sigh of relief. He was indeed a financial player, and he was born to tell stories. When did I know the 30 company in Benching? What is the mouth line? What the is going overseas to raise funds? Of course he didn't understand this as a layman, and after speaking, Xie Hongtao, who sat down, unscrewed the mineral water and took a sip, then winked him and motioned him not to speak. Well, Mr. Xiao, Mr. Xie, you have also said about the conditions of the enterprise, and banks and financial institutions must go back and discuss it. After all, the interest rate is not something they can decide, and they must go back at the meeting. Let's be here first today. It's noon. I have already arranged a place for someone. How about a meal together? The syndicate representatives didn't speak. Until Novel.com President Feng, as the host, stood up and made a round. He knew that these banks and financial institutions must have already made plans in their minds, but they would definitely not quote each other in this conference room. The next step must be a secret game. He greeted everyone to eat together. Hey, after the meal, he can guarantee that he won't have to wait until dark. Xiao Feng's phone will be blown up, and major banks and financial institutions will give his own offer. As for how Xiao Feng chooses, then, it is his own business. President Feng, the host, did a great job. He greeted everyone for a meal. How could they not save face? He followed him to a restaurant that had been reserved for a long time, and had lunch. During lunch, there was also a staggering plan. Many people stood up to toast Xiao Feng and Xie Hongtao, just to get a familiar face. The performance of Xiao Feng and Xie Hongtao today finally gave everyone a new understanding of the rising stars in the business community of benching. This young man is not easy, can invite Xie Hongtao to show that he has great ambitions. And on the way back to the flagship store after eating, Xie Hongtao took out the red-headed document and handed it to Xiao Feng before Xiao Feng could speak. Xiao Feng couldn't help but laughed. What documents were there? It's just a piece of letter paper that looks a lot like it. Chapter 449 Big Landlord. If they really can't lower interest rates, can you really go overseas to raise funds? Xiao Feng looked at the letter paper in his hand and asked Xie Hongtao with a smile, while Xie Hongtao nodded seriously. Mr. Xiao, please rest assured, if they don't lower interest rates, I can really find financing for us from other ways. Speaking of this, Xie Hongtao, who has been playing finance all the year round, is really confident. He has been in the financial circle of Benching for many years, and his path is quite wild. Benching has easy access to a large amount of hot money from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia, but the interest rate on these money is relatively high. If you follow the formal route, you usually go to Hong Kong or Singapore's bond market to issue bonds. He has also done this. However, it is more difficult for ordinary companies to issue bonds overseas. For Chinese companies to issue bonds overseas, foreign investment is not disapproved, but the premise is that there is a condition, that is, they must have an oral bank, or the China Development Bank must issue bonds. Letter of guarantee. With this guarantee, those foreign sellers are basically not very careful about what is in your asset package. Anyway, if there are two companies, they are not afraid of anything. These two banks are equivalent to the country's credit guarantees overseas, so their ratings are very high, and foreigners are very recognized. Generally speaking, they like long-term investment, mainly seeking stability of foreign national sovereign funds, or pension funds, most like investment banks, and China Development Bank guarantees. And Xie Hongtao had known a boss before, and had a good relationship with the boss of Peng Qingkuing. The guarantee of that mouth was just fun. With the guarantee, the boss can often get scary and low-cost funds in Singapore, especially the sovereign funds and pension funds of several countries in Western Europe. Generally, they can lend you a loan for up to 20 years, and the interest rate is as low as a few percent, and some are even less than 1%. The main purpose of these funds is not to make money, but to seek stability and risk-free. Of course, your asset package must be more beautiful. It is best to have some government-invested projects such as Iron Roosters. Those Western Europeans and even Americans like it the most. When such funds are obtained in the country, they can be transferred to a few points or even at an interest rate of 11.2, and the longest period is 3 years. After 3 years, the funds will be recovered and then continue to be released. 20 years later, double the profit can be earned. This is how the big players play. Xie Hongtao had personally participated before, so he was so confident in front of Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng was relieved after hearing his words. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao doesn't have to wait until tomorrow. In the afternoon, these banks will call you and ask you to meet. Xie Hongtao has seen a lot of the routines of financial institutions, and he is even familiar with it. That's why he is so confident. Sure enough, before their car arrived at the flagship store made by the famous chef, Xiao Feng's phone rang. When he took it over, it turned out that it was the boss of Bank X who was calling. Because of Xie Hongtao's help, dealing with these financial institutions can be said to be very smooth. He personally selected 5 financial institutions from them. The interest rates of these several financial institutions are all very low, which basically meets Xie Hongtao's expectations. In just 1 week, he finalized the contract with 5 institutions, the credit line, and the loan and repayment date. This also made Xiao Feng fully aware of his abilities. Of course, he could not have done so much work alone. With the participation of Katia and the cooperation of a group of personnel from the finance department previously trained by Katia. Considering that the company will become a group in the future, Xiao Feng wondered that Xie Hongtao should be assigned a dedicated team. After all, it is impossible for him to do many things himself. Xie Hongtao is also very satisfied with Xiao Feng's attention. The operation of the famous chef manufacturing, Xiao Feng, has been in the hands of Zhu Jing, Xilin and Tan King. Their job is not only to ensure the normal operation of the store, but also to inspect and supervise the franchise stores nationwide, as well as advertising, marketing, and new combination packages, research and development and so on. Katia has recently traveled frequently between the factories on Meimen Island and Xingang District. On Meimen Island, his main job is to supervise the start of construction of the factory, and strive to complete the civil works and debug the production line before the winter begins. Then began to officially take people to the island to start work. In the Xingang District, Xi and Shang Zhenai have recruited a lot of new workers into the factory to start training for new employees. Once the factory on the island is completed, these people can be brought down to the island and officially started. There is no need for Xiao Feng to worry about the affairs of the 9th laboratory. Xiaojun is already familiar with the control over there. Pierre and Laura over there in France. Elmont is also in contact on a daily basis. The two of them are more concerned about the launch of the 9th laboratory product, but they are more concerned than Xiao Feng. They are currently in the process of intensive preparations. It is estimated that it will be held in 1 or 2 months. Active. All businesses have basically been on the right track, and Xiao Feng focused his main attention on the acquisition of this building. Recently, Guan Zhenhai called him almost every day to ask how the funds were prepared. The pressure on his side was not small, and Mr. Jiang from the management committee urged him every day. The management committee has already passed the meeting for the sale of the building, and everyone has been persuaded by him. But the celebrity chefs have been slow to notice and he will naturally be anxious. Xie Hongtao came to Xiao Feng's office this day and directly put the 5 contracts in front of Xiao Feng. Mr. Xiao, we have all negotiated with financial institutions. Banhai Bank, as our old relationship, is also our biggest supporter this time. In addition, I have selected 5 financial institutions, 3 of which are large state-owned banks. Considering that these companies have a strong background and are not easy to offend, they have to deal with them well. Moreover, the interest rate concessions they give are not small. You can see that these are their terms. Xie Hongtao began to explain to Xiao Feng the financial institutions he chose and the reasons for choosing them to cooperate. Xiao Feng was basically satisfied. However, the other 2 non-bank financial institutions came to the south, which made Xiao Feng a little confused. What's the matter with these 2 funds? Well, President Xiao chose these 2. I have fully considered them. There are other big backers behind these 2 funds. They are the kind of predators I have said before that can get low-cost funds from overseas. So, the cost of funds they gave us is very low, even lower than those of the banks, and the repayment dates and arrangements are more flexible. In addition, the collateral is not as strict as the banks. Xie Hongtao said vaguely, but Xiao Feng basically understood that these 2 should be the legendary shadow banks. Of course, it is different from ordinary shadow banks. Most ordinary shadow banks are inextricably linked with domestic banks. They eat the leftovers of the bank, and the funds mainly come from the bank. And these 2 are the kind of shadow banks that can get funds from overseas, which is quite remarkable. They are definitely shadow banks with strong backgrounds. Okay. Now that you've got it all done, let's sign the contract quickly and unify the loan date, and then I can give the management committee the trustworthy side, and I will also urge it there. Then put it on today and tomorrow, talk to President Feng, borrow their meeting room, let's get all these contracts over there. Okay, that's it. President Feng is more anxious than Xiao Feng for fear of changes in this project. When he heard that Xiao Feng had settled 5 financial institutions and planned to borrow their meeting rooms for a signing ceremony, President Feng's coke broke. Not only did he agree in one fell swoop, but he also said that he didn't need Xiao Feng and the others to take care of the others. When Xiao Feng and Xie Hongtao rushed to the large conference room of Banhai Bank the next morning, the conference venue was already in place. Representatives of several financial institutions were also in place, and Xiao Feng didn't waste any time. With a simple greeting, the team of lawyers next to him who had spent more than 100,000 hired for a day began to check the contract. The contract was checked correctly, and then the signing process began. The entire process was completed in one morning. At noon, Xiao Feng hosted a banquet for the partners of financial institutions, and went straight to the management committee in the afternoon. Earlier, I had already contacted Mr. Jiang of the management committee. As soon as the funds were in place, he would immediately contact him to get the contract for the sale of the building. After the contract is settled, the next step is the transfer of real estate, because this is not an ordinary real estate, and there are also tax issues involved. Although I have looked for an asset appraisal agency before and did an asset appraisal for the building, before the transfer of the ownership, the tax department will still ask the asset appraisal agency to make a simple assessment. On the one hand, it involves tax payment and the production of real estate certificates. Therefore, there will be a delay of several days. Mtlnovel.com. But on the day the contract was signed, Xiao Feng put the first deposit into the intermediate account designated by both parties. The rest is to wait for the third-party agency to complete the inspection. The taxation department will give the deed tax quotation, and then the account can be transferred. Of course, this tax bureau belongs to the Shanzhong District Land Tax, so there is a lot to talk about. For a 4 billion building transaction, the tax alone can pay tens of millions. This is both for the Shanzhong District Land Tax and the Management Committee a very eye-catching achievement. Therefore, appropriate discounts will definitely be available, and Mr. Zhang has also hinted that when the price comes out, he will definitely help find a way, or give a discount, or adopt the method of installment. In short, the company will not burden the company too much. Pressure. As for those trivial matters, Xiao Feng handed over to Xia Hongtao to deal with it. At this time, he could no longer take care of the dim weather outside, and he insisted on killing on the roof of the Twin Towers with his brains. Standing on the top of the building, looking at the large square inches front, and the sea view in the distance, I was full of emotions. Now he really became a big landlord. 2 years ago, he couldn't even think of such an achievement. Chapter 450. Aspirational. At the same time, in another corner of the city, He Yu-kun, President Ma, and several other horses gathered in the large office on the top floor of the Guohui Center building. He Yu-kun and Mr. Ma are smoking cigars, and several horses are taking out from the box. President Ma took a few quick sips, and then asked, "How is the arrangement of Yu-kun? I heard that they have already collected the funds and signed the contract with the management committee. The transfer of the account may be due in a few days." Hee, Mr. Ma, don't worry if I do things. Our people have already been inserted. We are waiting for 2 days. When Xiao Feng has all the funds in his hands, we will give him a salary draw. Hey, you are still ruthless. But I really didn't expect that Xiao Feng could actually come up with 2 billion at a time. It's not easy. Oh, I said Yu-kun. You said that opening a fast food restaurant is really just is it so profitable? Several horses took the packaged seafood to take out and brought them to President Ma. President Ma took a look, pushed aside, and asked He Yu-kun. And He Yu-kun also got serious at this time. To be honest, Mr. Ma, I didn't expect it before. But this famous chef is really different from other Chinese fast food. I have eaten at their store and the price is not the same. It's expensive and the quantity is sufficient. Relatively speaking, it can be said to be a good choice with high quality and low price. The most important thing is the taste of their food, which is truly unique. Hearing this, the President Ma also nodded. Don't tell me, I've also been to their restaurant. I'm a glutton. I haven't eaten any delicacies, but their restaurant seems ordinary. The fast food, but it really gives me a taste that I have never tasted before. It is indeed a must. To tell you, Mr. Ma, I specially asked someone to visit their store in private. They were all customers. I did some market research and covered 10,000 consumers. Let them give this restaurant the taste of food. Scoring. Do you know what kind of results this store has achieved? Hearing that He Yu-kun had done something like this, President Ma also became interested, sat up straight, and asked with a smile, "What's the result?" The main dishes of their family have a 5-star perfect score and an evaluation of 10,000 people. The 5-star praise rate of these dishes of their family is as high as 99%. When I saw the results of this research, my jaw dropped. Yes, this is just fast food, but it's hard to deal with this issue. For their family, it doesn't seem to be a big deal at all. You must know that even for a high-end restaurant like a Michelin 3-star, if you find 10,000 customers to do research, I'm afraid they are the main focus. No dish will get such a high evaluation. The more President Ma listened, the more solemn the expression on his face became. So, this is the reason why you have promoted this project at many group meetings. You must participate in this store. Yes, Mr. Ma, What does it mean to get such a high valuation? This shows that this famous chef can be said to have a promising future. There is a blue ocean in front of him. In the future, the expansion of branches will open all over the country, and even all over the world. It's not a difficult task. This is a company that has the potential to become a Chinese cafe cuisine and a golden archway. Do you want to buy shares? He Yukon said here. His face is full of confidence. He is very optimistic about the prospects of celebrity chef manufacturing. In this era of shortage of fine assets, this just starting company can be said to be one of the few bright spots, because he belongs to the catering industry, not the current hot internet industry, and he did not start in a first-tier city. He has not attracted the attention of other capital giants and large venture capitalists. They Yunai International, that is, taking advantage of the early start of benching, discovered this company first, so they must take advantage of this advantage and start the layout as soon as possible to avoid the entry of the giant crocodiles, which will squeeze their profit margins. I also studied this Xiao Feng. The reason why he was able to make this shop so popular was mainly based on the secret recipes uploaded by his family ancestors. Moreover, this guy was lucky enough to engage a Russian girl. This girl is able to get low-priced beef from Belarus. The combination of many factors has made his fast food restaurant. Yukon talked about Xiao Feng's situation. Mr. Ma nodded. This Xiao Feng has been very low in the benching business community and rarely attends the fraternity meetings of the benching business community. Many people don't know him much. It's not on. Furthermore, Xiao Feng is somewhat savvy. He assigned his secret ingredient recipe to an overseas investment company, so that he can legally transfer part of his assets from China to overseas. However, his methods are still relatively naive, but if you use this looking at the merger of the two compartments together, we will find that the net profit of his fast food restaurant is even more scary, at least twice the net profit they announced so far. So, Mr. Ma, you said such a restaurant, should we intervene? Yukon said, smoking a cigar sharply, but Mr. Ma was silent. His narrowed eyes kept flashing cold. Kaibo touched people's hearts. I didn't expect that the fast food restaurant that he didn't look up to before would actually hide such a masterpiece, and Xiao Feng didn't know that what he thought was a clever method was simply seen through in front of these big guys. Think about our country's hottest fast food restaurant, Cafe Cuisine. It can be regarded as a national fast food at present, and now it belongs to our country. Cafe Cuisine has expanded very rapidly in recent years and has opened more than 6,000 nationwide. Every year, I talk about losing money, but in fact, everyone knows what's going on. This decapitating business is done, and the money-losing business is done. Yeah, go. I absolutely support you, Xiao He. This time, think about those who buy Malatang. They can open more than 6,000 stores across the country. This famous chef will definitely do it. President Ma seemed to see a lot of banknotes in front of him, flying towards him. The scene should not be too beautiful. Originally, he didn't understand Yukon's insistence on investing in shares. This fast food restaurant still didn't quite understand it. After all, it was only a catering company. No matter how it was done, could it be more popular than those internet companies? But now that he understands the earning power made by this chef, he is really determined to win this store. Not to mention the acquisition of such a company, it can mainly buy shares. If it is used in the capital market to tell stories in the future, it will be amazing. And Yukon obviously also thought of going with President Ma this time. Think about Mr. Ma. If we can be an investor in the Series A of this famous chef, even if we only occupy a small part of the shares, what kind of return can we get when this famous chef is listed on the market in the future? Wait until this store nationwide after opening 2,000 stores, we can start the listing process. Hey, as soon as their profit statements are announced, it is equivalent to a nuclear bomb. A single store has a daily net profit of over 10,000, and 2,000 branches nationwide. Famous chefs, even if the manufacturing head office sells cooking kits to these branches and supplies ingredients, It can make more than 10 million a day. What is the difference between this and opening a money printing machine? President Ma listened to He Yukan's description of such a prospect, and he slapped his mouth straight. It sounds very tempting indeed. If an investment institution finds such a profitable company, it won't be crazy. When it comes to this, Xiao He, tell me the truth. Have you got the secret recipe of ingredients made by celebrity chefs? Have you studied it? After all, it was the old fried dough sticks of the last session, and Mr. Ma asked the idea in one sentence. The key to this celebrity chef's manufacturing is his core competitiveness, the special dense ingredient formula provided by Xiao Feng. He Yukon scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard him ask, I found someone to get a little bit of that kind of recipe package, and I also looked at many cook experts. They can understand some of the common ingredients in it, but some of the key ingredients are not understood by research. Chemical analysis method. Have you tried it? Mr. Ma asked again, and He Yukon laughed bitterly after hearing it. Mr. Ma, people are also on guard. This thing is not so easy to do, and the number is limited. The person I arranged last time has been arrested. Then increase the penetration. For such enterprises, no matter who is willing to let go easily, we must use some means if we want to gain an advantage in future negotiations. President Ma's attitude was extremely firm. He Yukon smiled and nodded. Relax, President Ma. I know how to do it. I have already arranged manpower to go, and you can rest assured with other means. Mr. Xiao, this is the decoration design of our building. Take a look. Are you satisfied? Prior to Li Mingqing's decoration company, Xiao Feng injected a sum of capital into him because of insufficient funds. Now Xiao Feng has become a major shareholder of that company, so the decoration of this building naturally does not flow out of people's fields. In the past few days, Li Mingqing rushed up and down to personally measure the data of the building.mtlnovel.com and also worked out several sets of design plans for Xiao Feng to choose. Xiao Feng watched carefully for a long time, then collected the opinions of Katia, Zijing, Xialin, Xia Hongtao and others, and finally chose a set of plans. The first renovation was the building on the left. The 4-story top floor of the building was a private space reserved for Xiao Feng. He wanted to build a villa in the sky here. Below is his president's office, then down are the offices of several senior leaders, then down is the meeting room, and then the office floor of the celebrity chef manufacturing group. Set aside a part of it downstairs to prepare for the future, and decorate a hotel on the 20th floor downstairs. The podium in the middle of the two buildings is very large. Xiao Feng intends to build a commercial complex, shopping malls, cinemas, and a snack street here. Here, he intends to build the largest and most luxurious flagship store for celebrity chefs. As for the building on the other side, it is reserved for the 9th laboratory. He has not considered it yet due to financial pressure. After the 9th laboratory's products are officially on the market, I will talk to He Xiaojun about this.